Goedemorgen and welcome duelists to day 2 of the 2025 WCQ Nationals Netherlands here in Den Haag. 318 players registered to play to win it all, to immortalize their name and become the national champion of the Netherlands in 2025. 148 players made it into day 2, playing 2 more rounds of Swiss and trying to enter that prestigious top 16 cut. We've seen phenomenal duels all day yesterday. We're looking forward to see more of those duels coming today. And I have already seen that our 2 duelists for the first round feature match of today have already sat down. So I'm going to waste no further time and I'm going to kick it over to my prestigious co-casters Sebastian Lemke and Philipp Nihus.
What an introduction. Thank you so much and welcome from our side as well. Of course, speaking of it, top 16 is the way that the people want to go for today. The goal, basically, we have reduced the amount of players drastically, only 100 and a couple. And the first feature match of the day is going to be with someone that already had the privilege to reach top 16 in the last Dutch National Championship. And interestingly enough, Emily, her name, has decided to bring the same deck than last year, which very often is not possible, but this time around it is.
I mean, I don't know if it's like 100% the same deck, because I already told you there is like Horus cards in it and a copy of Stachyon.
Yeah, but what is the deck even? People are like, okay, there's Horus cards, there's everything, but it is Rescue Ace.
It is Rescue Ace.
If you remember last year, very impressive record from Emily's side with that Rescue Ace deck, was on feature. Impressive performance overall, definitely for sure as well. And she is back, I think X2 already, therefore already on the hard bubble. There we see Emily also on our camera here, and she is going to be up against Julian for this one, and that is going to be a tough task because Julian on the other end is playing a deck that I have a very special and dear relationship to, and that is the Memento deck, actually.
Absolutely. You are like the Memento player from the casting team, I would say.
Yeah.
And he's not only playing Memento, he's playing Memento Fiendsmith, and that doesn't mean like only one engraver or so. That means he plays a full Fiendsmith package.
He does. He is even running the Lurry, even running the track, therefore having the game plan to also just go for that additional end field ceiling with those cards. And I think I've played against a Leo, for example, when he's now also getting his hands onto those Memento cards. And sometimes he was wishing, hey, I got impermed on my Angwitch, I got ashed on my Tatsunouchi Chogo, what am I doing now? And if there would only be some Fiendsmith cards in my extra deck, that's the luxury that they have. We now also, we already looked at this yesterday, but are now going to look at it again, have the deck breakdown for the overall event. Malice, the most represented deck, but also surely the most represented deck we had in our feature match area yesterday, I would say.
Absolutely, but I feel like the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck was a bit underrepresented in our feature matches. Because I've been looking at all the top tables and I already see table 1, Yoho, also with a Mitsurugi variant.
Yes.
We don't say which one yet, I think. That might be up for later. Because he is with XO kind of guaranteed for top cut.
Yeah,
I would say.
Should be locked in for sure.
So we might see him later as well. But I mean, now let's talk again about the feature match. What do you think about the matchup of Rescuers against Memento?
I am not entirely sure because I gotta admit that I haven't played really versus Rescuers lately with my Memento deck.
Who
but
did?
the answer, of course, is going to be found shortly as players are ready. So why waste any more time? We've gotten up early to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Today and witness and watch some Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. So let's go over to the table. Round number 8 starting now.
And there we have players, but it doesn't look like they're that ready yet. So we might just go back to us.
Absolutely. So we do have the matchup, and I mean, think about it. When Rescue Ace goes first and gets to set up all those trap cards, should be really good. And there we have, and we have Julian just normal something. I was talking about Angwitch, and there is the Angwitch now. That is the start.
And there is Rescuers inbuilt, and honestly, at this point, it could mean anything. It could mean tier.
Oh yeah, Telemans would be cool, for sure.
But what will Emily summon? Because normally I would say, yeah, there comes the fire attacker. But in a pure Rescue Ace deck, I'm not sure if that's the best option. And there we see it, the fire engine.
The fire engine even. And Julian, mildly confused, I would imagine. But still searching, of course, for the Tatsuno Chogo, as the impulse, of course, doesn't act as any kind of negation. Just being chained to a monster effect activating and bringing out the fire engine from the deck.
Exactly, and I feel like Julian can also be like a bit... He can take a deep breath because he's not getting Charmed now.
Yeah,
which is also like a very, very important thing, because even though Memento can play quite well through some Charmies, they still hurt sometimes.
So we bring out the Fire Lifter, setting the rescue.
Yeah, I think it's
Emergency, right?
It's emergency and it's getting added, and that will get us directly to our Turbulence, but not in this turn.
Not in this turn, indeed. So Emily is already playing, but how much of an advantage is that? Having those monsters on the field, if Julian theoretically still gets to perform his full combo, and this resolving with Tatsumi Chichoge is already such a huge advantage for him, because that also enables Memento Fusion to be fusion summoning from the graveyard, and so many more things. For example, if we drew to Sleepy, we can summon this out now, fusion summon with it. We might as well just send the Sleepy here alongside the Gaddick, though. Oh, no, look at that.
Probably don't need to. Probably have it already. Like
possibly we have it already, or we just want to go a different route. Because if the Anguish is not negated, and it was not negated by the Impulse, it's still just fine. Oh, we only send 2. That is very odd, honestly.
That is really odd. That might mean we have already drawn Maze. Because otherwise we would have sent it, I assume.
I mean, I can only imagine that we must have drawn Maze and Sleepy then at that point, because otherwise you would just combine differently, because you have the luxury to combine to a total level of 5. Yeah, the judge is double checking, but absolutely, you can go up to 5, so there's no need to go to 5 total. So this was a perfectly fine and legit Tatsumi Chichoge. It's just not one you very often see, because we didn't go for that much there. Oh, what's that? Is that a Lynx? Oh no, we're using Goblin now.
We use Goblin, we destroyed.
We destroyed the Gaddick to send the Memento Fusion and the Akihiron. But I mean, that's the beauty about the Memento deck. You can combine it in all kind of different ways. You can go combo route after combo route. You can just basically, as you play this deck, discover new routes. Now the Memento Fusion is going to destroy the Goblin, and that is successful as well.
Yeah, the thing though is I feel like the Memento deck itself is able to break it with breakers sometimes. And therefore, I feel like Emily is not really reliant on hand interactions here. But still, the Anfield is of course strong, but there's already 2 monsters. So I feel like there is a chance for Emily to play into the Memento board. But I don't know if she can beat the Fiends afterwards.
Yeah, that's a fair question to ask. Dominus Impulse on the Memento Fusion. And I was fairly confused that we went for the Memento Fusion, because I expected the Bone Party here clearly. Bone Party, destroy the Akihiron. Akihiron would add back the banished Memento Fusion there already is. So maybe we have the Bone Party already, and sure enough, we do. But still, not resolving that fusion does hurt for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely a big advantage that Emily took away from Julian. The question now is, do you probably don't go for the, how's it called, the Twin Thunder Dragon? You don't go for that anymore, I think. You only go for the Creation King, right?
I mean, we need to get to Sleepy in the first place, and now we do not have the chance anymore. Look, we did not even draw a Sleepy, so that Sleepy comes straight from the deck, and now we will have to fusion summon with monsters from our hand, which just card economy-wise is not that great, because you're just giving up cards that otherwise would have been resources left in your hand.
Yeah, you're right, but we can trigger the Akihiron at least, so to get back the Memento Fusion, and therefore we will have a Guardian Chimera play in our opponent's turn.
True.
But as you already said, like still impulsing the Memento Fusion is like a big advantage here.
And we're not recycling the fusion, but we rather get back the Gaddick here to our hand. So I think the Gaddick... Hold on. Oh, we're adding back. Yeah, okay, we needed another fusion material. That's why we needed to add back a monster there. And it is the Creation King. And I do agree, if you only can fusion summon once now due to the one ability to fusion summon being negated, you just want to summon out the Creation King rather.
Yeah, and as I already told you, Maze from hand.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, there was no other logical explanation.
Definitely.
Still, though, I'm not sure why didn't we just go for Sleepy plus Gaddick, because that's like the standard thing to send, because it's also equaling the level of 5. Julian, though, I think he felt pretty confident with having the Bone Party still in hand, therefore he wanted to maybe bait out something else, and in the end, we still get to do a decent combo here, sending another Creation King, sending Tekutliga, and what is the third card we're going to send here with our Creation King effect?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it will just be another name to be shuffled back by the Tekutliga.
Probably.
Question I have now is there any way, or is it useful here to use the effect of the Creation King to destroy the Fire Engine or the Airlifter?
Possibly is. I mean, especially now when we get the Field Spell, and we do get the Field Spell through the effect of the Creation King in the graveyard now, meaning we could then trigger the Field Spell to bring back a monster. So we're kind of trading cards that are going to be coming back on our side, and our opponent, of course, is just permanently losing those cards. Therefore, I think, yes, you may have to consider just using the Creation King effect here on our own turn as well.
The only thing we shouldn't forget is that Airlifter could activate its effect,
True.
tribute itself and special rescuers from hand.
True.
I don't know how useful this is here because you need to realize, I think, that the amount of rescuers names you can draw, you want to draw, is limited, and we already drew the impulse.
Yeah, that's fair. One way to play around that a little bit, at least, though, is if you just summon Tekutlika here, meaning if they chain the Airlifter, then you can at least just also bring back another monster from the graveyard. So even though your opponent gets more and more cards, you're also just outrunning them a little bit by getting more and more monsters, and you have the luxury to turn additional monsters into the Fiendsmith combo then. Therefore, I think that might just be a good way to handle this. As I think we have 7, 8 monsters, different names here in the graveyard anyway, so we have the luxury to use the Tekutlika early here, and there you can see it already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, easy math, and Tekutlika is going to come onto the field. A beautiful one as well. This looks like a high rarity version of the deck here.
It is a quarter century Secret Rare, and I think the other ones were original set collector's rares, so Julian maybe just like playing his favorite deck, the Memento strategy. And I always think like the combined creation, like how crazy good its summoning condition is, like recycling everything back into your deck so you can do all your combo stuff next turn again. The only thing you can really recycle is Memento Mictlan.
Yeah, true.
But all the other monsters, they can be recycled easily. Also, like Yakihiron gets your banished spells back. The Grand King of Memento is just so strong, and I think, do we use the effect of Creation King now?
Seems like it, yeah. And it felt for a moment like we also just targeted our own Tekutlika though, which then would not be, we would not be able to do the plan that I was suggesting anymore with bringing back another monster through the Tekutlika then, but yeah, looks like Emily is responding with the effect of Airlifter.
Or maybe we just ask what the cards do.
Yeah, possibly.
Let's see. At least we can clearly see that Emily's explaining what the cards do. Julia maybe not as familiar with the Rescue Ace cards, and I cannot blame him.
No, totally. And I mean, you said maybe it is just Julian's most favorite deck. I think that's a topic for the entire tournament. I think a lot of people here, we also saw the deck breakdown, 53% other decks.
Yeah.
People just enjoy their most favorite deck here at this event. They bring it, they play it for fun. Yesterday, we had many examples of that. For example, our Cyber Dragon duelist yesterday, Richard from the feature match, still X2, therefore still left in the competition as well. And that's a beautiful thing to see, honestly.
It's always the same with Nationals. People just show up, play their favorite decks, and just have a good time. And sometimes, as you can see, it works out quite well.
Okay, so we did not use the Creation King, just set one more card. That means no Fiendsmith combo, possibly. We are in the end phase, setting back with the field spell now.
But I'm not sure if that's really correct, because we have also not triggered Memento Mictlan yet, so we could even get back another monster. So at least, like, destroying the Creation King, I feel like would have been worth it. But let's see.
Sure enough does feel like it, but now it's Emily's turn. The message is already out of the bottle. We are playing Rescue Ace again, but how much can that Rescue Ace deck do here against still not an... It's still an impressive field that there is. Like, the Memento cards alone do provide so much value, and I think we have both Bone Party and the Fusion set here. Therefore, it's not guaranteed to be the Bone Party. It is the Fusion for sure, because we just set that back. Bone Party could still be there as well, though. But let's see, Emily, what we can do here to handle all of this.
I think Emily drew an Ash Blossom. Do you think that will be useful here? I think if it is Bone Party, yes, I guess. But otherwise, probably not, right?
Yeah. But, I mean, for the case that it is, that's pretty nice. Normal summons via Rescue Ace Hydrant.
It's Collector Rare versus Collector Rares.
Yeah, for sure. That's cool to see. And Julian, I mean, that is always the advantage, playing those... I mean, Rescue Ace has been around for a while, but it hasn't been in the spotlight for a while as well. Okay, now we use the effect of Tekutlika, trying to bring back a monster from the graveyard or summon one from the hand. More likely just from the graveyard, but let's see. Julian, yeah, nothing else there.
And it will be the Anguish, I assume. Yeah. And we might add Mace. The thing, though, is we cannot target the Hydrant, since it is not targetable as long as you control another Rescuers monster.
We could also consider just to use the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring on that, which Emily does. And Julian, any response to that? No, does not look like it.
I mean, the problem is the result is the same in the end. If he has a Bone Party, he'll just like destroy the Anguish, add another Eddie Mace that way. But we gotta see. As you already said, it's not clearly Bone Party.
Yeah, it's not, definitely. But if it is Bone Party, then I think ashing the Bone Party is just a little bit better. Okay, alert. Yeah. Trying to bring back a monster from the graveyard. And due to Hydrant being on the field, of course, I think we can even summon from the opponent's graveyard. Oh, there it is. Nice. Oh, yeah, normally you can only add, but if you have Hydrant, you can actually add one from your deck.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true.
Exactly.
Like, there's different...
Rescues the one reborning.
Yes, exactly.
Because it's rescuing the monster from graveyard, you know.
And there's only now the alert and the Hydrant on the artwork. Cool looking card.
Yeah, I mean, it has the same title as it says on the artwork, so...
Yeah.
Okay,
sure.
what are we adding? We're adding the Turbulence, I assume.
Yes.
And that cannot be summoned yet with the effects of itself, because they're... Oh no, the alert goes to the graveyard, then it can be summoned, because Impulse is already in graveyard.
It is.
Actually,
it's
two
confusing.
impulses.
Yeah, it's confusing. There's two impulses.
I mean Rescue as Impulse, of course. You cannot banish the Dominus Impulse for the effect of Turbulence.
For a second, Emily just took the alert back to the hand and then realized, oh, that card belongs into the graveyard, and I may as well just rather want to have it in the graveyard. Please note also, Anguish in the Anima Zone, and Emily quickly picks up on it, summons it right there, where Julian may have messed up, because there were plenty of free zones available. I mean, actually, one more that would have not played into Anima, but now we did, in the end, play into it.
Oh, and this is actually only the Grand Breakout, which is way worse than the Bone Party, because it only gets us to Memento and Goblin, and that card is way weaker here than the Maze would have been.
100%, and also it needs to be summoned to the field, where we can kind of easily handle it as well, so no real value. Upside, though, it is another monster, of course, that can be targeted with the Creation King, therefore a possible additional card we can destroy on our opponent's side of the field.
Yeah, the problem I see, though, is in case, like, here, I see, like, you could go for SP Little Knight quite quickly, and then try to banish the Tikutlia or the Creation King.
Yeah.
Whatever you prefer. And in that case, I mean, the Memento deck, I think, can recycle the Combined Creation from a banish pile, but it's not, like, as easy as...
It's just Rocky Huron. That's the only way, basically, yeah.
Yeah, so it is recyclable, but it's not free recycled, so...
Yeah.
We'll need to see, and I see Amelie still having, like, 5 or 6 cards in hand, so she must feel great.
This looks good, honestly. This looks really, really good. And, I mean, even though the Anima was not able to take up that Witch Fair, I still think that was a very valuable information for Emily there, knowing that that other set card is not Bone Party, is not Forbidden Droplet, is not Super Polymerization, worst case maybe even, and getting the info out now that it was Breakout, actually really, really good for her here, I think.
Yeah, definitely better than Maze. But I think, like, with Maze, because the problem is if Julian got to Maze, he could have just taken the Turbulence, so...
Yeah.
Again, we are checking the graveyard for a second, but I don't think we want to take something from the graveyard. We might just want to take something from the field.
Oh, we go after the Fusion, and I mean, that could just immediately force out the Guardian Chimera play, and I mean, honestly, you got to ask yourself, do you even want to do that here?
Oh yeah, that's really a good question, because in case the Fusion gets chained, Emily can just chain the SP Little and banish the Creation King, and in that case, Julian is left without interrupts.
I love this, just going after the set Memento and Fusion, which is confirmed to be there because we set it back in the end phase. Honestly, Rescue Ace, when you are playing into a field, is so beautiful. Like, I have some friends that play this deck religiously as Emily does, and it's just so cool to witness it. Oh, yeah, immediately, no time wasted. SP Little Knight gets chained by Emily. We're just thinking on the targets. Yep, Creation King shall leave the field. Actually, what I'm thinking here, though, is maybe you just let that resolve and Fusion summon into another Creation King, possibly?
The problem is, was a Memento card destroyed here, and I don't think
it
so.
wasn't, yeah.
And that means we would need to fuse all our field away.
Yeah.
Also, the issue is, Emily here will be able to resolve the Turbulence, because she has 1 in hand, which she can summon very easily, and still has another Emergency in hand we searched last turn. And therefore, I think Julian cannot really, like, prevent Turbulence here.
Ooh, I mean... Okay, now Memento Declan will be able to bring back from the graveyard after destroying our Creation King, and that should be a Guardian Chimera if I've ever seen one, and yes, it is indeed. So we're going to draw another card. Very important thing, though, here, the Memento Fusion still gets banished because it was targeted by the SP Little Knight originally.
Yeah, and there are now actually 2 Memento Fusions banished. I don't know if he even plays 3, but you can recycle that, of course.
You can. Okay, now Akihiron will trigger. We also, of course, will need to draw the Guardian Chimera.
Yeah, we will destroy the SP Little Knight and the Fire Engine. And then Emily knows she is free to do whatever she wants, except Julian draws like an effect Veiler or so.
I've never seen someone be so happy after getting their entire field destroyed. Emily really like, I can handle this because we have successfully baited out all the interruptions here on Julian's side. And now it's our time to shine. And yep, banishing. Oh, we do not only have the Turbulence, but we also have the Preventer here. This is huge.
Yeah, the Preventer is so nice. You're also giving us easy follow-up. The question is, can we maybe even like go for game this turn?
I would imagine so, honestly. Those Rescue Ace monsters, they're all so big.
The thing is, don't forget the Memento Miklan will trigger if Akihiron gets destroyed, and Akihiron can then add back something from the banish pile. So it's not as easy, and it's easy to forget the Memento Miklan effect.
Surely. I mean, maybe go for Nightmare Unicorn or something like that to play around it. There must be a way to play around this, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, Turbulence resolving. This is massive news here because we are going to fill up our Spell and Trap Zone here with 3 different cards. So we already drew a lot of the cards we would usually set. We saw the Alert, for example, which would have been joining the set party here.
Oh, but that means we either drew the Rescue or we not played at all, and I cannot imagine we don't play it, and therefore, does the monster with Rescue maybe cannot attack directly? Because that would make going for game so much easier if we get our own Guardian Camera that way.
Yeah, you're right. We must have Rescue already in hand because we are definitely running it.
Yeah, because then in that case, if we get some more Hydrant, we can special a monster from our opponent's graveyard or also from our graveyard and just go for another at least 3,300 damage with the Guardian Camera.
Yeah. So I'm wondering how often Emily had to give that TED Talk already throughout this weekend. Yeah, this Rescue Ace card does this, explaining the full deck again, basically for a year now already. She could say, hey, just watch my deck profile from last year, basically. I'm already explaining everything about it there already. So let's see how we can figure this all out.
Yeah, but of course, there's no OTK available because SP Little Knight was used.
Oh, true. Yeah, we can't go for the game here this turn anyhow, because that SP Little Knight was so valuable. But, I mean, it feels a lot safer having those cards in your Spell and Trap Zone now. Oh, look at that. Playing around
Nightmare
the field
Phoenix.
spell. There you go. Using the Nightmare Phoenix. And now, Julian is like, okay, you're also having Horus cards in this. That's interesting.
Yeah, now we revealed it to our opponent. I think it's still worth to discard the Happy because that card in your hand does not do a lot.
And we do also get to bring back the Fire Engine here.
Oh yeah, now you see it already. We are kind of link climbing while picking our opponent's field apart because that makes, you know, link 3, you know which one is coming, right?
Which one is it? It should be the Promethean Princess, right?
It's Promethean Princess, the bestower of flames, which will just get us back either our Preventer, our Hydrant if we want bonus effects. It's just such an amazing card.
It still is. It has been usually in the home of Snake Eye decks, but Rescue is, of course, very much welcoming this card as well as a full fire deck. Reading the Akihiron here again, but the Akihiron itself, I think, only triggers when it gets destroyed by card effect. Therefore, just attacking over it actually quite safe.
I honestly don't think it does, but I need to check.
So let's see. Oh, Yuyan reading it himself right now, just confirming, making sure.
Yeah, you're right. It actually needs to be destroyed by a card effect.
I'm a Memento master, my friend.
You are.
Don't question my Memento ways, please.
I'm sorry, man. But Guardian Camera kind of big, honestly, with 3,300. So the question is, do we even want to like get rid of it here, or are we just like, okay, you can keep that vanilla to 3,000, 3,000?
Yeah, and I mean, it's way easier to keep. Oh, yeah, the Rescue was in hand.
Yeah, and
correctly
will
assumed.
Preventer, and that will make it possible so we can book the Guardian Camera, because there is no polymerization in graveyard.
Yeah, true. That is absolutely true. I mean, it doesn't get much easier outing a Guardian Camera in face-down defense position, though, right? Because it is still pretty big in defense as well.
Oh, is it time for Raging Phoenix Zelantis? I hope Emily remembers the SP Little Knight, though.
We didn't remember it first, but let's see whether Emily still has that information available to herself.
She's like, okay, yeah, no, you don't need to mention him. I'll just set him there. No worries.
Quick shortcut. Now the Princess activates, and we chain the emergency. That's smart and heads up, because that means we're not going to destroy the Turbulence for the effect of Promethean Princess. It still resolves as far as possible, destroying the opponent's monster, which is the Guardian Camera now. That is very good from Emily's side. Oh, just grabbing that Akihiron there as well.
Making sure it really cannot doesn't trigger when destroyed by card effect. And now we will trigger the Raging Phoenix, I assume. Or we forgot.
We just go into the battle phase. Yeah. I mean, the Raging Phoenix can't even trigger anymore because we did not destroy our own monster anymore, right?
Oh, you're right. We didn't. True. I forgot.
So we attack over the Akihiron, as we thoroughly explained, will not trigger. Can't attack directly due to the SP Little Knight. I think we're passing like this.
Yeah, and now Julian has one unknown card in hand, which he drew off the Guardian Chimera, but a grave filled of Memento names. So how much can he do with them?
I mean, he doesn't have Memento Infusion in the graveyard, which is a huge issue because that is just the easiest follow-up in the world, but both of them are banished. But of course, Tekutlika is in the graveyard, so that's an easy special summon to have. You gotta realize though, if he wants to go into the battle phase, attack over stuff, there is now the Zelantis, which is calling currently, able and ready to destroy 2 cards at once.
But I don't know.
Oh, that was the card we drew off the Guardian Chimera. That's massive.
Yeah, the Anguish is very good, but we contained that immediately, negating it and saying like it cannot be used for fusion or link material.
Yep. Emily not containing her excitement about that, to be honest.
And the problem now is, in case like he summons the Combined Creation, Emily can also just extinguish it.
Yes, and I think that is what we're going to do now. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the second time in this match. Summoning out Tekutlika. And Emily immediately thinking about whether she wants to respond to that. Yeah. Not an effect that activates, just summons it out. But of course, on the summon, we could now immediately go after it.
Yeah, the thing is, does she really need to? Because like we cannot link off the Anguish here.
True.
So what does the Combined Creation even do? Like threatening battle phase, or is the Zelantis being ready to pop both of them? So I don't know if she needs to extinguish here. And
Very
it looks
much.
like we're going game 2.
Wow, what an impressive performance there by Emily. Only having the impulse combination of Rescue Ace Impulse and Dominus Impulse going second, but still playing through all of that there. That was crazy, crazy strong. And that shows you once again, if you are masterfully good at your own deck and can pilot it to perfection, you can even just with Engine purely play through an entire field there easily.
Yeah, and that wasn't like, I wouldn't call it a half-put from Memento.
No.
He was able to do like his whole Memento stuff, like setting up the graveyard, even having a fusion. The only thing he missed, of course, was the Bone Party Tri-Horned, or Total Horn, sorry, combo. But still, it was a very, very good field. But Emily just showed like how good this Rescuer's Impulse is into that field, simply because the Impulse made it so that she started with 2 monsters already on the board.
That was a huge advantage.
And that way she could just threaten like all the interrupts very easily, because 2 monsters on field can easily go into an SP Little Net, as we saw. And that is also like 2 interrupts kind of.
Yeah, I think Julian just maybe overnight, because obviously this is day 2 now, forgot that he's playing the Fiendsmith cards. Maybe he has been playing pure Memento for the longest time, because there's Fiendsmith cards in his deck, and he just refused to go into that part of his deck there. And I think he could have had, if he just extended his combo by using the on-field effect of the Creation King to go after the opponent's monsters, he could have just gotten there, honestly.
Yeah, definitely. He would have had a way. Yeah, especially, I don't know if he triggered Akihiro on turn 1.
I think we did that, yeah.
Okay.
Or did we? You're right. I'm not 100% sure either. But definitely we did not trigger the Memento Dickland.
Yeah, Memento Miklan. Yeah, that card was definitely not triggered, and therefore we had definitely a way to get like more bodies probably. And then, yeah, I mean, but honestly, the Fiendsmith engine gets a lot worse when there's already 2 bodies on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Also, we haven't really given you the introduction about their scores yet. They are 5-2 currently, meaning if you lose this feature match on this score, you are not able to reach top 16 anymore. You have to win the last 2 and remaining rounds of Swiss for today. And even then, you got to be a little bit lucky, because not all of these 7-2 finishers will make it into our top cut of top 16. But I mean, if you have that score right now, obviously you're going to sit down and you're trying your luck to make it into that top 16, especially for Emily, as she wants to go back-to-back, as she already did top 16 last year with the very same deck even.
Yeah, definitely. I think her chances are not too bad, because you have like probably like third of the people like top, and I think like players are ready for game 2, so why don't we head back to the feature match table?
That was the quickest side decking I've ever witnessed, honestly. That was so quick by them. And being ready again, Julian is able to go into the main phase. And we do get to start with our most powerful normal summon once again.
Yeah, it's a quarter-century secret where you always draw him, you know?
Yeah, that's the easy rule.
Yeah.
If you just upgrade into quarter century, you're going, oh, we're searching for Sleepy, has to mean we already have the Tatsuno Chichogo in hand. Or, as we saw in game 1, Julian just likes to play it differently, maybe. But there it is. Okay, there is the Tatsuno Chichogo.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have been like shocked if he didn't have that one in hand, and now he uses the effect. And Emily did not have Impulse nor anything else. Or does she?
Nope. We're we're going. I mean, okay, the Sleepy already is in hand, so it does make sense this time a lot more, as we do not have to go for the Getic Sleepy combination here anymore. So is Mace in hand again? Oh, Anguish. Oh, okay.
Mace is not, but Getic might be in hand.
Should be, yeah. Going this way, Getic probably is in hand, which is, of course, is not optimal. One thing, though, now with already having access to Sleepy through searching it with the Anguish, you can just go Sleepy, Fusion Summon with the Maze, and when it gets to the graveyard, Oh, we're sending the Maze like that. Okay. Julian just likes to do it differently, honestly.
Yeah, here we send a Getic and a Fusion. That's kind of a nice play, because now, if there's like an Impulse or so on Sleepy, we can just easily use the Memento Fusion. Yeah, which we added back of Getic.
Oh yeah, that was a shortcut, honestly. So we sent both cards, then Getic triggers, Getic comes back and adds back the Fusion. And actually, I do like this because Julian, I'm almost certain, did this to play around the Bestial, and he did so very nicely, honestly.
Yeah, that was quite a nice way, but if we got like Steel Bestials on a Getic, because it's dark, I think.
Yeah, but he couldn't Bestial there because the field was empty when the Getic came back.
You're right. Yeah, true.
That was very nicely done.
Empty, yeah. Nice way, and there's a Creation King sending another copy of itself, and probably from the deck the Akihiro and Anti-Creation, Combined Creation?
Probably, yeah. I would expect a Kutlika here. Where is it? Searching for it desperately.
Must be a one-off if he's like searching that long.
Play two of that. That would be crazy, honestly. I mean, speaking of crazy, though, looking at... Oh, okay, we sent the Dark Blade. Looking at the side deck from Julian, I think he has been a little bit crazy there because he has not only decided to bring one of the Memento trap cards, but it is both of them somehow.
Yeah, it's Cranium Burst
and Fracture Dance. Both of them, yeah.
And not only that, he also brought one copy of There Can Be Only One.
Not only one of them, but then also There Can Be Only One. Wow.
But I just expect There Can Be Only One will not be cited in here.
Yeah. I mean, it does cut off some things. Like, you can't go into... I mean, I'm not sure.
Just does a bit.
Yeah.
I don't know, especially if you're already citing the Cranium Burst and so.
Yeah.
The question is, how easy can we get to that now? Because we didn't send it off the Creation King, so the only way we can get it back is Maze.
Yeah, true.
Which, either way, we have that in Graveyard already, and we still have the Memento Mix line open. But, yeah.
Alrighty, so we're using now the Twin Dragon effect, searching for Tekutlika and for the Horn Dragon.
Yeah. Will it bring back the Maze now?
We could. So this looks a lot smoother from Julian. Of course, he wasn't interrupted in any way, but I think this looks like one of those standard combos that he did prepare beforehand. And look at that, we're also triggering the field spell. This is massive. Look at this field filled with Memento monsters where the Dark Blade also has not even been used yet this turn.
But doesn't this look a bit fragile to Nibiru, the Primal Being now?
Stop it. There is no Nibiru coming.
They don't have it.
They do not have it at all. And Julian... And I mean, to be honest, sometimes you can read your opponent a little bit. And honestly, Emily right now, Emily does just not look like she has Nibiru, the Primal Being there. Sometimes you can just read your opponent like that.
I mean, I'll never say my opponent surely does not have Nibiru, the Primal Being. Because then, like, you know, the rocket comes like at the worst possible spot, so...
Yeah, if you're good at actor, sure, you can play it down like that. But sometimes it's pretty face-up, you gotta admit.
Yeah, definitely. And now Akihiro adding back the Fusion. We still have Mace on the field, which we will trigger, I assume, soon.
Yeah. Or maybe we just want to link it off to go into the Fiendsmith combo this time around, because surely this time we have so many monsters, there must be a way to go into the Fiendsmith combo
And
here.
that's also nice. I think like it was Mace destroying the Sleepy. We get the Cranium Burst.
This is crazy, because we get the Cranium Burst here, and we probably send the Fracture Dance now as well. And then we can set it back in the end phase. And having both trap cards is just crazy, crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the Cranium Burst, doesn't it also like protect your Caesar?
You can only attack him, which is kind of crazy.
The Memento, the
only the Tekutlika.
Yeah.
Which is pretty hilarious, because I've had that so many times. Flipping this, the opponent's like, okay, yeah, I need to attack over your SP Little Knight now, and then in the battle phase, yeah, have fun, bro, you have to attack into my Tekutlika now. It is like, they actually even have to attack. It's not optionally.
Yeah, and there we send the Fracture Dance to the graveyard, which I think, how much does it pop?
I think it's just one.
Just one? Okay.
But still, that's pretty good. And now, finally, the Moon of the Closed Tavern, Fiendsmith Requiem. And Emily realizes in game one, she did not even have that information available, that there is a full Fiendsmith package available. Oh, Okay, yeah, we are bringing out Lacrima, and that makes it even tougher to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Just still chilling the Dark Blade. I don't know what he does there. Like, when is he leaving?
I mean, he can still use it to just get more monsters into rotation.
I think he used it already. I think he already destroyed something to get the Goblin.
That's fair. Okay, now make Necroker Princess. Can we somehow also get this to trigger? This would be a funny interaction because you could technically use the Goblin on your turn, just discarding it and then triggering the Necroker Princess off of that.
Is it usable on your turn?
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Mace is not, but Goblin is.
Okay.
And nope, we do not do that though. We just transform those 2 level 6 monsters into a Caesar. And Emily says, that is enough. I have seen enough of that. 1-1 the score. The combo with the Fiendsmith package also was too good to go through it. And we do have a Memento winner there. And that is Julian. Let's see how quickly they are with side taking this time around. Because you see the round timer ticking there on the top left corner. It's not that much time available anymore.
Yeah, and I think Julian is that happy because, like, his opponent just scooped after seeing the Fiendsmith card, and he just feels like, okay, I was right to play the Fiendsmith cards because they saved me this game. They saved me winning the feature match. So he'll be like, he'll think he was right.
Yeah. And I mean, the beauty of the rescue strategy though is it is somewhat, it can at least be somewhat simple in what it does. Like you can just go airlifter, hydrant, summon out the turbulence, set for pass. And that can be like a 2-minute thing if you are really under time trouble. You can also, of course, now with the Horus cards, will play as like a super big combo instead as well. But that may be difficult with all of those, with that little amount of time left.
Yeah, and this time around, Emily will be able to go first. And I just checked her side deck. She plays 3 copies of Solemn Judgment.
Ooh,
and
can be dangerous.
And then also a Thrust package with 1 D barrier. Do you think that comes in against Memento deck?
Yes. I think the fusion summoning part of the Memento deck is very, very, very important. And I think you definitely want to make sure to prevent that. Sure, they can also link climb to some degree, but I think the fusion part is way, way more scary.
They also play the Fiendsmith cards, though, which are way better under the barrier because you don't really need to go for Necro Group, especially not go second, and neither you need to go for Desiree. You can just pick a bit apart with the Engraver and then maybe go for a Chaos Angel.
Yeah.
Even though that might not be light and dark, it will still be quite good.
I mean, I gotta look it up. Is he even able to fit in that Chaos Angel? Yeah, he is. There's Chaos Angel in his extra deck. Fair enough.
I mean, I assume. I think like if you play Fiends with the Chaos Angel, it's kind of mandatory. What do you think?
I'm not sure. Depends on how big the actual engine of your deck is, right? It does become kind of tight in some of the decks because the Fiendsmith package, it does add up. You need to, of course, run Requiem. You need to, in most decks, run Moon of the Closed Heaven. Sometimes you can just not play it because you have a rank 4 that is Light Fiend as well with the Exciton Knight, of course, as well. But generally speaking, I think Chaos Angel is probably at the end of things I would include. I would probably, I mean, asking the questions, would you rather play Agnum Day or Chaos Angel?
Oh, that's a very, very difficult
That's the one it comes down to sometimes, maybe.
The thing is, I have more often missed the Chaos Angel than I would have missed the Agnum Day, simply for one reason. I think the Agnum Day was very, very important when we still had Bestial Druid's Worm at full capacities of 3. Yeah. Because the Agnum Day kind of helps outing it. And I think
fair enough.
Players are ready for game 3. So why don't we go back to the all-deciding game?
And there we have it. Over 10 minutes remaining. And Emily finally, for the first time now, able to go first.
But does Emily have a play in hand? I just see a lot of traps and a Drawel.
I think I see an airlifter, and that's as good as it gets,
I think that's Impulse.
Oh, no. You gotta be kidding me, Emily. Ay. That's not great.
I think
Set
the spell
one
is
pass.
Headquarter.
Oh, no. Oh, and that one card was the Solemn Judgment, and it is gone with the quickness being dealt with the Harpiest Feather Duster.
Yeah, but we have to start the Goblin, which is a very good start against Emily's interruptions, honestly, because Impulse cannot be used on it, nor can draw Lockbird.
Oh, okay, we do use the
that
Impulse
can be used on it, to be fair. I meant Dominus Impulse, of course.
Yeah.
But Dominus Impulse also destroys now since a trap is in the graveyard.
That's true. That's maybe very valuable.
So that might come up, but I don't want to destroy Sleepy, honestly. So what do I get? Now we're getting Fire Attacker now. Now it's again the Fire Engine.
It is Fire Engine. Okay, the Goblin does resolve. Goblin, we can send Gaddick and Sleepy here if we want to, and that is a pretty good combination to send, honestly.
Yeah, and there is now no no monster or no card on the field of Julian, so we also cannot impulse it because we kept the impulse in hand.
Yep. Gaddick.
Gaddick, yeah. Is it a Sleepy, or does he still adjust his line again?
And we could also go for Tatsunouchi Chogo, but it is for Sleepy.
It's
because we haven't used Tatsunouchi Chogo to get those cards into the graveyard. Okay. Gaddick comes back, uses the effect, adds back Sleepy.
Yeah, but
Fire Engine activated as well.
I feel like the Drone Lockbird is such a weird decision against Memento deck because I feel like in most cases it doesn't do that much, and if you already have the Judgment to side in, I don't know if I would side in the Drone Lockbird.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. Having Drone Lockbird against this deck can randomly be a little good, but it's just not one of those decks where you just want to have Drone Lockbird against. I mean, Drone Lockbird is super popular in the current format for a reason. Mitsurugi strategies crumble to it often enough, and Ryzeal strategies too, but Memento is surely not one of the decks where you are like, oh yeah, Drone Lockbird is the best card in my deck right now.
Yeah, and the other thing is also, like, I don't think we can do much with the Impulse, and we have Memento Miklan already in hand. That might be good for Emily, though, because that card is so easily searchable that it's better to our opponent.
Sleepy effect.
Do we need to Impulse that?
Honestly, I think we need to Impulse this.
What does Sleepy send, though? Does it send?
It can send any Memento cards, but what are you going to send?
A Fusion.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, sending Fusion is pretty crazy. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I think we wait and then try to impulse the twin-headed dragon.
But you can't. You mean the graveyard effect or what?
No, the one to search it. It searches. Oh no, impulse. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
no, I thought
yeah,
about roll. I
can't.
thought we can roll it though. I don't know if that's better though.
It's really not that easy. Okay, Sleepy. Looks like we are resolving the Fusion summoning effect.
Is it
using Gaddick, using Horn Dragon from hand. And there is now the Twin Dragon coming down.
Yeah, and that will add 2 cards. Then we can drop the Drone Lockbird. Oh, of course we don't impulse before because that locks us out of Drone Lockbird as well.
But that card doesn't do anything here anymore, honestly.
Yeah, but I think here we need to bet on it doing anything, I feel like.
I mean, now having the field spell Hard Drawn is even better because we don't even need to search it anymore with the Creation King. So there's barely anything we can even search in this deck anymore. Like, Bone Party can special summon, so you don't need to search with it. There is the Drone Lockbird.
Yeah.
Look, Julian is like, yeah, okay, sure. If we have to do it, absolutely fine.
Yeah, now we need to just try a card for the Twin Dragon, I think, right?
Philip, I'm trying to find a card that would even play into the Drone Lockbird here. I'm struggling to even imagine one.
That is really a very difficult question, honestly.
There is nothing in this deck that really searches now from this point out anymore.
I mean, Talons would, but draw.
Yeah, okay, but that is some very good options that you can work around that as well.
No, I agree with you. Probably the Drone Lockbird does literally nothing here, and I think that's like a slight mistake to side it in. But I mean, it also helps you against Mulchamis yourself, but I feel like we already saw in the past that Rescuers is one of the decks that can play through with low amount of special summons that can do a lot already with Turbulence.
100%, yeah, for sure. It can play around Charmy so nicely, and I think that is actually one of the main selling points of the deck in the current format, because it can adjust to those Charmies so nicely and so good. Okay, we're going to send Maze, Goblin, and probably also the Angwitch.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Because we didn't need to use the Tatsunouchi Shigo yet, right?
And now we can even use the Memento Miklan to bring back the Angwitch if we want to. Okay, actually, we forgot the Angwitch. We can't search with Angwitch now anymore. That is one application that there is for the Drone Lockbird, I guess. Okay. Yeah. Dominus Impulse being used on the effect of... Was that on Memento Miklan?
Probably it was. I think like that. I feel like here in this case, you just need to gamble a bit with your impulse and hope that it throws your opponent off.
I think it was on Akihiron, right? Because I don't think we
need to be, yeah, no, we didn't make land because that would have been destroyed as well. So let's see.
Probably. Julian, you still must have a way to get through this. Is there... Wait, is there Tekutlika already in the graveyard?
I think it's in hand.
So yeah, true, we searched for it. You're right, you're right. Very true. But time is running lower and lower now, Julian. And I mean, the good thing about keeping the Akihiro in the graveyard is we cannot do the funny Memento line for 8,000 points of damage. We cannot make our Tekutlika and our Creation King attack directly anymore with the Akihiro on-field effect. Still, though, we can just summon our Tekutlika. And that thing has 5,000 attack points. And If we have the Bone Party available too, we can even do some piercing damage this turn if necessary.
Yeah, but I don't think we have the Bone Party here, because I think that would have come already, but we have the Grand Breakout. Interesting.
How much does that do right now?
I'm really confused, because that card does not destroy, and the Goblin was used already, I think, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's really weird to use that Goblin.
Oh.
What are we going? Oh, we just go into the
Fiendsmith Engine.
Sequence or Moon of the Closed Tavern.
Oh, why did we even use the Grand Breakout here?
I can tell you, we needed another name in the graveyard. I think Julian
Oh,
perfectly
Vertikutli,
calculated
okay.
that out, and I think we need to have 5 in total again, of course, for Vertikutlika, and therefore we had to bring out that Goblin there.
That does make a lot of sense. And also the Grand Breakout wouldn't have done a lot anyway, so...
Fair enough.
Use it.
Lacrima.
But is that better than just like running over the 2 bodies now?
I mean, yeah, maybe we get to Desiree. Desiree sends one of them. I think we are just trying to get some damage going here, honestly.
Yeah, I think
Engraver.
we could have done all the same main phase 2, so...
I mean, the important thing now is we need to deal damage. We only have 4 minutes and a couple seconds available here, so using the effect of Requiem now.
And you're right, Desiree sequence does do damage here, because we can just like keep the sequence first attack, or we even have Agnum Day, that would also help.
Sequence effect. We could have, by the way, there also went Chaos Angel, which would have also done damage, funnily enough.
Yeah, but the Desiree, of course, is in Emily's turn doing something, because now we know there is a play, there is emergency. In case Emily draws any monster, then it should be a play.
Yep, okay. But Julian does play quite quickly here, which is nice, because that might mean Emily gets to have another turn. Agnum Day now.
Not game, though, I think. Oh, no, we can bring back the Combined Creation, and then this could be game.
If that was for having 5 monsters in the graveyard, I think that might actually be... Wait, it's still...
But
It's still not game, I think. It's still a lot of damage.
No, I mean, what we should have done is, like, we should have used the effect of Desiree, shuffle back the sequence, send the Airlifter, and then go attack with Agnum Day, effect of Agnum Day.
Oh, it is the handshake, though. Nevertheless, Julian wins it in the end with Memento Fiendsmith after... Oh, look, and the crowd is going wild. The hometown hero, maybe, and Julian is the winner of this. After losing game 1 going first, it really looked like Emily might be the one taking charge of this featured match here. But no, in the end, it was Julian. Also mainly, of course, due to that unfortunate game freehand there from Emily, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, she at least had a lot of non-engine, so I cannot really blame her. Because normally I would say, like, okay, if your deck plays a lot of engine requirements, then, okay, you just sometimes have to draw them. It's just, like, mathematically impossible to never draw them. But here she even drew non-engine, but it wasn't enough because Memento just playing very well through non-engine. Do you think without the Duster, the Solemn Judgment would have maybe saved her?
I mean, honestly, against that deck, I think sometimes you just go Solemn Judgment on the normal summon, which was the Goblin there, and it could have been enough, actually. I think there was a world where that would have been enough, but of course it was not due to the Harpiest Feather Duster.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out why was that Droll and Lockbird still in Emily's deck? Because I was thinking, maybe she sides heavily against Malice, so having the Artifact Lancea and the Chaos Hunter, so with siding patterns, it just doesn't work out to side that card out anymore there.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I think I would rather have Artifact Lancea than Droll and Lockbird against the Memento deck, to be honest.
Yeah, the issue is normally like Droll and Lockbird is a very, very good card go first because it can like also protect your board.
Yeah.
Or your field even more because you have like your whole field and then your opponent is like, okay, he tries to play into your field with his engine.
Surely. Adds
a card and you're like, okay, yeah, Droll and Lockbird, and then we often see people like, okay, I can't play through that roll as well. But in this case, against the Memento deck, I don't think that was correct.
You saw it. You saw it in practice. There was not anything that she was stopped with. She just, she resolved to Droll and Lockbird, and then Julian was, okay, sure, let's do this now. That literally changes no thing.
It might have been better if she started, Anguish.
Yeah, possibly a little bit. Also, of course, there was the hard-drawn field spell, which helps against this as well.
But I don't know if that did that much here, honestly. But yeah, still a great showing of the Memento deck again. Still your secret pick, or...? I mean, it's not even secret more for you, because we know you're like rooting for the Memento deck every event.
Yeah. I mean, it still keeps on performing, right?
Yeah.
2 YCS titles under their belt. Now also last weekend at the Austrian National Championship, of course, a top 4 finish with Kevin bringing it there. That was the pure version. Now maybe this weekend it is time for the Memento Fiendsmith version to be on top of it. But now that we get closer to the top cut, Philip, let me ask you the question. what deck is going to win this weekend for you personally? What is the pick?
Okay, I'll make a very boring pick, honestly. I think Mitsurugi will win. And now I'll make the interesting pick.
Be more specific with it, though.
And now I'll make the interesting. It will be Octoadic Mitsurugi.
It will be Octoadic.
I think I saw Yoho like crushing his opponents the whole time yesterday.
Okay.
And I'm betting on him, honestly, because like I know he's a very capable player, of course.
Surely, he was at the World Championship before.
Yeah. And I think like the Octo Mitsu deck is very interesting, and I really want to see it win also.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
So
yeah, it's a cool deck.
So what is your pick, my friend?
I will not go with that, I can tell you.
Okay.
I think it is going to be, even though also similar, a little bit
Don't say
boring,
Malice.
I think it is the bounce back weekend of Malice. Last weekend, only one Malice deck in top 16 in Austria. I think we're going to have the comeback of them. I think, for example, immediately in round 1, we saw Raul Sanders playing the deck really well.
Yeah.
I think he is still X1 doing decently well overall, too.
You know against who he lost yesterday?
Who did he lose? Probably against Yoho,
Yoho,
right?
correct. Yeah. Yoho won it, and so I think like I'm very sure that he'll be able to do it again if he needs to.
Maybe that's going to be our finals. That would be a crazy call out if that is going to be finals.
Then I'll make a brave call now because my call is boring. No Malice in top 4.
Okay, that is a brave call indeed. And if I have to go off the charts, if I have to say what kind of under the radar deck might be performing best, I think I saw an incredible amount of Crystron still at the top tables. Therefore, I would not be surprised if we do again have multiple Crystron decks in the top 16, as we already had in Austria, funnily enough, because there were 2 Crystron decks in top 16
You know,
there
I'll
too.
never bet against Crystron, so...
I'm also never betting again the Memento deck again, because we have a Memento winner for this feature match, of course. So let's hear it from them and Leo in the winner's interview.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm joined by Julian, who just won this round. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually. It was a tough matchup, but I feel like just because this was my first time at like a feature match, I wasn't playing to my best ability, but I was able to scrape the win somehow, so I'm happy.
Well, definitely. Have you ever played at the Dutch Nationals before?
No, this is my first Dutch Nationals, actually. I've been to a few YCSs, but for Nats, this is my first time.
How are you liking it so far?
It's great. A lot of people enjoy the game. There's cool vendors with stuff. I really like it, yeah.
So at Nationals, the meta game is a little bit different. I mean, on day 2, you just played versus Horus Rescue Ace.
Yeah.
How are your matchups so far?
So far, I've been pretty well prepared. The Horus and the Rescues I had not read before this, so this was really just, all right, I know there's a big guy, I need to stop the big guy, but yeah, that's all I knew. Other than that, I've been playing a lot of Mitsu, which I've been preparing for, Malice as well. Some have been better than others, but so far I've been succeeding at the matchups I've prepared, so I'm happy.
Oh, that's good. You actually played versus a lot of meta decks. Yeah. Let's talk about your deck for a little bit. Yeah. Some people are playing one Engraver in Memento, some people are cutting the entire engine. Why have you decided to go full on Fiendsmith?
I think it just covers a lot of the weaknesses in the current meta, because like a lot of people are playing Droll, and Memento can play on a Droll, but this is a 2 cards on your field just become a big boy, just through Droll, no problem. It also helps a lot with the board breakers that people are siding in, like Duster and Lightning Storm. You can just make a Desiree to negate that. And it's just a way to stop Nibiru with using the Caesar. So that's why I like the Fiendsmith still in Memento. I think it's better.
And what did you cut for it?
Just a lot of the hand traps, which I just don't think are as powerful this format, so I'm just very low on hand traps, just Fubulos, Imperm, and some in the side like Droll and Ghost Bell. Because I don't think they are that impactful this format, so I just prefer to play a lot of extenders and cards that let me play through cards like Imperm.
All right then, so if you end up making it to top 16, because you are X2, so you're on the bubble still, do you think you can take it all the way?
I'm gonna try for sure. I'm gonna take that I'm lock in, and I'll do my best.
That's what I wanted to hear, Julian. Thank you so much for your time. Guys, this was the interview for this round, but we have a lot more content coming. The next round is gonna start soon, and we have some Guess the Card for you guys in the break. Stay tuned.
Welcome back for a small mini game, and we're playing Guess the Card, and I'm here with Joris. Joris, go ahead.
Is it a monster card?
No.
No. So it is a spell card?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Is it a famous spell card?
It is quite famous.
Quite famous. Is it a mystical space typhoon?
It is Mystical Space Typhoon! Congratulations, you got that quite quick. Did you expect that?
No, frankly, no.
Yeah, but it looked like you knew the card, of course. It was very famous, I guess. And you guys at home, make sure to check back when we have another mini game or another feature match for you. Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of Swiss. And we have a real banger match because we have decided to feature Table 1, where we have some very interesting decks. The game has already started, and we have already seen a Snake Rain, so we don't want to waste any more time, so we go right into the game. Let's go. Oh, we don't go right into the game. We need like a minute or so.
Okay, Snake Rain. Let's
Snake
talk
Rain.
about Snake Rain. All right. Have you ever been outside? Beautiful sunny day. All of a sudden clouds appear. Snakes. Snakes everywhere. Snake raining. No, of course we're talking about the Octo-Addict strategy. And the card that isn't even part of that theme, Snake Rain, just looks like it was absolutely designed for Octo-Addicts because by the mere cost of discarding one card, which makes kind of vulnerable to Ash Blossom Joy Spring, you get to mill 4 reptiles. Send 4 reptiles from the deck to the graveyard, and then what?
Yeah, so we send like some, what's it called? The Octo-Addict cards, the Noya,
Cursor.
Yeah, and then we do our combo. And now I got to sign. Now we are finally ready. So let's not waste any more time. Let's go right to the feature match. And there we have him, and we already see an Ash Blossom resolved. I expect that was resolved on Snake Rain probably.
Yeah.
And we see some Fiendsmith cards as well.
Was it though? Because there is Nunu in the graveyard. Maybe Nunu was sent from the hand.
Yeah, it can send itself from the hand to send another card from the deck to the graveyard. And now we go into the Necroquip Princess and go for the High Wave King Caesar, I assume.
Yep. That's if that is the full end field of Yoho, that can't be his absolute dream coming true. We have the Night Serpent, so I assume there is more things to come, because you just don't normal summon that and then look happy. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course we have Cursor.
Yeah, there is
full combo.
That's I assume we use Noya to send this to the graveyard. And now, of course, Henrik needs to read this.
Or did we maybe bait the Ash Blossom with something? That's something I've seen Yoho do on Table 1 before.
That could actually be. We could have like easily baited with prayers, I assume.
Yeah.
I also was informed that a Murakumo already resolved.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, no idea.
There's Noya. We will get this one back.
And Noya can search. Oh, that's a very nice Infinite Impermanence, to be honest. I mean, now you're down to 3 cards in hand on the side of Henrik.
Oh, there's so many names there. Definitely
wait.
Snake.
Do you have something to chain to this? Oh no, we activate.
No, we get that one back from grave as well, and that will allow our opponent, I think, to summon an Ash Blossom, but I don't think you want to summon that Ash Blossom to your field.
I mean, you can.
No, in that case, you have a monster with 0 attack for the Reptilian.
True. Oh, Philip. That explains why yesterday in the featured match, someone decided to not summon back the Drone Lockbird. That's actually cool.
Is that the... This is not Noya, right? This is
That's Nunu.
Nunu, right? Yeah. And now we go for Haggard Lizardos.
And this card, previously only seen in Malice, popped out of nowhere. And now it's just a generic card draw.
Yeah, and now what are we doing with it? We just drawing 1 card, I assume, but what are we banishing?
Yeah, that's the next good question. I think you can take a Sagi or a Serpent. Yeah, Serpent is not really a resource anymore.
The Serpent, and this will... We will adjust the attack of our Haggard Lizardos, and we'll draw 1 card.
Pre-prep. Come on. 60 cards, you can find that pre-prep. It has to be in there somewhere. If you're playing 60 cards in a Mitsurugi deck, there's no way you don't play pre-preparation of rights, right?
Okay, so, and there is the Preyas tributing the Habakiri, and I assume we start... Yeah, now I know what happened.
Yeah.
We start with Habakiri,
Ash.
we send Sagi. Sagi got ashed, because Sagi's in the graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
And then we just went like, Snake Rain.
Yeah. Do you always ash the Sagi and not the Habakiri? Yes, right?
Yeah, you ash the
100%,
Sagi,
right?
I'm pretty sure.
Makes no sense to not do that.
I mean, you just try to get like the resource out of the deck, especially because they could like somehow get it, or sometimes they have the Sagi in hand.
Yeah.
And here we will get back to Sagi, but of course we cannot search because we did that already. And it's looking very good for Yoho.
Yep, now he's just going to go super combo here. He has attempted to start comboing, and that's the reason why we're seeing the Ash Blossom and the Infinite Impermanence there. These cards have kind of vanished a little bit from the meta game. I mean, Ash Blossom is still very prevalent, but most of the time, because going first, it negates the Molchamis. But now, look at this. Used Ash Blossom and Infinite Impermanence, and look at this field. Yoho hasn't even stopped yet. He's already set up everything he wants to. This is full Mitsurugi combo. This is a DDD Wave King Caesar. I don't know what else he can put out. I think the only thing that ups the ceiling even more of this deck is to get that Octo-Addict Daybreak.
Yeah, I gotta correct myself for a second. Of course, not the Murakuma resolve before. It was the Habakiri I meant with the summon from deck, and therefore now Murakumo still can use its effect when it's tributed off of, as an example, again by the ritual.
Yeah. now. 3 cards in hand, 4 after the draw phase. Maybe, I mean, we have seen cool versions of decks with Mitsurugi. So far, the second place after Swiss in Switzerland played a hand loop Mitsurugi Raziel.
Oh, great. Great.
Yes, you summon Ouroboros.
Oh, and there's your favorite card.
Oh, it's Wuzu!
It's
I love Wuzu. This is actually an amazing card. I played versus Basti earlier, and I just tributed his DDD Wave King Caesar. And
No, the card is really good, but yeah. I mean, not doing a lot here, honestly, when you're starting your turn. Except we might tribute it now, but no, we don't.
That's true. I mean, it has, I think, arguably the worst being tributed effect. You can just discard the card and put it back into your hands, so that's not the greatest thing for the Wuzu. But Wuzu has aura. I mean, this card looks so cool.
I mean, it's a Kaiju that recycles itself, theoretically.
That as well, and I mean, Wuzu is just, it's sitting on a snake, sitting on a big snake, very cool. So
let's
card.
see, and there's the mirror.
Wow, we're going in here. What else do we have? We have the Habakiri that we have sent away earlier. Sometimes the mirror confuses me because the mirror is actually a proper ritual summon, and with prayers you can't summon back the cards that you have discarded or tributed, or the ritual monsters at least. So that is... sometimes you think, okay, I can't summon back this card, I can't trigger it and summon it back of its own effect. But the mirror can summon those cards, of course, because it's a proper ritual summon.
Yeah, and now we see 3 rituals on the field, and I'm very sad we don't see like an XYZ summon here with 2 of them. But there will be sequence for...
Oh, yeah.
But is there another engrave? Oh, it's a bow, of course. You know, because I was already wondering, is there another engraver in the graveyard? But of course, we can also go for the bow here.
The Lightless Shadow.
The bow Q, yeah. And what can we bring back from
You can make this field even more cracked. Definitely. So I think... Okay, so the Octoadic cards, they have cool graveyard effects, but I don't think summoning them back to the field makes a lot of sense. So I'm not too sure. We sent the Wuzu... We discard the Wuzu for a bow. And we just... of course! we summon the Neuer, so we can get either the Lily or the Octo.
I'm a bit confused because we might also get the Octo Abyss still on the field, because we can actually summon it from a graveyard by tributing 3 monsters, and you know which cards trigger of tributing.
Well, not the Murakumo anymore.
But the Futsu.
Yeah, that is true. But I mean, tributing...
But we don't need it, we just go SP Little Knight.
That was a bit anticlimactic.
Yeah, really. I was really hoping we see like the big Octoadic boss.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing is we have the Futsu on the field, so the Murakumo is sitting well in the graveyard there. I think that we pretty much should have a prayer set as well. We have added the Lily, and Lily is, of course, a monster reborn, basically. It's a normal spell, so it's not an interruption on the opposing turn, but it sends a reptile from the graveyard.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't think like Yoho really needs more interrupts here.
I think he's good. I think that Yoho has cooked with his infield. And what do you think is the strongest? Another Impermanence.
Impermanence is the strongest card here, probably, to start off. The question is, what can Malice do with 3 cards against that Mitsurugi board?
Imagine Henrik had kept the first Impermanence anyways, because like those cards did nothing. There is no way that you make a bigger field with this deck. What can you do more with this deck?
That is a really good question, but I think the SP Luna gets way worse against Dormos here, of course.
That is true. Yeah, actually, Henrik might get to play a little bit, even though we have seen that people play in Malice Bomber Dragon as a big tool to play in the mirror match. And if Dormouse activates here, special summons out a White Rabbit. Rabbit will activate to set a trap card, and then Futsu is going to summon back the Murakumo, and Murakumo is gonna say bzzzt, Raigeki.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused slightly, because I thought like maybe we can just like bow the Dormouse here.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need to. The thing now is, here you could bring back the Murakuma, and it would be really good, because we wouldn't be able to chain, but now it would be too late here.
No, I think you can chain the... you're going to set the trap now in the same chain, right? So when Murakumo activates, you can chain the trap card, but you...
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you chain the trap card, it doesn't do anything.
But you can like chain the... what is it? The M7... No, it's MTP that searches, MTP searches, right?
Yeah.
You chain the MTP, you banish the Dormos, and you'll get back Dormos and add in March Hare. So I don't know if that's really necessary here to go that risk, or just like make it more easier.
I mean, you get the Dormouse summon effect out, then March Hare has no valuable target in the graveyard anymore.
I mean, it's another body at least. You can easily summon because the White Rabbit is already in your graveyard.
For now, it looks like Yo is just...
And you used it, we banish the Dormouse. Does you have another interruption, or will he just like allow it? Probably allow
Chain
it.
SP, banish White Ribbon. Let's go. Let's do it.
I mean, it doesn't do anything, but he could.
It is a completely valid play that you could do.
And we will search. I'm very sure that's Marcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. The dark attribute that you are seeing on the corner looks like it's secret rare. And Marcher is the only secret rare.
Yeah, I mean,
Investigations.
I mean, we will see soon enough. And there is Futsu, and that will probably make it Saji or Kusanagi.
There is a reason why people have been comparing Futsu to Maxi. Every time there is a special summon, you go +2.
Maxi goes more plus when there is like, even if the board is full.
I would say that Maxi does a lot more than this card. But still, I understand where the comparison is coming from.
Yeah, definitely. And now we go for a Link 1 of Lingo Rebo. I don't think he'll make a big difference now, but he's kind of cool.
I mean, if you're playing around Purification here,
there is
back up at the Ignista.
back up. Yeah. That looks to me like the moment where I want to like go SP or Murakumo.
The thing is, if you have Purification,
Yeah, we go Murakumo.
then Lingarebo doesn't do anything. It's a counter trap.
Yeah.
Can't negate that.
Theoretically, yes. Practically, there's not only Purification, you know?
Yeah. Can't negator the negator.
Yeah, and we chain the Murakuma now. Henrik will need to discard one card here, and in case he searches with the backup, which I assume he will, he needs to discard another card.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there he discarded one. We can't see which now.
The question is now, is Octo Addict the best version of the Mitsurugi deck? Because Yo is just crushing it.
I mean, I know we haven't casted before this round because I casted with Basti, and I told him I think Yoho will win this event.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm very happy we see him here now on feature, because he can show why I was such a genius to call him the winner.
Alrighty then. Okay. Okay. No further comments here. Chat, you can decide what you think of this.
And I think we top decked Drone Lockbird, Henrik.
Oh yeah, that's good.
There we saw what this card is.
It's a good discard.
I mean, yeah, there's Chassis Cat, we discarded, so in our hand we should have now the Marcher and the card research. I assume the card research is probably Wizard.
Yeah,
There
there's not really anything that makes more sense. You have normal summon already.
Oh,
Prayas
boy.
is tributing Aramasa. Now, what are you summoning back here? Like now in engine without purification?
That's not really getting like an interrupt, but it
Yeah.
still is like great follow-up. So maybe we just want to like clear the field to get like
Yeah, I
another
can see that.
Kusanagi.
I can see that.
That's another Aramasa, just I think. Do we summon something back from the graveyard? Is it the Kusanagi we get back, or what are we summoning?
I can see Kusanagi. I can see every.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Okay.
We take the 800 damage without summoning and just go like, okay, yeah, I'll go wreck with him.
All right. I mean, we just search, right? We don't take the 800 damage.
I think you need to, because I think you need to I think you need to use both effects with your tribute.
Oh yeah, that might be true.
But we will see. And now that should be a second Lingo Rebo, I assume. But will he do the difference or not?
Pretty sure. Look at it. So angry. So linky. All right, Marcher is being activated here, so we have full information now about the cards in Hendrik's hand.
I mean, we had before, I think. So,
Yeah, that's true.
so we banish the Chassis Cat. We will summon it back, and there is Beansmith in Paradise, which will deal very quickly with the Chassis Cat, I assume.
But I mean, the Marcher just gets sent to the graveyard. Jessica
I mean, it goes in the chain now. This Chassis summons itself back, and then we will trigger the Desiree, and so he can choose. He'll destroy that. I mean, if he knows the Wizard's hand, and now we just use the effect of About to destroy, which is effectively Trident.
Yeah, it's a very good card with this card as well. But Joe just showed that this big field, it was enough to stop Henrik from popping off with a Malice strategy. However, I will say that with very little, Henrik got a lot out of Yoho there.
Yeah, what I think is like even more confusing to me is he definitely had the Ashanti Imperm in Yoho's turn. Then he used another Imperm on the Caesar, and we saw Drone Lockbird.
Yeah.
So he actively decided to either use Drone Lockbird or Imperm not in Yoho's turn, and I'm very sure he would have used Drone Lockbird if he could have.
Definitely.
So he must have had another Imperm in hand, and now the question is, why did he not use it in Yoho's turn? Was there really like no point to use it? And I assume there was no, because Murakumo was on field for quite a long time then, after the first two interruptions. And that's like what we always see, why that Murakumo is so strong in a Mitsurugi deck. Your opponent really like to hand trap you needs to go -1,
Yeah.
which is so much worse than to use those little interrupts like an impermanence when you need to discard another card as well. And so he decided to just keep this a breaker.
And I mean, there is multiple reasons why Murakumo is so strong, right? Because it's just every time it gets tributed, it goes +2.
I'm not even sure which effect of it is the best one, because like all three of them are complete bangers.
It's a top-notch card, right?
Yeah, great card on it, definitely. Probably, I don't know. Would you say it's the best card of the deck, or
Harakiri.
Harakiri, yeah, Harakiri.
Harakiri is completely insane. It's a one-card starter that searches and special. It's Harakiri is. I mean, it took the deck to a different level, right?
Yeah, and I really like after I saw yours, I really want to play the deck myself.
Yeah.
I need to get. I honestly, I have some Octoadic cards in my bulk for one reason, because when the Ragnaraka card were announced, they also synergized with reptiles, and so I was like, man, maybe I want to play Ragnaraka with a pile. I never did.
I think you actually play one Ragnaraka Link 3 in those decks.
I think you do, yeah, but that's for clearing back row, because that destroys up to 2 spell and trap cards.
That helps. All right. I think that the next game is ready, so let's go over to the table immediately.
There we have players, both of them already drawn their starting 5. Now, yeah, discussing who will go first. I'm very sure it will be Henrik.
Yeah, I'm quite curious to see how Yoho plays through. He's Lancia in hand and 60 cards.
Yeah, now you know how he plays. I think you have Fuwa as well.
Oh, that is nasty.
No, isn't Lancia or is it Chaos Hunter?
It looks like Fuwa, Lancia, and Chaos Hunter.
Fuwa, Lancia, Chaos Hunter,
Tracked and
Habakiri.
Habakiri. Oh my goodness.
I mean, there's one positive news for Henrik, and that is that Chaos Hunter discards a card from hand.
Yeah, that's true. one of the crazy cards. And Henrik is just looking at that Lancia like, oh, I haven't seen that card before. That's odd. How do you do?
Also, if my opponent starts with Chassis Cat and I activate the Lancia, I feel very good.
Yeah, that's true. And there's ARBQ.
Oh!
Which is a card that people side deck in Malice just to play through Lancia, even though the deck is still playing suboptimally.
Card is so good, and we can see it already in the card highlight. You just reveal one Cyber's monster with 2,300 attack in your hand or extra deck. I mean, extra deck is mostly what you're doing, and then you add one with the same attribute from your deck and Ignis.
Then you take backup at Ignistar, you summon out a Lingureaper, which is why players play 2, and now we force it with the Fuwa. It's like, you want to play a suboptimal board? I have an idea.
And of course, Yoho really Henrik like a bit. I don't know if you could say missequenced that, because after you add the backup here with Michu, it's very clear you want to go on the Link 1, because otherwise you cannot summon the backup.
Yeah.
And so Yoho is like, okay, yeah, then I can now Fuwa very easily, because I know you want to Link 1 next.
Yeah, and if you go into Lingureaper first and then your Michu gets ashed, it's fine, right?
That's fine, yeah, of course, definitely. I don't think that the Chassis Cat will make that big of a threat in Yoho's turn. So I think that's a slight mistake, but shouldn't be like game deciding at least.
That is true. Fuwalos would get one more draw, but I think at this point you're stopping anyways. You're playing versus 60 cards. There is the chance that your opponent just doesn't play anything.
Yeah,
this looks like a pass here, but Henrik, the hand of Yo is just completely insane.
Oh, and he got a Water Lily as well.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it's not Snake Rain. That's all I can say.
Now, Water Lily doesn't even do too much here. So
Surge as well?
No, it sends a reptile from the deck to the graveyard and then special summons one out if you have 5 or more reptiles in the graveyard.
I mean, I wouldn't call Foolish Burial a bad card.
That is true, but you kind of need a little bit more in that deck, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. And we go Santa Sagi and we ash the Sagi. Now, Henrik really not scared of Snake Rain, I think.
Yeah, and now there is the track. The Chassis Cat on the field is also so important. It's interesting because dropping Lancia in the draw phase or something plays around cards like Triple Tactic Talons, but it forces, if you drop it later on, it forces your opponent to commit into a field and then roll Charmies that are probably going to be sided out going first anyways.
Also, what's so strong now here is like Yo is really like cut off from his whole reptile engine with the Ash Blossom now, and in that way like he'll be only able to play Fiendsmith control.
That depends. If he plays the almost Spanish sausage, which would be Magistus Choroso.
Oh, you think that what you mean? Okay, yeah, that does make sense. But I don't know, what can we even search? Because we cannot get to the spell if we add a reptile monster, I think.
Ah, true, yeah, we've used Habakiri
The only
already,
thing we shouldn't forget, though, is like can we do something if we add
can s-
Noya? If we add
Yeah,
Noya
I was gonna
with
say
the-
you could
yeah.
just add Noya and then send Cursor, Cursor effect, tribute King of the Feral Imps, summon back Noya, Noya, and I think that's a pretty heavy OTK. Even though, you know, we have a battle phase. Henrik has taken some damage as well because he didn't summon the backup.
You are
Ignister.
right, exactly.
So it took the AI meet you damage quite similar to Where Art Thou, and I don't know if Joho has space in his extra deck
there
for
we
Agnum
see
Day. But
sequence with 2 monsters. That's Aerialita? Or is it the Duke
weird.
of the Mice? It is. Oh no, you
Oh, we
shot
put
like
the
the
Requiem
Requiem.
in,
My
yeah.
bad, my bad. It was already in the deck, so
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense. But that also means no King of the Feral Imps now.
yeah, but I think if we have Agnum Day, we just win.
Yeah.
I think that is just.
But we lose to any Bestial though. But I mean, it looks like we go for that risk.
Yeah, the Bestial would have to be activated.
Can be
Oh,
activated in Great Battle Phase. Can be chained to the Agnum Day.
Ah, yeah, true. We can change it to the Agnum Day, right?
And we gotta read the Agnum Day, and that tells me probably we don't have a Bestial.
yeah. That is.
Is
one.
he already able to go for game now? Or does Henrik have an answer?
Henrik is considering something here, and that is Marcher, of course.
Of course, we had the Marcher as well.
And
Do you
now-
think... Oh no, we didn't know that, right?
Yeah, can you trigger Chaos Hunter on this? I saw.
You can.
Yep, and then I think you might want to
But
do
there's
that,
two
actually.
bodies now. I don't know if that's maybe like saving.
Yeah, but I
Henrik
mean,
now.
you have it in on your field.
Yeah, but I still think... Is one Agnum Day plus Desiree more than 5 foreign? I don't think it is.
Yeah, but I don't think that it's bad necessarily for you to just summon out the Chaos
No,
Hunter.
no. It can be still good, but it's not like... It's not winning this turn.
Yeah, but you're stopping your opponent.
Oh, but there's Water Lily now. What can we send? Can we do something with that?
Of course, Marcher is only in the main phase.
Exactly.
So when you call end of main phase, you send the Night Circle.
Oh, nice, but we don't have the Lacrima left in the
Yeah.
graveyard, so that does not get us here. But is that probably game now? No, it is not.
Then the Chaos Hunter would have helped. Right?
Then it might have helped, but yeah.
All right, that
Oh,
is
but is
apparently enough for a
game.
game. So
Okay.
that's that's nice. You're just winning this here. Perhaps we.
That's a
Misread
quick
some of
2-0
the-
of
yeah.
Yo.
That's a very quick 2-0, ending up completely undefeated in Swiss here.
Not only undefeated, winning them all. No draws, only gas.
Yeah.
9-0. Joho really showing like that he deserves to be here in the feature, and he deserves to be one of the contenders for the national title.
Yeah, I mean, he's after all a world competitor, right? So Yo has proven time again that he is one of the greats of this game. Doing it with a 60-card Mitsurugi Octo-Addict strategy, looking really strong. And we can't forget the Fiendsmith part, because that has played a significant role in that last game as well.
Yeah, and as well, like, we can tell the viewers now. I think Yoho, he went to us, like, yesterday, the whole day, and asked us for, like, yeah, do you want to have me on feature? Because I'm playing a cool deck, I know what I'm doing, and we were all like, yeah, let's see. And
You know,
now he got a feature match.
We basically had the feeling that a player like Yoho was going to be in top cut
Of course,
anyways,
of course.
especially with the record that
And
he
we
had.
wanted to show, like, some more
Yeah.
rogue decks where we were like, okay, do they get it, like, some high-stakes games? And now Yoho just got his chance, and he showed us how strong that
Yeah.
deck really is.
Now, the only thing that can stop him is the ancient Curse of Anubis being first after Swiss. That most of the time means that you're getting eliminated as the first player in the entire top cut immediately from the tournament. But yeah, he might be able to pull through. I mean, we've seen players like Marcello Barberi actually apply the Curse of Anubis, getting into a top cut of a YCS as 32nd, playing versus the first place, and then winning that entire event. But he has also won Swiss and then won the entire tournament at Euros. So
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if one player can break that curse, I think it's Yoho. But the
Exactly.
problem is, the biggest issue is I cast a curse him as well, because I said he could win this.
Fair
I
enough.
think he's my favorite to win.
why would you do this?
Yeah, it's my bad. If he loses now, it's my bad. I'll take that all on me.
So let's talk a little bit more about the Octo-Addict part of the deck, because
Yeah.
I'm still trying to, we all are still trying to figure out which version of Mitsurugi is the best. Now, I think
Yeah.
it's, of course, a little bit of a meta call, also dependent on that, what the players are playing
Yeah.
in their side decks. What do you think makes Octo-Addicts so strong?
I think the thing that makes that engine the strongest is that it helps you play through stuff. And as well, it's like the cards they summon itself from the graveyard a lot. So the best card against it is Meowths
Yeah.
from the Charmy. So like they play quite well around the Poruli, around the Fuvalos. And so you have like a lot of different engines in your deck that all play around different Molcharmies.
Yeah.
So if your opponent goes for like 9 Charmies as a tactic going second, you can always be like, okay, yeah, even if he has multiple Charmies, he uses 2 Charmies, and you're like,
Yeah.
okay, they play with my 1 engine that plays around
Yeah.
that. The only thing is, though, I think Porula is like the weakest, so if your opponent has Fuva plus Meowth, it still gets tough, but your opponent needs to have it. Also, not everyone plays Meowth, but everyone plays Fuva, so I think
That
that
is
engine is quite interesting.
Hoover in 85% of the decks this weekend, so that card is an absolute staple right now.
And what we shouldn't forget, Octoedic cards coming from the graveyard, very good against Drone Lockbird.
That is true, so the deck actually helps you there. Snake Rain also doesn't play into Drone Lockbird. The
Yeah.
first search that you do in the regular combo when you resolve Snake Rain is, of course, Noya, and then you have the Daybreak already, so you can pop off. But I don't think that I am as qualified as Yo to talk about the Octoedic strategy, so let's get it over to the winner's interview.
And here we are with Johan, our winner of the round 9 feature match, and therefore also our top of Swiss finisher being 9-0 now. Yo, how does that feel?
It feels pretty nice. But I don't know. I was just been playing for fun this tournament.
I mean, it is a very fun deck that you brought, honestly. So you could just simply not decide whether to play Mitsurugi or Fiendsmith or Octoedic, so you just threw all of it in there. It's 60 cards, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 60 cards.
And what's the reason behind it that you just played all of those engines together?
So basically, Octos just give the deck so many more pushes, especially with the reptiles. And that also lets me play stuff that just reptile locks me. And I still put up a strong board after that.
And how are the expectations then going into the tournament with that? You said it's for fun, but were you still sure that that's a really, really powerful deck that could get you all the way?
So my expectation was either I go 0-2 and crash out, or I just win the whole thing.
All right, so you're rather onto the second way then, because now you're 9-0. After being so impressive now in Swiss, is now top cut easy peasy as well?
It should be very doable, as long as I don't break, but anything can happen, right?
For sure. So far, obviously, you defeated everyone that you played against. Is there still, though, a matchup that you're kind of scared of, that you don't really want to play against in top 16?
I want to play against something that's kind of like my own deck.
Okay.
Otherwise, White Forest can be a bit scary if they win the roll. But I think everything else is very doable.
Sounds about right. So the format right now is pretty wide open. Do you think the format is going to stay like that, or are people now more and more going to realize that those Mitsurugi cards are maybe so well? How do you think, in comparison, the Mitsurugi cards against the Melos cards at the moment do fare? Is it like even almost, or which is better in your opinion?
I think if you look at like the regular Mitsu variants that are more popular, like Raizi or Pure, I think they're about even with Malice. Maybe even a bit weak into that deck, you could say, because you can't really push into the whole Malice board with just engine. Okay. But I think my deck is probably the best engine-wise. So I can push through every board, even just with engine. So I'd say this form is probably going to stay about the same. Mostly Malice, mostly Mitsu. Maybe more skewed towards the Mitsu side later on, especially because the deck's just cheaper.
That's fair enough, for sure. So that's really, really impressive overall from your side. And you are, of course, now going to be the one that needs to be beaten. And quickly also talking about the match that we just saw, Game 1. Was that like the full combo that you're planning to do, even though your opponent had 2 hand interactions actually? Or was there even more that we could have done?
That was pretty much the full board I could make. So I was expecting that I just pass on Caesar and the trap and the input I drew. Then I just saw maybe I draw into something cool with Lizardos. I drew into prayers, so I got the full combo after that.
That was well worth invested then with that Haggard Lizardos draw, and therefore you could still go off. And then game 2, Artifact Lanceo, of course, the main enemy of the Meta strategy, then topped off with Fuvalos as well then, which is, it barely made it possible for your opponent to even compete in that second game, right?
And my engine besides it was also just really strong with the Habakiri and the Snake Rain. So if he ashes either my Saji or my Habakiri, he can't really interact with my Snake Rain, since I still get so many buddies out of that. And the thing was also, let me think what happened otherwise.
I mean, it was pretty quickly, honestly, and you just pretty easily won from there on out. Let's see whether the tournament is going to continue to be so easy for you. So far, undefeated 9-0, only 4 more matches, but you need to win if you want to become the new Dutch national champion, of course. So, final words. Will you be the champion?
I'd say it's pretty likely.
It's pretty likely. You heard it there. Okay, so we're going to go into a quick break and we're going to have a duel between a former World Championship represented as well as you actually, between Quantel and his teammate Emre, and they are going to be battling each other in that duel. And then afterwards, of course, stay tuned because we're going to show you every single person in top 16 for a very quick fire interview, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, this is Emre. I was looking for a worthy opponent and then I found my good friend and teammate.
Hello, I am Jack Roy Steenkamer. So you will know me as Quantel, and I'm ready to beat my best friend Emre here.
Yeah, let's go to the game. Hyrule?
Yeah. Ooh, no, that's not very good. 3 is not very high.
That's better. You're going first?
I think I'll start.
Alright, good luck.
Good luck. I think I will definitely need to start with my deck. It's very important. Interesting. Well, I think I can start my strategy off quite simply. I'm throwing Fire King Sanctuary.
Pretty strong. Go ahead.
Okay. This lets me activate Fire King Island.
Yeah.
My deck. Well. I'll activate Fire King Island effect.
That's fine.
Okay. I'll pop Blaster.
That's also fine.
Yes, I can tell.
That's a good card to pop, actually.
I mean, it has a good hand effect, actually.
Also a
So,
good graveyard effect.
I mean, yes, but I need fires in graveyard in the first place. I'll add high avatar Gurnix.
That's fine.
Gurnix effect?
Yeah.
I'll activate Gurnix.
Yeah.
This lets me destroy a Fire King. I mean, a beast from my deck. I think I'll keep it simple. Onyx.
That's fine.
I'll set 1 card.
Yep.
I'll end your turn.
Draw.
Anything in draw phase?
No.
So
Standby.
in standby, I'll activate Ponyx to add back to my hand.
Yep.
You can continue.
Memphis?
Yep.
Normal summon Neo Kaiser Seahorse. Anything on normal summon?
No.
Yeah, I'm
fine.
gonna link off my Neo Kaiser Seahorse for my spirit. So now my spirit will trigger as Chain Link 1 and my Neo Kaiser Seahorse as Chain Link 2. That will allow me to mill a card that mentions Blue Eyes or Blue Eyes itself to the graveyard. And this will let me search a Mausoleum. Is that fine?
I have no response to this. That's fine.
So Chain Link 2. And Mausoleum. Anything on rest?
Nothing on resolution here.
Very good. I'm gonna activate my Mausoleum.
I'll think here. I'll activate Kieran.
That's fine.
So Kieran here lets me special summon itself and then destroy a fire. Rather first destroy a fire, then summon itself. So I'll destroy Ponyx. And in this situation, I'll think for a second. Activate Skyburn. I'll target Kieran and Mausoleum. And nothing else.
That's fine.
I'll activate Kieran effect.
I have to think on that. I'll use Call by the Grave, my one-off on your Kirin, to banish it and then negate it for the next 2 turns.
That is very painful. That's a good card.
Can I continue?
Yes, you were sadly beginning.
Effect Maiden
Yes, that's okay. Yeah.
to place my True Light from my deck.
Okay.
Now I have to think again. This might be a bit tricky. So to not play into Ghost Ogre, I will first use my Spirit Dragon to bring back my Blue Eyes.
Okay.
That will trigger my Maiden in Graveyard to bring her back.
Okay. Very well.
I will do a Synchro Summon. And I will summon my Spirit Dragon.
Okay. Interesting. You summon Spirit Dragon in attack position.
There is more to come. Don't worry about that. There is more to come. So now I have to think a bit, because I can actually use my True Light again to bring back my Blue Eyes again, to run over your Garunix, or I can use it to set a card from my deck to the field. And I think I would actually prefer right now to just go into the battle phase.
Yes, you can go to battle phase. That's completely fine.
Effect True Light. to special,
Yeah, no response.
Bring
Sadly.
my Blue Eyes to the field again. I will attack your Garunix.
Yes, I'll take the 300 damage.
Yeah. So that's 300 damage.
I'm at 77 from that.
And now my Spirit will attack you directly.
Yes, that's also fine. So I'll go down to
5,200.
200. Yep.
Then I will, still in the battle phase, I'm gonna think what I will do.
Interesting.
I will do nothing. I will end my battle phase. Main
Okay.
phase 2, set 1 card, set 2 cards,
Okay.
and then pass my turn.
Okay. I have nothing in end phase, so I will draw for turn. Okay. So in standby phase,
Mhm.
I'll activate the effect of Ponix.
I will chain my Spirit Dragon to negate that.
That's okay.
On resolution, I will chain my Spirit Dragon, or activate my Spirit Dragon to pop it, tribute it for cost. And then I
Yes.
can special summon any Synchro Light Dragon from my extra deck. And I will choose to summon my other dragon, which is an Omni Summon on field. It negates a card, face-up card on the field. Then it pushes itself to 1000 attack more. I can also, it has to be destroyed by Spirit in the end phase, and it has an effect, if it's destroyed, I can bring back a Blue Eyes monster from the graveyard. So it basically replaces the Spirit Dragon again.
Yes. Yes. That is very fine. Because you control a monster with the most attack on the field, I special summon Alpha, the King of Beasts.
That's a pretty interesting card. Can you explain to me what it does?
Yes, I can target beasts on the field, and for as many beasts I target, I can bounce monsters on your side of the field via the Alpha.
Okay, I have to think on the summon, because that is a really scary card.
Yes.
I will use my Majesty on that. I will reveal to you 1 Blue Eyes that's on the field to pop your Alpha.
Sadly, that is fine. So Alpha gets destroyed, and sadly, it is not a fire monster. So Grunix does not get destroyed here. Very well. I'll activate Fire King Island to attempt to destroy.
Are
Yeah,
you?
to destroy a fire monster from my hand.
I will discard my Ash Blossom, which is a fire monster, to negate your island.
Ah, I see. I see. I see. That is going to hold my place quite a bit. Quite honestly. I'm going to have to sadly go to end phase here.
In the end phase, I'll use True Light. So True Light is a trap card that works in both turns. I will now choose to set a card from my deck to the field that's not already in my graveyard. So I cannot set Majesty, but I can set other strong cards, such as Wishes of the Blue Eyes. So I'll set it here. I will shuffle my deck.
Yep.
And draw a card for
No,
turn.
no, no. In end phase,
True.
your
I explained it. I forgot it. I explained it. So my spirit will get popped by the other spirit, and now it will trigger. Do you have a response to the effect?
I have no response to the effect in graveyard.
I will just bring back my spirit again.
Yes, that is
What is
fine.
to notice that I can't take out now because the spirit has to be synchro summoned to take out, and because it got a special summon from the graveyard, I cannot use that effect.
Yep.
So I will draw for turn.
Yes.
That's a very good draw. I will normal summon my Sage of the Blue Eyes and try to activate its effect.
That is completely fine. Yeah.
And just to be sure, even if you have something for this turn, I will search an effect Veiler.
You do know you can't use that during your own turn, right?
I know, but for your next turn, maybe.
Okay.
So I will now synchro summon these two off for another Spirit Dragon.
This one you can tag out if you want to.
If I want to, I can take out, that's true. I will activate my True Light to special summon.
That is fine. Yes.
Attempt to go to battle phase.
Very well. Yeah.
Attack with Spirit.
That is okay. Yes, I'll take 25.
Attack with Spirit.
Yep, I'm down to 200 life points now with 25. Okay.
And I'll try to end the battle, the duel with my Blue Eyes now and attack with Blue Eyes.
Yes, sadly, that is going to be a game.
Good game.
Ah.
I hope you guys enjoyed the duel. I had a lot of fun playing against Jack, as always. This time I got lucky. I was the one winning. Yeah, guys, keep enjoying the stream, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to another mini game of our Dutch National Championship. And I'm here joined by Marco. And Marco, tell us, what are you doing here this weekend?
Well, me personally, I'm playing the main event.
Yeah.
But I also came here to chaperone my son who was playing in the Dragon Duel. You might have seen him on stream yesterday. So yeah, it's a dual function today.
So, like you said, you're the father of one of our Dragon Duels we saw yesterday. Yep. And who of you performed better?
Well, he became second, and I'm not sure if I'm going to become second with the main event today. But so far, I'm going 5-1-1. So I'm not too disappointed, to be honest.
That's something. So you're still in. You will be playing day 2. What do you think? Do you think you can win the event?
Definitely not. Definitely not. No, I'm I'm realistic enough to know that I'm not the best player in the room, but I really enjoy playing in the main event, and we'll see where we will end up. Yep.
Okay, so therefore I got to ask you another question. Do you think you will be able to guess this card in my hand?
I will try my best. I mean, I've been playing for 4 years now. I do know most of the old cards, so we'll see where this will end up.
Okay, so why don't we just start? You may ask your first question. Let's go.
Is it a monster?
It is a monster.
Is it a monster with a level?
It does have a level.
Is it a level 1?
It is not a level 1.
Is it a level 2?
It is not a level 2.
Is it a level 3?
It is not a level 3.
Is it a level 4?
It is not a level 4.
Is it higher than a level 8?
It is not higher than a level 8.
Is it a level 8?
It is a level 8.
Is it a light attribute?
It is not a light attribute.
Is it a dark attribute?
It is not a dark attribute.
Wow. Does it have over 2,500 attack?
It does not have more than 2,500 attack.
Does it have under 1,000 attack?
It does not have under 1,000 attack. Maybe you want to ask for the kind of monster it is.
Is it an effect monster?
It is an effect monster.
Is it a fusion monster?
It is not a fusion monster.
Is it a synchro monster?
It is a synchro monster.
Is it a Stardust Dragon?
The card is Stardust Dragon, and congratulations on getting it. It is Stardust Dragon, yeah. And so, congrats on winning. And you guys, make sure to check back when we have more content ready for you from Dutch Nationals. Welcome back to another mini-game from Dutch National Championship, and I'm here with Erwin, and maybe you remember him because he was our Blue Eyes duelist in a feature match last round. Erwin, how are you feeling today?
Well, let's hope they don't remember, because it didn't end up well for me, unfortunately. But I'm doing well. I had a good night's of sleep and I got water in my bag now, so that helps.
So I guess you're continuing to play, and you're thinking you can top, I guess. But how far do you think you can go today?
Well, last year it was top 16, so I got a goal set for me.
Okay, and you have not only that goal, you also have the goal to beat one of our other Gets the Card guys you might have seen already on stream. So who is it you're fighting?
Yeah, well, Marco just got it in like 17 guesses, I guess. And at one point I stopped counting, so I guess I am making some chance of beating him.
Oh yeah, that's a good word. So why don't we already start with guessing this card?
Well, is it a monster?
It is a monster.
Well, is it an effect monster?
It is an effect monster.
Is it an extra deck monster?
It is not an extra deck monster.
Okay. Is the monster released after 2020?
It is not released after 2020.
Is it level 4 or lower?
It is not level 4 or lower.
Is it level 8?
It is not level 8, no.
Okay, I'm not winning this one. Those are all the levels I know. Is it a level 6?
It is a level 6 monster.
Is it part of an archetype?
You could say it's part of an archetype.
And it was an effect monster, right?
Yes, it was.
That was not a question. Level 6. Does it have 2k or more attack?
It does have 2k or more attack.
You could say it's part of an archetype, 2k or more attack, level 6. Is it a light attribute?
It is not a light attribute.
Is it any of the... or is it dark?
It is a dark attribute, yes.
Dark, level 6, before 2020, kind of part of an archetype. Is it played in the current meta?
It is not played in the current meta, no.
I only know meta cards. Oh god. Level 6, it's definitely not played. It's kind of part of an archetype. It did have more than 2k attack?
It did have more, yeah.
Yeah. Before 2010. I am putting myself in a corner. It has an effect. Does it have an effect on summon?
It does have an effect on summon, yes.
Is it Caius?
It is Caius the Shadow Monarch. Eric, congratulations on getting it. Do you think you have won that?
Well, counting isn't my strongest suit, but looking to the left, I did win that.
You won that, so congratulations for beating that little mini-game. We wish you best of luck for the duels today. We hope to see you back in Top Cut. And you guys, make sure to check back for more amazing content.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the Dutch National Championship here 2025 from Den Haag. And we have managed to bring the field down to only 16 players remaining out of the over 300 entering in the beginning. And we are going to show you every single face that is in top 16 here. So let's start right off. Niklas, come in here with me. And Niklas finished in 16th place. So you might be a little lucky guy this weekend, huh?
Yeah, I can totally feel that.
When did you lose? Did you just lose like the very last rounds, or when were your losses?
I lost in round 4, I think, or 5, and round 6.
And so you came over from Germany here for the event. Is it your first Dutch National Championship?
It's the second one. Was here last year. Was wonderful. So let's come back again, and next year you'll see me here again, hopefully.
Did you make top 16 last year?
I didn't. I bubbled out.
So already better than last year. Good luck for the tournament, and you can go over there, and we go over to place 15. Marco, come in here with me as well. Congratulations. You also still kind of lucky with getting 15th place. Did you expect to make top cut for this event?
Honestly not. I lost the first round, but didn't give up, kept going. And
you lost the first round?
Yeah, I lost the first round. So happily it worked out.
I mean, that's the spirit, right? Don't get upset. Just immediately keep on going, even if you lose the first round. Do you think you have a good deck to play the tournament? You don't have to say now on stream what it is, but do you think you have a deck that's well prepared?
It's been working out. I feel confident, so I think I do. Feeling happy, feeling good. I think I can make it.
That's a pretty positive spirit. I hope that works out for you. Good luck in your top 16 match, and you can go over. Next up, we have a familiar face from the feature match from yesterday, Youssef, and you made it in the end as well. Youssef, you were like, I'm going to redeem myself because you weren't happy with the feature match performance, but now you may have the chance to go back on the feature in top 16. How do you feel about your chances in the tournament?
Yeah, I was improving myself because I've made so many mistakes, but now I feel very confident and I will maybe win this.
And I mean, you're playing a cool deck. You're playing the new Live Twin cards. What have you made? What made your decision to bring those cards instead of some other Fiendsmith decks?
I think the new Lila card is very good because it's also a hand trap. So every time my opponent don't catch it, I will bring it.
All right. I hope the evil twins are not going to be evil for you in the top 16 match. Thank you, and go over there. Good luck in your top 16 match. Next up, we have Liam. Liam, come in here with me. Another one of our top 16 competitors. Liam, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I think I have to play a rematch from earlier today, so I'm going to hope it goes better than that because I lost that one. So hopefully top 16 goes a little bit better.
All right, so you already know your opponent for top 16, and you played them in round 8, round 9?
Round 8. So I lost that one. Hopefully this time a little bit better.
Revenge arc. It's always funny when you play someone that you already played in Swiss, but you said you're feeling confident. And when you win that one, you're winning the entire thing?
I'm going to try. That's the best I can give.
All right, good luck trying. Thank you for the quick interview, and you can go over there. Next up on the list, Sajan in here. Come with me. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, we have Sajan first. No, Robin, right? Robin. Oh, my bad. We have Robin. Sorry for forgetting you there real quick. Robin, how's the mood now with being in top 16?
I'm very happy about it. It was quite a pleasure.
And did you expect that when you started into the tournament at the beginning of the weekend?
No, nothing of this. I lost round 1, 2, and it was crazy coming back and fighting back.
That's so cool. We have multiple people losing the first round and still making it into the top cut. Is your side at home as well? Never give up and keep on trying. Robin, best of luck for your top 16 match. And now we have Sajan, though. Sajan, come in with me. And you are also one of our top 16 competitors. And oh yeah, you have a crowd there backing you up as well. Were it expected for you to go into top 16 throughout the tournament, or did you struggle to make it?
I'll be honest, I struggled a bit, but I haven't played in like half a year or something. So a friend of mine encouraged me to come, and that's why I'm here.
And that's why you're in top 16 now as well, so that's quite the story. So now only 4 more matches remaining. How are your chances? Are you going to make it all the way? Are you going to be the new Dutch national champion?
I hope so.
And a lot of fans at home are also hoping so, apparently. So good luck with your match. Thanks for the quick interview. And next up on the list, we do have Nick. Nick, come on over me. And Nick, also having fans in the background. I love it. And Nick, I remember you because you inspired me back in the day to play Runic Plunder. Wasn't that you?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And you're playing another creative deck this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. I'm always cooking up. And somehow it managed to get me into top 16. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, last year you also made top 16 at the Dutch National Championship, if I remember correctly, with Manadium, right?
Yeah, that was correct. King Calamity locked everyone until top 8.
Top 8 even. So, top 8 last year. Is it going to go better this year even?
For sure, for sure. I'm happy with the list. I'm happy how I'm doing, so I'm going to win it.
That's confidence, everyone. Best of luck. We are going to see you very soon as you're going to be in our next featured match. And next up on here, we have Dennis. Come in, Dennis. And Dennis, How successful or how confident were you at the beginning of the tournament to make it in top 16?
Not that much. I just want to get my invite. That happened, so...
So it's just like a free roll now and you can keep on going, see how it goes?
Indeed, it's all fine.
Fine, all right, thank you so much. Best of luck with your match. And then next up on the list we have Fabio. Fabio, come on in with me. Huh? Fabian even, okay, perfect. And Fabian, do you have the best deck in the room?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. How long did you take to prepare your deck? Was it like a long process or was it more last night decision before the event on Friday?
The theory crafting was a long progress, and then at the last moment always some last minute changes. But
I mean, sometimes you just have a feeling Friday night, right, that they have to throw something else in that you really need for the event?
Exactly.
All right, best of luck with your top 16 match, man. And next up on the list, we do have Marco. Marco, come in with me. And Marco also has a crowd going. And funnily enough, if you remember yesterday's coverage, we had your son here on the broadcast because he was one of the Dragon Duelist players. And now you're here in top 16 for the family.
Yeah, I cannot believe it. So apparently we both did quite well.
You indeed did so. Did you expect that at the beginning of the weekend?
Absolutely not. No. I just came before the match in top 64, but this is unreal. Best result ever.
So, qualification for the European Championship achieved, and you're going to be there?
Definitely, yeah. Just gotta book my hotel, that's all.
But before that, you need to become the Dutch national champion. And we are going to have you on the featured match as well. So best of luck playing against Nick on that. Thank you for the quick interview, and I will let you usher off.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And then we go over to Raul. And Raul is a familiar face because Raul, of course, and the crowd also is giving you some cheers. Second place finisher last year was in our feature match in round 1. Raul, is it time for the title this time?
Yeah, this time it has to happen. You know, a Dutch person has to win, and you know, I've already envisioned it, so it's gonna happen.
It is going to happen. Very, very confident. I mean, it's only 4 more matches. We saw you doing very well in the featured match. Any other struggles along the way? Any matchup that was problematic, or how did the tournament go?
My last round was very hard, but we pushed through and we managed to get a draw. So I'm feeling pretty good, really good.
Sounds about right. Best of luck with your top 16 match. And let's see whether you're going to be the next Dutch national champion. And then we have Henrik. Henrik, come in here with us as well. Henrik, your deck, is it the one that will shine this weekend? Is it the one that is better than all the others?
I would hope so, yes.
How long did your deck preparation take you? Was it a long process, or was it just more a vibe where you picked a couple of cards that you wanted to play?
Yeah, it was 2 weeks intense testing and then adjusting the deck and stuff, but I'm pretty happy with the deck now.
And I mean, it brought you into top 16, so you better be happy. And from here on out, 4 more matches.
Yes.
Are you more of a step-by-step guy, or do you say, hey, I got this now?
I'm more of a step-by-step guy. I will take it 1 match at a time and then I'll see how it goes.
All right, then best of luck with the first step in the first match in top 16, and we will see you possibly later on. And then we have, oh wow, some support there, but let's see, Tom is our next top 16 competitor. Tom, you have had quite good a tournament so far as well, right?
Yes, indeed. I went 7-1-1, so it was pretty fine, yeah.
Did you expect that before the weekend?
I didn't test that much, honestly, so low expectations. But yeah, last year it went well, and this year it went well again, so...
What was your finish in last year?
Last year I ended first after Swiss, but I lost in top 16, so...
So you have to redeem yourself for losing in top 16 last year?
I will try.
Best of luck with that. I will let you usher off again. And then we will have next up Sebastian. Sebastian, same name than me, also from Germany, actually making the travel over. How was your tournament so far?
Yeah, I came here to have fun because I enjoyed the format, and yeah, right now it was really fun.
So far, so good, right? And you say you hope you win. How do you like your chances? Do you have any deck building advantages over the others? Do you think you did something different to the others that gives you an edge here in the field?
Not really, because yeah, right now there's not really a lot to innovate on, but I think deck was good, and I hope it continues.
Are you going to be the Dutch national champion? Because there is a history with not Dutch people winning Dutch nationals, and you're a German, so maybe you can do it?
Maybe. I hope so.
We will see. Thank you for the quick interview. And then we are now down to second place after Swiss. Tom, come in with me. And you have had quite a successful tournament run. What was your end finish now after Swiss?
X1.
So, who did you lose to then?
Yeah, the winner. Yeah.
Only, of course, the first place finisher after Swiss. But are you confident in your deck as well? Was it the deck that you have been playing for weeks, maybe for months?
Yeah, we did some testing, and in the last couple of weeks it felt really good. So I'm confident.
We'll see. And you're from the Netherlands now. From what area of the Netherlands are you?
I'm from Gelderland. It's close to Germany, but near Arnhem.
So how long was the journey?
Almost 2 hours.
So now you have another journey to go, starting here in top 16. So good luck with your top 16 match. And of course, one person remaining. We had him on the feature match. Yoho An, come on here with me. You've been in the World Championship before, so you have already mastered plenty of big tournaments. Is this the tournament for you to win now?
Oh, hopefully. Like, I haven't won an actual tournament before that, so...
So far, only like really good finishes that enabled you to go to other tournaments like the top 4 finish at the European Championship and so on. But here is all about winning now. Would you be happy with getting top 4, or is now all that counts the win?
I think anything besides first place would be slightly disappointing at this point.
That is a statement to make. Anything else when first place is a disappointment. You have not yet lost. And you are playing a pretty crazy deck with that Octo Addict Fiendsmith Mitsurugi deck. So, Yoho, best of luck. I will let you go off as well. And that is all of our top 16 players still remaining in the tournament. We like to do that, showing you all the different faces, all the people that have already had massive success. Because let's face it, making top 16 out of over 300 players is crazy good. They already can be so proud of themselves, and therefore you gotta just give it to them. And for now though, we're going to throw it over to a really quick break, and then we're going to be back with the top 16 featured match shortly after.
Welcome back, everyone. Top 16 is about to start. You just heard Basti announce every single player we have left in the tournament competing for the title of Dutch National Champion. And as you've heard him say before already, the players have sat down. We are ready to go into top 16. So let's go right over to the table to start the top cut.
And there we have them. Both players with really cool stories that I just got to tell you. Marco here being father and son with a really cool tournament journey. And then we have Nick, who already made top 8 at last year's Dutch National Championship.
Yep, Nick is, of course, an absolute pro, and I think that Marco is definitely one of the fan favorites here. Of course, with the Blue Ice Primite deck. This is a deck that has not taken the metagame by storm, but it's an absolute fan favorite. And
Mulchami, but there's the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but there's another Mulchami Poolos as well.
Look at that face that Marco gave him. It was just the dry eyes going, yeah, you wanna ash me, bro? You wanna ash my Poolos?
Try again.
Yeah, exactly. Can't use that twice per turn, huh? So Nick is definitely in a bit of a pickle here because, yes, it's only one Fuwalos resolving, but one Fuwa loss sometimes is enough to stop a whole turn, especially because in the Blue Eyes Primate deck, you can play so much non-engine.
It is. It
you have to, because the deck is, I don't want to say terrible, but it's not optimal going second and playing into fields with Blue Eyes, because after your first normal summon just gets removed from the field, there is a 50% chance, if you don't open Maiden of White, that you can't play anymore.
That is true. And Nick is now considering how many draws he wants to give up into that Molchami Fuwalos, because quite frankly, there are some good normal summons that you could technically have to play. Oh, Jolan Lockbird is being activated, meaning no further draws this turn at all. But also, the Crystron strategy does want to search a couple of times, actually.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how hard is it for the Crystron player to play through Jolan Lockbird? And that's also why Nick was hesitant with this card, because he thought, hey, can I put up a half field, actually, if I get trolled?
But we bring back Tristaros, which is so good, because Tristaros can also synchro summon on the opponent's turn. I think
in that matchup, it's the absolute right choice to draw yourself, because, as I said earlier, Blue Eyes Primate is not good into established fields. So if you put up some interruptions, it might actually be enough to stop your opponent from playing the game at all.
That is indeed true. But honestly, Nick, he had to use 2 cards out of his hand, the Ashboss Majora Spring and the Jolan Lockbird, just to already continue playing. And he's not going to be playing like his perfect combo here anymore.
Basti, let's do the math on the other side as well. Double Fuwalos was used by Marco, so he also is going to play with 4 cards, actually 5 cards, because he got 1 draw out of the Fuwalos, so he actually only used 1 card from his hand.
Yeah.
So the math is mathing good for Marco right here.
I would also agree with you on that. But Nick, fearless as per usual. As I told you, he definitely has been an inspiration to me with his Runic Plunder deck mostly. I have to keep on mentioning that. He is the Runic Plunder
every right to
goat.
do so.
Yes, I mean, he inspired me to play that deck nonstop. Oh, Cyber Dragon Nova. We've had for Cyber Dragons on feature yesterday, but this is just a short visit by Cyber Dragon Nova into the alternative artwork of Cyber Dragon Infinity. And Leo, that is all we can put out here. I mean, it's not that bad, to be fair. Like, I'm saying only and all we can put out, but this is Tristaros ready to synchro summon on the opponent's turn, and of course, the Omni Negation effect of Cyber Dragon Infinity.
The Omni Negation effect of Infinity is not that strong against Blue Eyes, because it doesn't destroy, if I remember correctly. It just negates the effect of the card. And of course, if you're going second...
It does destroy it, it does destroy it. Yeah, it does destroy it. It actually does, therefore it is even more so powerful.
I thought the only removal effect of the card is... Oh yeah, definitely, I just read it now as well. It's on the screen there. The only removal effect I thought was going second and sucking up a card.
And that is now where this comes in. You do go after the normal summon. There is no monster to be turning into a Link 1 anymore.
Maiden.
Oh.
Maiden.
Maiden would be needed here from Marco.
Yeah,
he has something. There is something.
Needed.
There is Maiden of White for him.
Yep.
And we are immediately chaining with Tristaros here from Nick, allowing us to synchro summon with materials from the deck.
Which is basically the tuned-up version of synchro summoning, as we have seen with Ritual, as we have seen with Fusions over the last couple of months. And that's Synchro 7. So do we see an FA Dawn Dragster?
We could. Yes, it is FA Dawn Dragster.
So now we have to read Dawn Dragster carefully now, because the True Light is going to definitely be activated here. But does this...
I think Dawn Dragster does work
Spell
quite
trap
nicely.
or effect.
Yeah, and it does destroy it too. So very well timed here from Nick. If they activate the True Light, it will be met with the Dawn Dragster right away.
And it could be destroyed.
Oh,
that
okay.
Is good. That wishes is crazy.
I mean, you want to negate that desperately as well. And yeah, Nick does not waste any time. He's immediately going to negate it. And I think we know there is still a Crystron cluster set, which of course is the icing on the cake, able to go after the True Light. Bye-bye, True Light. Graveyard effect activated. No field to be destroyed. But still, Nick left with an impressive field overall.
Yeah, and Marco left with 2 cards in hands, I think. Maybe even just 1. Just sitting there thinking, oh, wow, I wish my deck would do a little bit more here. But that's just truly not in the cards right now. Picks up the cards, immediately goes, yep, I double Fuwalos you, but the field that you put up under your own Jolan Lockbird, that was definitely more than enough. And that's what I said with Blue Eyes White Dragon. It is so important to win the dice roll, to actually be able to go first and establish your field before your opponent can take away your normal summons, because going into the Spirit of White is so crucial. You need to get that Mausoleum of White.
Yeah, but you could really tell that Nick also on the other end was so familiar with the matchup. He knew exactly where to do what. He knew exactly that if they activate the Maiden of White, immediately we got to go into the Dawn Drexter to have an answer. And then we did not even need to use the Dawn Drexter on the True Light. But yeah, well executed, perfectly executed, honestly, there. And it just feels like matchup-wise, I am kind of favoring Crystron. I mean, yeah, they went first here, but I think just when you combine the cards that do face up against each other here, it looks like Crystron just has so many tools to go after the main troublesome points for the Blue Eyes deck. Like, they have ways to just destroy the True Light consistently and so on, so it's really not that easy.
Yep, and that's what the community calls pushes. So if you're playing Blue Eyes, for example, you only have a certain amount of pushes, and that is going to be about 3 or 4. And pushes are cards that you're playing out that force interactions from your opponent. You can start off to build up your Primite engine. You know, if you normal summon the Aether Barrel, then your opponent is forced to interact with that, because otherwise a Drill Beam is going to be added to hand after the Lordy Load. Lordy Load enables another summon. And those are the types of cards that you need to prevent it. If you can prevent 3 pushes and your opponent just has Aether Barrel, gets rid of that, Maiden has to be the next one, and then you are stopping the wishes as well, then it's fair game at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw the Crystron cluster there being very handy with destroying the True Light, but additionally, what a lot of people are forgetting, the continuous effect of that card, of the cluster, is so good in this matchup as well, because it prevents the opponent from banishing Crystron cards. So Drill Beam, no answer to any of the Crystron cards, at least. Of course, you could have still answered, for example, the Dawn Drexter there, which would have been nice, but Marco did not have that Drill Beam in the first place anyways.
Yeah, Drill Beam is an insane card, especially when your opponent doesn't know about that. Look at that nationality breakdown. We have 1 Belgian player, 5 Germans, and 10 Dutch people who are competing for the title here.
We do,
Good
and that
odds.
is, yeah, I mean, there's 2 Dutch people playing against each other here in the featured match as well, and that is maybe even more interesting because we have the deck breakdown, and I have been already guessing it would be so. We have the comeback of the Malice deck last weekend, only 1 Malice deck in top 16, but now plenty of them, with 6 in total. Interestingly enough, though, second place is Crystron here.
Yeah, I mean, tied with Ryziel Mitsurugi. And what other decks do we have? We have some cool rogue decks, like we have Unchained, actually.
Oh, yeah.
We have another Memento. We have Live Twin. You have seen Yusef already on stream yesterday, and of course, just now in the top 16 announcements. We also have a Mermail player. Mermail is a deck that it's very, very confusing to me, but we will talk about that later on in the day, because our players are ready for game 2, so let's go over to the table. Right, then now we are seeing, actually we can look over our monitor and we can look at the top 16 tables, and we already see some players standing up there.
That was quick there, honestly. We're just done with game 1, 10 minutes in, and there's 1 table already finished. But now we see a Molcharmi Perulia and the standby face from Nick getting 1 draw, and Marco immediately gets the Aether Barrel off.
Perulia is one of the I want to say, finer interactions for the deck, because yes, you might give 2 draws if you go for Sage, but if you play Aether Barrel and Sage and don't get stopped, that's fine, right?
Yeah, I agree. So there is now the Lordly Load. Nick, any kind of response to that? Nope. That goes through, so we will have access to maybe one of the most powerful negation cards in the game currently.
Right, the card is so crazy, and at this point you can say that Marco might be happy to not face Malice anymore, because Drill Beam is a very efficient card, not against Malice though, because if you negate the monsters, they just resummon themselves, so basically it's just like an impermanence, so you need to find other cards to hit. Malice and Underground works because the card is it just negates everything that's face up.
That is very true. So Marco carefully going for his deck here. Is there another choice that he possibly can make? Oh wait, we already searched for the Drill Beam apparently, just outside of our vision. And now we go into the Link 1 of Spirit. And the question that it comes down to now is, does he also have another normal summon to follow this up with? If there is a Sage, this all becomes infinitely better.
Yeah. I mean, you're happily giving up 1 more draw to get your full combo off, because that combo is super big. The question is now...
But no, we're using Lordy Load.
The question is also, is he even playing the big combo? Because some people have started to cut it.
That's fair.
I don't see it. I think it's such an easy combo to pull off.
Oh, and we have another movie pack card joining us here. We had that
Gotta love
yesterday. We do love those for sure. The ultimate Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, the card that has been around since the very beginning of our beloved game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and it is still very much in contention amongst the top decks of the format right now.
And now we see Seals pass my average Drangling Enfield.
Oh, yeah.
That I have put this up on Master Duel a couple of times, let me tell you that.
I think every single time you played that deck, you did that.
I don't know what to do with
One set, two set. Okay, so one Drill Beam, one Unknown. And now the turn for Nick, who is playing that Crystron deck, which is known to like sneakily be able to play through stuff. Special summon Kashtira Unicorn, so there is not only Horus cards, but also Kashtira cards in this Crystron deck.
And I know that Kashtira is in this this deck not played with the Arch Nemesis cards, with the Regenesis
cards, yeah.
Goodness. Okay, that wordplay does not work out, but Kashtira cards are the Arch Nemesis of the Heretic Seals. It is absolutely awful to see a Kashtira card special summon to your opponent's field if you have these seals, because you just know, I can bounce this, but then it doesn't do anything, so they will get the Surge off. This is, I think, a kind of a reasonable answer to this. The Drill Beam has to negate the Unicorn immediately.
I mean, yeah, you say reasonable, but does it really feel good to use Private Drill Beam on a Kashtira Unicorn?
No, but we got the better face out.
Yeah, fair.
So Marco gets to get another turn in this game, definitely, and that puts up the premise that Nick has a lot to play with.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Kashtira Birth, we want to make sure to get that Unicorn back.
That is a little bit unfortunate for Marco, because he wanted to get the battle phase out with the Kashtira Unicorn, but therefore he allowed the Surge. And this, yeah, does not feel too good. We bounce back the Birth, the Kashtira Unicorn, as I said earlier.
I'm not sure whether we even searched. I think we might have also just drawn that. But now, wow, we're giving that Kashtira Birth back to the hand as well. Yeah, we are just like going after everything immediately. And Nick has not even used any kind of Crystron cards just yet, and still has plenty of cards in his hand here.
Yep. I mean, yeah, this is not looking too great. And now Magnamut is resolved, and there is a card that you can play. I like to play this as a one-off. It's the Neo Kaiser Seahorse that you can search with Magnamut, so you can access your Maiden of White engine if you have only started with your Primite engine.
And there is Tristaros, the best new Crystron monster, the one we just saw in the last game, Synchro summoning on the opponent's turn, but it can do so much more than only that.
What did we reveal with the Drill Beam, by the way?
I'm not even sure.
I mean, they have probably showed themselves off camera what the card was.
Certainly, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay, Tristaros, any kind of response? Does not look like it, and we do continue immediately going for Soul Fafnir effect, and we are going to also discard the cluster there. Soul Fafnir immediately special summoning itself and destroying itself too, therefore now being able to trigger the graveyard effect of Soul Fafnir too, and there is now also Solfador coming in for help.
The deck is popping off now.
Yes, and that's why I was so concerned about going after all those Kashtira cards, because those Crystron cards, they are so good. They have been slept on for like years, but now with the support, you do realize how nice and how good all of those cards are.
I mean, there was one card in the history of the game that wasn't slept on. That was Crystron Hulkai Fibrex.
Yes.
And imagine if the deck had this card still.
Please,
then again, if other decks had that card still, it would be crazy as well.
I do agree. So, Crystron inclusion to the graveyard, and the Crystron Smyger alongside it as well. So Smyger can be banished from the graveyard to get ourselves another copy, but that will not be possible. Marco decides to wait with that Artifact Lancea for a reasonably long time. Makes sense, because obviously we wanted to use the Drill Beam first, but now we have decided to go for it. And I mean, that now in the end kind of explains why we used the Drill Beam so early on, because we felt a lot safer with that. And there is the Solemn Judgment. Marco has planned this turn out perfectly. It does in the end win this all here with that Solemn Judgment, rounding it all off. We were questioning his ways, but this was well thought out by him.
Patience is a virtue, especially for Marco, paying off here, just keeping that Lancea and that solemn judgment. Just, that smirk over there, just knowing I didn't have a lot to play with, but I used it to perfection. And Nick, of course, just surrendering the game immediately, saying, yeah, I can't go through this. That is a little bit too much. You have all of the follow-up that you want with the Magnamut resolving as well, so that is a bunch of damage. So very, very well played here, even though I think still might be hard if you don't have access to your True Light engine.
Yeah.
Might be hard to win the game there.
I see what you mean. I do understand. I do have the feeling that this would have not been super easy. That's actually a funny thing that, or not a funny thing, it is a thing that I'm curious about. Yeah, I think I sorted out my mind there. It is a thing that I'm curious about. How the Crystron deck consistently is performing so well now. We had it in top 8 at the YCS last weekend. We had it twice in the top 16 of our Austrian. Right? Yes, it was. Yeah. Twice in the top 16 of the Austrian National Championship last weekend as well. Now twice again. And all of that, even though everybody is side-taking Artifact Lancea, which, as we just saw, is surely a card to be problematic for the Crystron strategy.
It was not necessarily a turn ender there. That was rather the Solemn Judgment. But it's definitely a card that Nick has to find ways to play through, because you saw this, the Lancea was dropped and there was no hesitation on his face or in his movements. Like immediately after half a second he just picked up the cards and was, okay, that's the point you Lancea me, that's fine, I know my ways to play around this. So very common scenario. Apparently Crystron can play through that card, so there are ways to play with this. It is a lingering effect that stops you from banishing cards at all, which hurts your combos. But I think that Crystron players just found ways around this, especially if you're starting with the Horus engine.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big plus as well, for sure. And Nick did not only include those Horus cards, actually like all of the other cards that he's including, the Horus cards and the Kashtira cards, they all probably help him quite well to play through something like Artifact Lancea. Also, maybe they do help him to play through Droll and Lockbird. Actually, that's a question, right? You can't Imseti after Droll and Lockbird anymore. You can't search with the Kashtira cards anymore afterwards. Or maybe you sometimes do it before.
There is no way you don't start with Imseti, right?
Probably not.
Also,
yeah, you're right.
Kashtira Unicorn, most of the time, if you are fearing Droll and Lockbird, you summon it, you don't activate the effect, and then you start going for a more relevant search for you. And then if Droll and Lockbird happens, you get to take a peep at the extra deck of your opponent and banish a card from there to diminish the resources.
Yeah, but speaking of taking a peep, we have to take a peep back over to the table. Players are ready. Game number 3 starting now, so let's bring it on. And there we go. And one thing you were saying, Nick did not even think about it a moment. He is playing so quick, right? He knows his combo, he knows his stuff, and now his deck just has to deliver. And we do start off with Kashtira Fenrir. Honestly, I'm not sure whether that's the best way to start. You sure enough, I think, rather want to have the Unicorn, and that is the one we're going to search. Droll and Lockbird now! That is massive!
This is the one where Droll and Lockbird actually makes the deck very vulnerable, because the Search of Unicorn doesn't do anything for you. A set 1 pass, however, keep in mind, Kashtira Fenrir is an interruption already. So Marco, now with 5 cards in hand, just needs to play through a Kashtira Fenrir. Let's see if he is capable of doing that, because Kashtira Fenrir likes to target the True Light.
It does. So let's see, over to Marco. Main phase shall be allowed. How well can he use that main phase now, though?
All right, we're going to start with a Lightning Storm. And is he going to... Oh, he's going after the Set Spell and Trap card, which is a Forbidden Droplet. There is also Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Oh, we got all the answers. Infinite Impermanence now on the Kashtira Fenrir.
3 cards left in hand. What can you make of those 3 cards? Aether Barrel. I'm telling you, there is a Sage in that hand as well, Basti. There is no other way. We go for the Primite. Lordly Load. And that one is going to get us a Drill Beam. But then big question is now, are we going to play into Droll and Lockbird with this? Or are we going to activate Wishes first? Very smart choice.
Such a heads-up play, honestly. Yeah. If there is Droll and Lockbird, we want to have those important searches before. And
value-wise, this is the worst choice, because you would want to go Lordly Load and search for the Drill Beam, activate Wishes, discard the Drill Beam, and set the Drill Beam back as long as you have Aether Barrel on the field.
Sure.
But I do respect the decision that you're fearing Droll and Lockbird, It has been activated before.
But no Droll Lockbird this time around. We go for Lordly Note next, and there is the Drill Beam now added to the hand of Marco.
Oh wow, this is looking very, very good here. But the question is, how good does he play around Nibiru, the Primal Being? Especially going second, you might not essentially expect this card in your opponent's deck.
That is true. Is Marco going to respect it? We are going to grab out the field spell now. Mausoleum of White.
Sage. Give us a Sage. Marco. Channel the heart of the blue ice white dragon and normal summon a Sage with the effect of Mausoleum, because if you don't normal summon the Sage here, there is not too much you can do here. There is the Sage!
Yes.
Beautiful ultimate rare, and it's going to get us a Maiden of White. So Marco is eating good tonight, even if Nibiru the Primal Being is used later on. I think he's in a decent spot. He could even play around it with a very minimalistic field.
He can. It is Dutchman versus Dutchman. It is Rogue Deck versus Rogue Deck. But right now it seems like Marco might be taking the lead here in this game-free encounter.
I think he wants to try and end it this turn, and that is going to open up a huge Nibiru the Primal Being. So what I think is going to happen... Do we already have a Blue Eyes in Graveyard? When did we have a Blue Eyes in Graveyard?
I mean...
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Marco is looking for his graveyard now, realizing, okay, there's no Blue Eyes, actually.
Yeah. Honestly, that happened to me once or twice, so I definitely know where this one was coming from. But, of course, having a Blue Eyes in the graveyard here would be very beneficial, because you can use Spirit Effect, summon it back, get Maiden back, and then use Mausoleum to send the second Blue Eyes from the deck, trigger the Maiden, and summon back the other Blue Eyes from the graveyard or another tuner.
For sure. But, Leo, you were saying it feels like Marco would want to go for it here this turn. And I think just energy-wise here in this game, your opponent didn't do much. You now are on the upper hand. You are taking the initiative.
Wait.
And therefore, I feel like you just want to do it now.
He knows. He didn't trigger Maiden. He knows. Wait, it was Beryl, Spirit. You're gonna play into Nibiru regardless if you don't end on this field. Because I would
hold on. I think maybe he just forgot.
I think I think that you want to go into Tyrant here, attack over the Kashtira Fenris, set back the Infinite Impermanence that we've used already, and then afterwards go into the Spirit. And then if you end main phase, if a Nibiru happens to happen, you can still continue playing. You didn't trigger your Maiden, you can use True Light to summon back a Blue Eyes and get Maiden back, or you just set a Majesty. But I really like this, because you kind of end of main phase, okay.
We just go into the Spirit, though. Marco has other plans.
I'm so greedy for Tyrant all the time. I
love
it.
It is so cool as well.
Attacking over a monster and setting like a trap. Excuse me?
Oh, Marco. When are we going to head into that battle phase? Is now the moment. Yeah, I think that is currently what he's telling his opponent.
How much damage do we have? The
True
Light
True
Light is going to activate, and we can use the effect to tag out for the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, but it's not going to be close.
Oh, now the Maiden of White activates, though. Okay.
Do we have anything to target it? Wait, does Ancient Fairy Life Dragon target something with something? That would be so cool.
No, but we just go for Roar. We are absolutely still in main phase. I think the plan here basically is to have double Spirit, and then also the monster that comes out, most likely the Ancient Life. Oh, we play Jet Dragon as well. But all of those summons here, Leo, all of those summons, that is dangerous territory.
That is a very, very tough one, especially because we've used True Light. Majesty is not an option anymore, even though we might have even cited it out, but I think you shouldn't. And I think Nick is just vibing with that Nibiru in hand. Of course, that takes away the ability to
And
Unicorn.
there it is, Nibiru, the Primal Being. We're playing with the oldest dragons of the game, but this Primal Being still is going to go after all of those dragons.
It's not a Primite, it's a Primal, but it is huge, and that is a big chunky token.
Oh, yes. I mean, I don't know whether it's going to have too much of a relevance. One thing, though, that Marco will have to consider, that Nibiru, if it is on the field, at least Nick cannot summon out the Kashtira Unicorn.
Wait, he summoned it in attack?
Yeah, Leo, he wants him to attack over it. He wants him to attack over it to clear up his field.
Dude, the token has 12,000 attack. If he summons another monster and attacks over the Nibiru with the other monster and attacks for 12,000, that's game.
Let's see. Let's see. That Blue Eyes is in defense position as far as I'm concerned.
Do we have a Link Spider? Do we have a Link Spider for the Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Yeah, you're right.
That would end the game.
Oh!
It's a drill beam, and we're attacking with the token for 12,000 damage! There is a way, and that is the drill beam that takes away the Nibiru. Summoning that token in defense position was perhaps a bit too much that Nick wanted there. That is not the way I saw this end.
No, absolutely. I was like, sure, you can afford to have that token attack position. You really want to make sure that you can play next turn. But no, Marco immediately taking the initiative and wins out on this game free there.
He just saw this token, was like, that's 10,900 attack points. I am going to use those because you just can't give me a Nibiru token that big in attack position when I have a battle phase and not get punished for this. Especially, we knew the drill beam.
Yeah, we did. Absolutely. Yeah, true. Knowing that one, it actually was like, you got to say it was a mistake.
Yeah.
Like, you definitely have to consider it there. You have to consider the drill beam. Still, though, the story of Marco and his son coming here, his son finishing second place in the Dragon Duel division, him now being in top 8. What kind of a cool, enjoyable tournament run is that?
What a talented family, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, when they come back home, they're going to have a story to tell for sure.
That is definitely true. That's a father-son adventure if I've ever seen one. That's really cool. Also, like winning a game on stream with a 10,000 attack point Nibiru token is insanity.
It's huge. It's huge. And it felt like almost like a gift there. He was like, you want to have it? Sure, take it.
Did you see his face when he saw it was in attack position? I think he even gave Nick the chance to take it back. He was like, in attack?
You sure?
You're sure? I was like, yeah, sure. Okay, then I'll remove your Nibiru and attack for 10,900 damage. And that's, actually, is it 10,000? 3, 6, 8, 5, 10, 9. Yes, the Fenrir was on the field as well.
Yeah.
The math.
The Fenrir, right?
The math is math.
Wow, yeah, you're good at that.
Dude.
I could never calculate that far, honestly.
Tell my
I'm happy with
math teacher.
I'm happy with my Memento deck that I can do 5,000, 3,000, and it works out so nicely. That's all I'm able to do this format currently. And actually, I pulled off a crazy 8,000 points of damage in the morning though with my Apophis deck as well.
That's true. The Apophis Fiendsmith deck. I mean, you've been very good with meta calls for these top cuts lately. In Austria, you said it's not going to be Malice that's dominating. It's going to be more Mitsurugi decks. And this time around, you said it is going to be Malice. And Malice is so strong in the top decks. So why are you playing Apophis Fiendsmith?
I want to give the others a chance, man.
Okay.
If I already have all the info, I cannot have all the cards either, you know? You can't just have it every single time. But when we went through the decks that made it into top 16, in the beginning we thought, Malice. Yeah, because like when you looked at the standings from top 16, basically like second place to, I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th place, it was all Malice. Yeah. Oh yeah, another Malice. There's Malice. And then in the lower half, we kind of got some other decks in. I don't even know whether we set all of the other decks. We, of course, saw Blue Eyes. There is also the Mermaid deck you mentioned. There's Live Twin. What else? There's the Octo Addict deck, of course. And Crystron. Oh, yeah, Crystron was even mentioned in there. Memento and Unchained. I think that is actually all of them, But for the people at home wondering, for sure.
I want to see Mermaid.
Oh, why?
Because we haven't seen the deck in quite a while. I don't think we have had one on stream ever since the last Forbidden and Limited list here in Europe. So
we had one last weekend, but sure.
Did we?
Yeah.
I think I wasn't casting that.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Checking our top tables, but the deck is still pretty cool. You don't have these Bahamut totally awesome interactions anymore. Of course, you have troubles having rank 4 that detaches a water monster for cost, so you can add something off of Dragoon. But the deck going second, especially, is really interesting to me now. Poseidra is a beast.
Going back to that, actually, Nikita, who was the Mermaid player from last week, he told me off camera, I am actually playing going second, but please don't mention that anywhere in the winner's interview or something, because obviously there was no public information at that point, but he was doing that. And I really like the idea of that, because Mermaid is crazy explosive going second, so just saying, hey, I'm going to do that every time. I'm not just going to do it when I have to, I'm just going to do it every time.
Especially when the end fields are a little bit diminished by the Forbidden and Limited list of everyone else as well.
Did you see the end field of Johan? That did not look diminished
at all. Yeah, that is a very, very good point now. With the Octo Addicts and the Mitsurugi cards, that is a different story. I would like to see that a Mermaid player tries to break that field. But, when I'm looking over to the top table, I see that Johan is still playing versus Niklas Krebs, so they're definitely having a match over there. But we have just found our winner of the top 16 feature match, which is Marcus. So we're going to give it over to the winner's interview to Philip.
Thank you guys for a great introduction. I'm here with Marco. Again, we got to say. Marco, our feature match winner. First of all, how are you feeling?
Ecstatic. Ecstatic. I don't know what's happening, so I'm really, really happy.
Yeah, that was a great feature match. I think I can talk for everyone. First of all, did you think, like, at game 3, when a nip dropped, did you think you can still win that, or didn't you think, did you think it's over?
Nah, I knew I had to respect the nip, and the only thing I wanted to be sure of is, can I control the game state, not OTK, but just control the game state after that if he drops a nip. And I had the Lordly Load summon left with a drill beam in hand, so I was kind of confident that if I wouldn't be able to OTK that turn because of nip, I would be able to control the game state. But yeah, and then he summoned the token in attack mode, and I was like, wait a minute, that's game.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was game. And before, let's quickly recap the first games. Game 1, your opponent did his crystal comment, you couldn't break it. Game 2, for me, shortly it looked like he already had this game, and then you flipped that Soul Judgment. Tell us, did you feel very safe, or were you also like shaken thinking you had lost already?
No, not really, because I kind of expected the synchro to hit the field. It was either the synchro, or if he would have gone to like the Nova and the other one. I was like, well, I will just judgment that, and after that I will see where it will end up, and apparently it was enough.
Yeah, you also decided to pick the Blue Eyes deck. Now, for that deck especially, I gotta ask, is it just your favorite deck, or is it the best pick?
It's definitely not the best deck. I picked up the structure decks when they came out. I had the Primite cards already. I was like, I'll just give this a try. And I'm just, honestly, I'm having a lot of fun with the deck. It's kind of low to the ground. I don't really like the big combo decks. So if I can just set up a few interruptions, I'm okay with that. And that's what the deck does.
Yeah, and we could have all, I think I can talk for everyone, we could have seen how much fun you had with your deck there. And now I gotta ask, you're now in top 8 already, so one of the 8 best duelists of the country. How far do you want to go, and how far do you think you can go?
Honestly, this is way further than I've ever expected to come. So being in top 8 is like, it's crazy. So would obviously be nice to win 1 or 2 more matches, but I don't expect. Sorry?
You're happy already, I guess.
I'm definitely happy already. Yeah. This never happened, so yeah.
Great, that's great. And you told me you want to shout at someone, and therefore we're going to give you that stage. Who you want to shout at?
Yoonhee from local Spike Nissa. He was my last opponent in the Swiss rounds. And we promised each other that whenever we, one of us would make top cut and get an interview, we would shout out the other one. So it's my turn, I guess, and next year he will be the one standing here probably.
Yeah, I think that's the best closing words I could have imagined, and therefore we're going to go onto a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have a duel pre-recorded up with, I think it's Quantel and Eddie, and so make sure to watch that and see you guys soon for top 8.
Hi guys, welcome back to another duel with us. Today I wanted to play some Time Wizard 2010, so I asked my good friend Quantel to play with me.
Hi, I'm really excited to play some Time Wizard 2010 with Etienne. It's going to be interesting. It's always really fun to play Time Wizard formats.
Oh yeah.
So let's do a high roll.
Let's get into it.
Let's see.
And I roll a 6.
That's slightly below average, but quite good, I must say. And I
that's
rolled
also
a 6. So I guess we have to re-roll again.
Yes, we're pretty good at rolling 6s today. That's a
Ooh,
10.
That's going to be
That's
hard to
pretty
beat.
good.
That's really hard to beat.
Let's see.
But I don't think
Another
I'd beat
6.
It. So
I will choose to go first.
Very well.
And as you know, in the 2010 format, if you go first, you draw 6 cards.
Yeah, you get to draw for turn.
Yes. So, good luck, my friend.
Good luck.
And I will start my turn by doing a classic maneuver known as the T-set.
Ooh.
And then it's your turn.
I'll see. I'll draw. Ooh, I see. Interesting hand, I must say. Quite something. I think I'm going to be a little bit aggressive. Because you control because I don't control no monsters, you control monster, I can normal Sirocco.
Ooh, you can.
Yeah.
Now the question is, do I want you to keep that Sirocco? And I do not think I do. So I will activate my trap card. Bottomless Trap Hole.
Ooh, that's going to be painful. It banishes it as well, so that's going to be hard to get back.
Bye-bye, Sirocco.
I'm sadly going to have to think. Going to have to pass.
Oh, and that's very good for me. So I will draw a turn. I will draw a card for turn. And I will go into my main phase.
Very well.
Let me think for a second what I want to do here. And I think I can get very aggressive here. So I will discard Destiny Hero Malicious to special summon my Dark Grepher. Which is a very good play, if I may say so myself. And I will then continue by using the effect of Dark Grepher. I can discard one Dark Monster from my hand to place one Dark Monster from my deck to the graveyard. So I will discard Chaos, the Shadow Monarch.
Okay.
And let me just go through my deck. I hope I remember correctly. And I have this card in here, but should be, right? Yeah. And I will send Plague Spreader Zombie.
I mean, I'd hope so.
Yeah, otherwise the deck would make not so much sense.
Yeah.
So, that being said, let me just check my extra deck for options.
Plague Spreader, a very strong card. Limited in this format, even.
Yes. I mean, even to this day, I think it's one of the better tuner monsters in the game. Honestly. Like, it has recursion. It's a level 2, which is oftentimes very good. I think it's just a very good card. And now I just want to check if I can do 8,000 damage in one turn.
I think that would be very impressive.
Yeah, I agree.
2010.
Because you have to remember, I do have still the Destiny Hero Malicious also in my graveyard.
Yes. And that card, I do believe, is at 3.
Yes. So here's what I will do. I will flip summon Goblin Zombie.
Okay.
Then I will use my Destiny Hero Malicious, banishing itself off the field, to special summon another Destiny Hero Malicious straight from the deck. And I will summon it here. I believe actually Malicious is at 2 in this format.
Oh, that's interesting.
Either that or I'm missing one.
That's actually quite interesting.
Yeah. But do you want to give my deck a cut before I use the effect of my Plague Spreader Zombie?
Yes, absolutely.
As you know, Plague Spreader Zombie, you place one card from your hand on top of the deck, and then you can special summon it, but it gets banished off the field when it leaves the field. So I will do that right here. I will place... I can still normal summon, can't I?
You have not normal summoned.
Oh, that's
so
amazing. I will place this mysterious card from my hand on top of my deck to summon Plague Spreader Zombie. And then I will synchro summon. Let me do the math. That is... Oh, that's pretty good. Not quite 8,000, I believe, but close enough. I will synchro summon. Yeah, I will synchro summon Stardust Dragon. I will play it safe. If I cannot end the game here, I want some interaction with your cards. Then I will normal summon Pyramid Turtle and attempt to go into the battle phase.
Yes, absolutely.
And I will play around Gores. So I will start by attacking with 1,000.
1,100, in fact.
Yeah, 1,100. You are correct.
And because you dealt damage to me, I believe
here it
the
comes.
mandatory effect of Goblin Zombie activates where it mills top 2 cards in my deck.
That is correct.
Top
It is
1?
1.
Oh, just top 1. And you milled Raikou.
That's a good
which
card.
is quite a good card in this format.
Yes. Now, is there anything you want to activate after taking the damage also?
No.
Okay, then I will continue by attacking with the Pyramid Turtle for 1,200.
Very well. I'll take that 1,200 and I'm at 57.
Exactly. Is there anything you wish to activate here?
No.
Okay, then I will attack with 1700.
Very well. I
What's
go
your
down
odds?
to 4,000.
Exactly.
And nothing here again.
Okay, then I will attack with my Stardust Dragon for 2500.
And that leaves me at 1,500, which is not a lot of life points.
That's true. Now, anything here?
No.
Amazing. I like to hear that. And then I will already pass my turn.
Very well. I will see if I can get a good top deck.
Well, it's not a Raikou, unless it's another Raikou. But
I mean, you never know.
it's not that Raikou.
It's definitely not that Raikou. And I must say, it's an interesting top deck. Interesting. I'll activate the Reinforcement Army.
I will allow it.
I mean,
There's not a lot I can do here.
there's not a lot of top decks. I mean, you have no cards in hand, right? So, I must
And
say.
I do, in fact, know the top of my deck. You do not, but I do.
Yes, that is true. You do know your top of your deck. Oh, I must say, there's no targets in my deck for Reinforcement Army, so I cannot activate this
Well,
card.
that perhaps gives me also some information on what you may have in your hand.
Yes, absolutely.
That's very
I
interesting.
assumed that there would be another target, but apparently not.
Oh.
I guess this can be a very interesting situation because I do not have much, so I'm going to have to be very conservative.
I know this maneuver.
And I'll pass.
All right, I will draw for turn. And you know what, Quanto? I think I will not make a big show out of it, and I will just go directly into the battle phase.
Very well.
So I will choose to attack you first. Now, if this is a Raikou, and I do not attack first with my Stardust Dragon, I have to use my Stardust Dragon to protect something, perhaps. Which is why I will attack with my Stardust Dragon first. Please show me the Raikou.
To your surprise, it's actually not Raikou, but rather
It is,
simple
Mega Hamster.
Mega Hamster, which on flip summon can summon a hypothetically a Raikou from my deck.
Oh, face down?
Face down.
That is pretty good. Can it also summon another Mega Hamster?
No, it has to specifically be level 3 or lower, I assume.
Ah, well, there you go.
Yes. And yeah, I'll set Raikou.
Raikou.
And because it is bigger, so I'm gonna have to say goodbye to my Mega Hamster.
Bye-bye, Mega Hamster. It's a good hamster, though.
It's a good hamster.
It's a good hamster. I like the Mega Hamster. Now, Raikou has how much defense again?
It only has 100 defense.
100. In that case, I think I will attack the Raikou with my Goblin Zombie.
So on flip summon, I'm going to have to attempt to activate Raikou.
Yes, indeed. What do you target?
Targeting your Dark Refer.
I would like to use my Stardust Dragon.
And sadly, that will negate and destroy the Raikou.
Exactly. And then in the end phase, I get my Stardust Dragon back.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. I love this card. I will attempt to attack you with the Dark Refer and end the game right here.
Sadly, I have no response to this, so that it will be game.
All right. Well, let's see what your last card was.
It was the Rota.
Oh,
my
good
only target being Armageddon Knight.
Oh.
And 2 Vayus.
Yeah.
And a Gale, which I must say doesn't really work together on its own.
I guess there has been better hands in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I not much insurance, I would say.
Anyway, guys, thanks for watching the duel with us, and we will see you soon.
Welcome back for another mini game from Dutch Nationals, and I'm here with Bastien, and we're playing Guess the Card. So, Bastien, go ahead.
All right, is it a monster?
It is a monster.
Is it an effect monster?
It is an effect monster.
Does it have more than 1500 attack?
It does have more than 1500 attack.
Is it an elemental hero?
It is not an elemental hero.
Does it have a flip effect?
It does not have a flip effect.
Is it level 4?
It is not level 4.
Level 3?
It is not level 3.
Is it higher than level 3?
It is higher than level 3.
Is it level 8?
It is not level 8.
Oh my god. Is it level 7?
It is not level 7 as well.
Is it level 6?
It is not level 6 as well.
Is it level 5?
It is level 5.
Is it Cyber Dragon?
It is Cyber Dragon! Congratulations on getting that. And you guys, make sure to check back when we have another content for you. Welcome back for a small mini game, and we're playing Guess the Card, and I'm here with Jois. Jois, go ahead.
Is it a monster card?
No.
No. So it is a spell card?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Is it a famous spell card?
It is quite famous.
Quite famous. Is it a mystical space typhoon?
It is Mystical Space Typhoon! Congratulations, you got that quite quick. Did you expect that?
No, frankly, no.
Yeah, but it looked like you knew the card, of course. It was very famous, I guess. And you guys at home, make sure to check back when we have another mini game or another feature match for you. Welcome back, everyone. It's only 8 duelists remaining. Therefore, we are already in top 8 now, and we have looked for a good feature match. I think we found one, but I gotta get the bad news for me out first. Johan, our first place after Swiss, he lost his top 6.
He was defeated, and his opponent Niklas, who kicked him out basically, is now going to be our next featured match. As he was so successful, we immediately want to show you which deck was able to stop the run of Johan, and therefore, as the players are already ready, and everyone at home, of course, is waiting for more Yu-Gi-Oh! Only 3 more matches to be played, and one of them right in front of us. So let's go over to the table, top 8 starting now.
And there we have the players. Niklas on the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck. Up against?
Malice at Ignister, and it looks like Fabian has won the die roll. And I can give you a quick background on Niklas. He came over to the featured match area, looked at me and said, I know I'm playing against Malice now, and I've never played against that deck in my life. Which I was told, like, that put me off. That threw me off, I can tell you, because who at this point has not played against Malice so far?
I really hope he has exaggerated, sorry.
Okay, I mean, that's a start. Just use the Imperm on the Dormouse, can't be too bad.
I mean, if my opponent starts with the field, but I think, of course, you start with the Infinite Impermanence, especially because he could just link it off quickly.
Yes, okay. Is there something to extend here? Oh, there is backup secretary.
The backup Ignister, probably the best card you could have in this situation. And it looks like Niklas does not have an answer.
Really doesn't seem like. I don't even know whether Niklas knows that card, to be honest, but that is surely the card you want to have there. That is one of the reasons why the Malice deck can now, even though the consistency was lowered with the last Forbidden Limitless, still continue to extend. And we do search, of course, for the Wizard.
Yeah, and these cards, they are so strong. We discard a Molt Charmy for Valos. We really don't need that in this duel. And now the Wizard is already activated to bring back the Dormouse. And now, honestly, if Niklas has Nibiru, the Primal Being now, that would be really crucial, because it looked like we really need a Malice name for a Link 3, but Niklas doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it. And I just realized Backup Secretary looks almost the same than Backup at Ignister, but of course you were right. That was the Backup at Ignister just previously released in Alliance Insight. Yeah, they look like brother and sister, but it's in terms of power level, I feel like Backup at Ignister may have been a little bit stronger. And was that, I think that was GWC, or what did he said there?
It looked like it to me, but he'll activate it immediately, and it is TB11.
Ooh, that's the one you expect the least, because that is definitely, out of the 3 trap cards that Malice has, is the one where players have decided that it's probably the easiest one to get rid of if you want to play a lower trap lineup. And then recently even it was the development that even GWC was cut from some lists, but Fabian has decided, hey, I like those traps, I'm going to play all of them.
Yeah, the big issue of TB11 is the card is only really good if you go first, and it also negates the effects, or makes them not activated rather.
Yeah.
And that is just much weaker than of a power level than an interrupt when you already have problems with breaking sometimes.
That is indeed true and the case. But Fabian right now, with going first, of course, loves how that TB11 is putting in the work.
Yeah.
And Niklas is shaking his head. He said, that was a crazy match against Yoho. I had an insane hand in all of the games that we played, and it got me through here into top 8. And I mean, he was, if you forgot about the introduction of our top 16, he was the one. Of course, being the luckiest guy in the venue when the final standings were announced, because he was 16th after Swiss, just barely making it in, and now is in top 8 as well. Definitely, though, not an unfamiliar face Niklas is, because Niklas does have multiple top cuts, spots, and finishes at, I think, even YCS is in his resume.
Yeah, the big issue here now is, which we are seeing, is we had to use the white binder to get a Malice trap.
True.
And now we cannot easily trigger the white rabbit because we are already locked into Cybers. Therefore, no Haggard Lizardos, but maybe the Red Ransom can help us.
I mean, the Red Ransom is only just going to give us another field spell for the moment, though. And we already did that.
I mean, we can get the Nelson Mirror.
Oh, true. Oh, yeah. I always forget that this card is now also there.
Inside, yeah. And Niklas really has to read it, and this card is very powerful, simply because it is... First of all, if you read it, you think like, okay, yeah, my opponent now has Forbidden Shadows. What can that do? But just by banishing the card from the field, it can become an interruption or extender. And as well, the graveyard effect. Nothing to underestimate, because if that card is banished, we can banish one Malice card from the graveyard and search one card of the same type, and there is a second the Terraforming, which will search a second field spell, which won't do a lot here.
Yeah, Malice in the Underground just for follow-up here. Not necessarily changing anything about the end field that Fabian is putting out here, and if that really is the first match that Niklas is playing against Malice, he's immediately getting a pretty decent showcase of what the deck can do, to be honest, because he's getting to see all the trap cards, all the Malice monsters, and we have not even normal summoned yet. True. Okay, linking them all. Oh!
But it looks like I could talk a pass.
I mean, we can also use the effect, of course, first of all, bringing back both Link 3 monsters from the graveyard there.
But the issue is, I don't see really a way how we could get the white binder banished when it hits the graveyard in Niklas' turn. Except we had the Marcher already, but I wouldn't bet on that because I'm pretty sure he would have used it in his combo.
Yeah, I would agree. It would at least seem like that.
Oh, we have such a Malice Mirror, to be fair.
Sets 2. Yeah, the Malice Mirror would help with that, indeed. So it does ultimately look like a pretty damn good setup. Cutting the deck, and play goes over to Niklas, who is one of our remaining Raizia Mitsurugi players in the field, which, of course, was the deck that won the YCS in Providence over in America, in the USA last weekend. But It's not very well represented anymore now on Top Cut. I think he might be the only Ryzen Mitsurugi player remaining.
It could actually be. I'm really curious which decks will be in top 8. We only know. I mean, I know of one Blue Eyes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
same. Marco is writing the true hero story here of the weekend, maybe.
And I think I also saw quite some Malice decks, which in this game especially, again, we can see how strong the deck can be, even though being hit by an infinite impermanence. But they're talking about strong cards, right?
That is the dream start when you are facing already strong cards on the field. Chainlink 1 Axe, Chainlink 2 Aggregator, trying to negate the Allied Code.
Yeah, that's such a great start, because it doesn't really make sense to negate that Aggregator, because then the Allied Code Talker negate would have been hit or used already. So he will get rid of it either way. Question is, will Fabian want to use one of his set cards?
Not for the moment. We do just search out the Sword Ryziel. Nothing on resolution. Immediately continuing. Also special something out the Sword Ryziel. Fabian goes after it with the Malice in the mirror. That's early, right?
Again, yeah, that looked quite early. I could only imagine, I mean, we could banish the Red Ransom and then banish a Marchet to get it if we want to, but doesn't look like we do.
Banishing the White Binder instead. And I mean,
we get...
When you negate the Sword Ryziel, why do we not negate the X Ryziel in the first place, right? Because that Sword Ryziel we got for free. We just sorted out with the X Ryziel, so why not just stop the thing that gets us the thing instead of stopping the thing that came out of it?
No, I agree with you. The only thing we can do now here is we can use our White Binder probably and banish, first of all, the Malice Mirror and as well as the White Rabbit, so we can get to the MTP anyways.
Yeah.
And that is a very strong interrupt, but I agree with you. I don't know why we would use it on Sword and not on Axe.
Yeah, and I mean, we could have even made sure to get the Mirrorlogic Aggregator out of the graveyard earlier on as well, which could we then even have special summoned the Sword Ryziel? Yeah, Sword Ryziel only needs a Ryziel, right?
Oh, and there's Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion of Niklas, and that card makes makes a big difference here.
Yeah, that's a card that not a lot of people have been playing in their main decks lately, but Niklas is one of the people deciding to do so, and Fabian is shaking his head because that one catched him off guard.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I love that Ghost Spell.
Yeah.
I think that card is so good right now. The only issue you might have is you already want to fit like 15 hand traps or so, and Ghost Spell is only your 6th best option, you think. But here we already saw how good that card can be.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's probably choosing it over something like Effect Veiler here in the main deck, because I don't see any Effect Veilers in his main deck, and instead we chose to run that Ghost Spell, so it probably was like the concrete replacement for the Effect Veiler. Beforehand it was Effect Veiler, now it is Ghost Spell, and it does make so much sense.
And there is the Ryziel Duo Draft, and if that card resolves, I think Fabian is in real danger.
Wow, it is resolving.
And now what can we add? We will probably add Note and the Field Spell, the Cross. Oh, but we can add... Of course, we can add Ice because we have normal
summoned, yeah. Totally. And there is now the Ryziel Cross. Things are looking good for Niklas. Normal Ice effect, Ice Ryziel. Ice in top 8 here. This might be the first Ice Ryziel of the entire tournament, right? I don't remember seeing a single one.
I don't think it's the first one, though.
Okay, we had one, yeah, true. We had one, but definitely very much less represented than the Malice decks here overall in this tournament.
Yeah, and we are getting Sword. Maybe we do even play the Note Ryziel?
We do not play Note Ryziel. You might be onto something there. Yeah, going for his list. There is no Note Ryziel.
Oh, no, I found it. I think it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
just in front of the Habakiri, true.
Yeah. So it is his card, and there is the Ryziel Detonator, and now we could even negate a card like Nibiru the Primal Being. The question though is, can Niklas get into his Mitsurugi engine still?
That's probably not possible, right? Oh, I mean, all it needs is one Habakiri, and that's all the Mitsurugi engine in the world. That is huge what Niklas has drawn here, because this deck, it struggles when it only is drawing one of the two engines, but when it is able to access both of them, both the Ryziel and the Mitsurugi part of the deck, then it just shines.
And there is Dominus Impulse, even destroying the Habakiri. That is huge here, because now Niklas cannot get as easily to his Mitsurugi engine.
Not shining at all anymore, yep. Niklas confirming. The Dominus Impulse still sitting there. Fabian waiting for Niklas to destroy the Habakiri in his hand.
No, Niklas is thinking about chaining the detonator to pop something.
Oh, true. Yeah, fair. Very fair.
That's why he read the field spell, what it really does, because that often like confused, because I think like the red ransom, it does change attack and death.
Yeah, it does.
And that's like very confusing sometimes.
Okay, we're using the detonator. What are we going to go after here?
Probably the allied card or the
White Binder is the target, and that does resolve without any hesitation. And yeah, Fabian says, I would love to destroy that Habakiri, and it is in the graveyard now.
It's actually not optional to destroy their form. We had to destroy here, which is of course an advantage for Fabian, because I would really like to get that Habakiri out of hand.
Surely do. But now Fabian looks like he might be out of things to hold back against Niklas. And okay, now Rise Cross will make sure to give even an additional new card to Niklas now.
Yeah, but if he cannot really... I mean, we know how explosive the follow-up of the Malice deck can be. At one point, it looks like the Malice player has nothing left, and all of a sudden, you banish that White Binder, you summon it back, you banish 3 other cards, and all of a sudden there's 5 monsters on your field.
100% do agree. You gotta admit that. But I mean, we know that they have Malice in Underground in their hand as one of their remaining cards, which is easy to be answered with the Rise Detonator. And after that, I don't know how many more cards for follow-up they do have. Niklas currently trying to figure out whether there's anything else he can do. I don't... Okay, did he just draw into that node Ryziel, or did he just have it all the way through? That's crazy.
Oh, he sent the card from his hand.
7 Tachyon discarded.
I mean, we don't need it here.
Yeah, with no other cards in hand, how would you even use it?
But how do we get to a ritual spell? Does he maybe play the Code Inverter here?
Go Tornado Dragon.
Tornado Dragon.
Okay, okay. I see what you're doing here, Niklas. Trying to destroy that Malice and Underground in all possible ways. Now, of course, the attack over the Red Ransom. Duo Drive attacks the Allied Code as well, and it is gone. Field of Fabian completely destroyed here by Niklas. Well shown how cool this Rising Mitsurugi deck is going second. How well, with only Engine even sometimes, it can play through those fields. But now it is back over to Fabian. And as you have been saying, that deck can do such things. Normal summon Chassis Cat now.
Oh, I'll be honest with you, there's no way that effect results.
Let's see.
I mean, there is a cross, that's what I mean.
Chassis Cat.
Do we let it resolve now, or do we use something?
Oh, we could, of course. I mean, yeah, we can chain the detonator to also destroy it, and then on resolution negate it.
Yeah, we destroy it, and
yes, we do exactly that. Niklas knows what he's doing. He does give up on the aggregator here, though.
Yeah, but that's very smart that he summoned Tornado Dragon as well, because now he can still pop the field spell like he does here.
And that is it! Niklas wins it, going second with the Rising Mitsurugi deck. That is crazy. Look at that smile. He threw out Yoho-An in top 16, and now in game 2, he loses the roll to Malice. He keeps on comboing and comboing. Niklas doesn't even know the deck, and still he ends up winning, going second.
And I gotta point out one card again. Just Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. I think that was the only card he could have had there to really have a chance to win his game, go second.
That is indeed the case. Ghost Spell may be the MVP in Niklas' deck for this weekend. Not many people have decided to run that. It wasn't on our overview of cards that are most represented in the players' decks this weekend, but Niklas, sure enough, has decided to run it, and now he's, of course, even more confident. It's going his way. Since Top Cut started, everyone is equal in terms of standings, because, yeah, you can be first after Swiss, you can be 16th after Swiss. Does not matter. And this is, by the way, in case you were wondering, the 8 remaining players that we still have left in the tournament.
Yeah, and do we actually have a Marco mirror match?
A Marco mirror match, that's funny. Marco versus Marco. Which Marco is going to win?
Yeah, and here we have him again. Niklas really doing a great job. And as you already said, like, it's down. Everyone has the same situation when Top Cut starts. Therefore, I gotta ask you, if you win versus the first after Swiss, are you not a favorite to win a tournament?
I kind of think so, yeah, honestly. And I mean, he also is a very accomplished player. He has been playing the game for so long, so he is used to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In high-pressure situations. And therefore, I wouldn't be surprised. Also, of course, one of the remaining Germans left in the tournament. Therefore, it's still always that rivalry between whether a Dutchman or a German wins the Dutch National Championship, because there has been that rivalry and history for others to win this National Championship. And you heard, for example, Raul Sanders saying in his top 16 quick interview that he really wants to bring it home to the Netherlands. And I mean, he's still in there as well, of course.
Yes, he
so
is.
you can't disregard him. He currently, though, is playing a Malice mirror match, which, of course, is a hard test for skill.
Yeah, and I think he also plays with one of the German players, and
Yeah.
therefore he already has it in his own hands to kick one of them out. And I watched his top 60 match when you were both when we were casting with Leo, and I can tell you he played versus the Unchained deck, and it was really an interesting duel where he did very great, I gotta say.
Yeah, definitely great to see. But of course, we want to see more of this match over here. Let's see how these two players are going to approach this second game, as now the cards, of course, will be reshuffled, and maybe we're going to see some more Melos comboing. So let's go back over to the table.
Okay, and I'm very, very sure that Fabian will go first, but before the first action, Niklas will drop the Mochami Purulia.
And there is now Malice in Underground, and that immediately gets answered with Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion. This time we do not even hold back with it. So that must mean that Niklas probably just drew that for turn last game, right? Because otherwise he could have just also used it on the Malice in Underground there.
I mean, the situation is very different. Here, first of all, the Ghost Bell, it does negate the activation, therefore the Malice in Underground goes to the graveyard. I think the situation is quite different, because here you use the Purulia, and in case your opponent Fabian can do any extenders like the March here, then you draw a card.
That is funny though, because it kind of works out for Fabian here that the Malice in Underground went to the graveyard, and now we have to normal summon the Fubalas, of course granting Niklas an additional draw off of his Purulia there.
But what can we do with these two? There's the Almirage now. Oh, we can go Splash Mage.
Yep.
Yeah.
That does work. It is kind of awkward, but it does get us to the point where we get to actually play a combo here.
Does Niklas have another way to get...
Oh, infinite impermanence, and Fabian is nodding. I don't think he can recover from that. What an opener from Niklas, and the turn of Fabian is over, so maybe it is going to be the next Dutchman falling here in the Dutch National Championship.
Now, is there a Habakiri? Does Niklas have it? That might seal the deal already.
Oh, main phase, Niklas. Honestly, any Riser card or Mitsurugi card, all of them would be really, really good here right now. Just any kind of engine, because there is no existing field for Fabian.
Yeah, what can Niklas do? What does he have? He is thinking. But is that a good or a bad sign is the question.
Oh, I think we're just thinking about what to lead with. I'm calling it. Niklas has an amazing hand, and he just tries to figure out which of his amazing cards he's going to play out first here, with which one he's trying to bait. And there is, okay, I mean, would you consider that a good start?
Yeah, I think Normal Summon Aromasu does the deal. The question now is, does Fabian have an interrupt for it? And it is the Infinite Impermanence. We gotta keep in mind the middle column.
Oh, we're in the battle phase! There's no way! It looks like Niklas does not have any other plays. We can only attack over the Splash Mage, and therefore there is not going to be any further comboing, I would imagine.
Yeah, but Fabian really got to draw a playable card, because his graveyard does not have the greatest head, and now we pass.
Look at that, we pass over. There's no way. Fabian, does he look happy? Oh, main phase. Okay, okay. Back up at Ignister.
Oh, and if that resolves, we can get the Wizard, and therefore get back the March as well.
And it does resolve. There you go.
Okay, we will add the Wizard. Does Niklas maybe have a Droll Lockbird here to shut down further searching?
Wizard at Ignister, and we get rid of Artifact Land.
I think it's our
okay, that's for Crossout Designator. Must be. Wizard at Ignister. But then also gets mad with Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion. Niklas is basically a member of the Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion family at this point. Also negating this here.
Yeah, the question is now, does Niklas have another way to play? Because our Masa alone is not. We gotta clarify for a moment that if Ghostbell works. I would be shocked if it doesn't. Oh, yeah, we can't use the Wizard, of course, because we need a monster from the extra deck.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I see.
I mean,
Good catch, actually.
We will still use it probably, because otherwise the Ghost Ball stays in hand.
Oh, and we did draw into the Sargi. Niklas is absolutely now in this. No cards in hand for Fabian anymore. And the handshaker there for Niklas does move on to top 4 by winning 2-0 here in this top 8 encounter against his Malice opponent.
Yeah, and I said it already, I gotta still say, Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion here, really the MVP of the duel. Niklas being very heads up, maybe a step ahead of everyone playing this card, and it really paid off here.
Yeah, and I'm sure that now his opponent is going to have haunted dreams of that Ghost Bell card, because that certainly was the card that he did not expect, the card that did turn it into the favor of Niklas. But you gotta also just, in general, give it to him. What an execution there in the first game specifically. Game 2, I gotta say, was a little bit easier because like the cards he had there were kind of working for him in a natural way. But Game 1, the way he piloted through that field, it was really impressive to see. And there is your sign once more. Those Ryziel cards, especially Extra Ryziel, they still totally have it in them.
Yeah, but it wasn't as easy as you said for Niklas, because it wasn't like, yeah, he summoned the Aura Master at Gun again, and then he had to go battle phase, really hoping that his one card in hand, his Ghost Bell, does a good job, and gotta say,
It did very much so. And then also, of course, drawing the Artifact Lancea was not what you're trying to do as the Malice player when your opponent is not even playing Malice or anything like that. Interestingly enough, he's only playing 2 of that in his side deck. I think he might be one of the very few people in the entire venue that is not playing 3 Artifact Lancea in their side deck.
Is playing 2 or?
No, his opponent is.
Okay, his opponent.
So the
Fabian's
Malice player,
okay,
Fabio.
Okay. Because I was a bit confused now. I thought like, okay, why would you only play 2? I mean,
he's only playing it as a cross-out target, apparently.
Does he maybe main one?
Nah, he's not. Nah. Stop it. I mean, in Ryziel, you could almost consider it.
I mean, I really cannot imagine someone not playing 3 copies of Artifact Lancea today.
True, and there we have it. First match finished, and I can confirm by looking wide here into the venue, everyone else still playing. We do have a really interesting pairing, actually, between the 2 Marcos you have been mentioning, because Marco versus Marco is, of course, as you saw in the featured match, the Blue Ice deck we saw. But then his opponent, equally so a Marco, is the Mermaid deck we have in top 16 and now also in top 8. Therefore, at least one Blue Eyes or a Mermaid deck in top 8, and that's going to be massive because I don't think a lot of people were expecting that necessarily.
No, but we have seen it all the time. I mean, the Blue Eyes, we saw that quite a bit, but I mean, the Mermaid deck has always had great showings, but I gotta say, in the last weeks, I felt like the deck fell a bit off maybe because like it was always the big combo deck. But I gotta be honest with you, Malice is also quite big comboing.
Also, your theory, not proven. You said no Malice in top 4, but I mean, as we have a Malice mirror match between Raul and Sebastian there in top 8 as well, it is guaranteed to be at least one Malice in there, maybe even more, because I think there's also more Malice players playing at the other tables, of course. So it is going to be in there, and I still think they might be. On the other hand, Niklas kind of the favorite now as well.
You know, I said Mitsurugi Octoadic for a moment. Niklas just like kind of ruined that for me, but now I'm gonna jump on the Niklas fan train and say he'll win this with Mitsurugi, so I'll be still kind of right.
We're all part of the Niklas fan club now at this point, and I mean, he did just completely play this out of his mind. And I need to know now whether that really was his first game against Malice, because I still cannot believe it. Was that really the first time he played against Fennec? That cannot be the case, because he interrupted so well. He immediately used the Ghost Spell where it was able to be used. He must have known. I think he played against this deck 1,000 times at this point, and he was just totally joking all around there. I'm almost certain. But yeah, is that going to be the win that he wants? Is that going to be another German taking it here at the Dutch National Championship? Might be happening, but of course, the only person answering all of those questions right now is Niklas himself. So let's bring it over to Leo and Niklas for the winner's interview.
Thank you so much, Basti. Indeed, I am joined by Niklas Krebs, who just took over a Malice deck by storm. How are you feeling?
Good.
Thanks. So, you have just... we've discussed this earlier. Was this the first time you've ever played versus Malice?
The first time, not the first time this weekend, and actually like one of the first times since the new support, to be honest, So I had to read the spell. I wasn't sure what it does. It's somewhat negating monster effects. Not sure exactly, but yeah.
So you have had some info about Malice before.
Of course.
So you did not play too much before that format. You were playing the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck. Did you start learning the deck while attending the tournament, or did you practice a lot before?
So I played the pure Ryziel deck before, and I felt like the ceiling of the deck wasn't as high as it needed to be. And then a good friend of mine is like on the Mitsurugi hype train. He was like, play this, play this, play this, and I just took it, learned it on Friday. It's like quite intuitive to play, hard to master, but yeah.
What's your favorite interaction that you have with the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck? Like, what was the play that brought you the most fun this weekend?
I actually once sent the Mitsurugi trap with Node in order to reborn something in my graveyard, which was super weird, super niche, but that was my favorite interaction. But like all the rituals, like the big guy always ripping hand cards off hand, can't even speak, but it's the coolest thing ever.
It is a very strong deck. You are known for very rogue decks. I remember YCS Bochum in, I think, 2019. 18. You played 18. You played 60 cards Dinosaur Shaddoll, right?
Yeah.
So why was it not rogue this time?
Actually wanted to play the Regenesis Castillo deck. That was also on my mind, but in testing it didn't feel like, in the very little testing I did, it felt like way too weak, and to be honest, I'm not too deep into the format to have a quite cool rogue strategy, so let's just play the Mitsurugi strategy.
Well,
something that's proven.
You are basically doing really, really well with the deck so far. Is there anyone in the rest of the top 8 that you're afraid to face in top 4 or in the rest of the tournament?
No.
All right, perfect. So you get it all the way here?
Of course.
All right, you heard it here first. Niklas Krebs is trying to become the national champion of the Netherlands in 2025. And after this interview, we just have another video of Eddie versus Quantel. We're going to show you guys that, and then we'll be right back with the semifinals. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Hi, guys, and welcome back to another duel. And I really wanted to play some 2010 Time Wizard, so I asked my good friend Quantel to play with me.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to be playing with Etienne. This format is one of many Time Wizard formats, and I'm excited to play.
All right, so how about we check who's gonna start with the dice roll?
Let's see.
And that's a 3.
Ooh, a 3. That is maybe not the worst, but definitely not very good. Let's see if I can roll higher though. Ooh,
That is higher.
I think a
Very
12.
slightly.
I think I only needed 1 dice for that. I will choose to start because.
All right, you may.
In Time Wizard 2010, you get to draw for turn on your first turn.
That's true. So you start with 6.
I get to just have my opening hand and draw for turn.
And I don't even get to Ash Blossom you.
Unbelievable. So standby and main. My hand is interesting, I'd say. Quite interesting. I'll start with a Allure of Darkness.
That's a pretty good card.
And luckily I don't have to worry about Ash Blossom.
Yes,
so
and if you banish a Malice monster now, I will be very angry.
I would also be quite angry. And I must say, this really pains me to do.
Oh, please don't discard your hand.
But I'm going to have to banish Dark Arm Dragon.
That's a very good card, and I'm glad I do not have to deal with it.
I must say, my hand didn't really fix much.
All right.
So I will do a simple T-set and pass.
Great. In that case, I will draw for turn. And this is also a very interesting hand. I believe I will do the exact same and pass it back to you.
Interesting. I see slow starts.
Yes.
As often. So I'll draw for turn. Simply go standby and main.
That's good.
What could this set be? It could be many cards.
It could be.
Raiko would be quite painful to do, but I'm feeling dangerous. So I'll tribute my my Necro Gardener there for my Caius. And
Caius.
I think I'll Caius target your set monster.
That's a very good effect, and I do believe I have to respond with my face down card. Yes, I do not want this Caius to resolve, so I will chain a torrential tribute. And I would like to torrentially tribute the whole field.
Sadly, I'll have to let that happen, so you get your monster in grave.
All right.
Ooh,
Yes, I
can,
could not let that get into the banished zone.
That would have been quite disasterful. So I'll set another card.
Yes.
And pass his turn.
And I will draw for turn. Aha. Now that's interesting. I will also activate an Allure of Darkness.
Ooh, that is absolutely fine.
Great. Then I will draw 1 card, 2 cards. And I will... This is also kind of painful, but I will get rid of Destiny Hero Malicious.
Ooh.
Yes.
This card is at 2 in this format, so...
So
Malicious
that is
doesn't
quite
have-
painful for me.
Yes.
But not as painful as hopefully this heavy storm will be for you.
Ooh, that's quite painful. I'm going to have to say goodbye to Bottomless and Dust Tornado.
Oh yeah. Very windy. And then I believe it is time to pass it back to you.
Ooh, I see. Not really drawing any.
You know, I'm biding my
awesome.
time. I'm, like a snake, just waiting in the grass for the right moment.
And I must say, my top deck is quite beneficial this point of the game state. So I'll go draw down my main.
Yes.
And activate Reinforcement Army.
That is a good top deck.
And this will let me add a powerful card. Although I don't have Dark Refer on my deck, I do have an Armageddon Knight.
Oh.
And this will get my deck going quite well.
Yes, you could send another Dark Armed Dragon to the graveyard, for example.
Well, sadly, that card's at 1, so that would not be very legal.
Then
in
that
this
is not
format.
an option.
So I'll go normal Dark Armageddon Knight immediately and use the effect.
I will, I'll allow it.
Sadly, Effect Veiler did come out only a year after, so
Yes, but maybe I can bluff you.
I'll send a Vayu to my graveyard as preparation, I would say.
And I believe this has some sort of effect in the graveyard, does it not?
Yes. If I have another Blackwing, I can target it and attempt to banish it and itself to Synchro Summon. But the
That's
summon is
pretty
negated.
good.
But that's quite good, usually. I'll go and... I must say, I have a feeling you have Gores. So therefore, I will play it somewhat slower and simply set and pass.
That is very wise of you, my friend. So I will draw for turn. And I would like to normal summon a Deep Sea Diva. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm sure I can activate the effect. I will check, but if I cannot, then
we'll find out.
Yes, we will find out. Yes, I can. And I
That's-
can summon another Deep Sea Diva. And I will summon it in defense position.
Okay. Card you usually want to have a goblin zombie next to, but
Yeah, but if you cannot have a goblin zombie next to it, then you will make do with the next best thing, and that in this case is mind control to take your Armageddon Knight.
ooh, I see.
Yes.
I must see.
I have set this up for turns, and now you have walked right into my trap. Only that it's a spell.
Well, remind me. Does it target the monster?
It sure does.
Hmm.
Do you have any response to that?
I'm gonna have to allow this, sadly.
You actually
So-
did scare me there. Good bluff. Now I will summon from my extra deck. The question is, what will I summon from my extra deck? And I believe I have exactly 2 options. Let me just double check. Yes, I think in this case, the best card for me to summon is the Goyo Guardian.
Ooh, I see. That is quite strong.
Wait, I cannot. It needs an Earth Monster. My
No, no,
bad.
no, no, no. In 2010, it is
yes,
not
no.
been errata
No,
yet.
errata. Yes, I can. I remember. And then I will go straight into the battle phase
Very well.
and attack you for 200.
On attack declaration of your Deep Sea Diva, I will choose to activate Book of Moon targeting your Goyo Guardian.
Oh, that is pretty good. And I will have to allow it.
And now I take your 200 damage gracefully, which is the first points of damage in this game, actually, surprisingly. So I go down to 7,800. But because I now control no cards on my field,
oh no,
I get to activate Gores, Emissary of Darkness.
You do.
So I get Gores and a token.
Yes.
That
is a good point.
I will use
I
this
believe just
sleeve, I guess, as a token.
And it has 200, 200, correct?
200 attack, 200 defense.
Let
Yes.
me just double check. And it is also a fairy light level 7, right?
Correct.
All right, I'm just making sure for no particular reason. After consulting with my extra deck, I believe I have no more plays. So I will pass the turn to you.
Very well. I will draw. And think. I'll go standby and main.
That is fine.
If you remind me, Goyo Guard does have 2,000 defense points.
It does, exactly 2,000.
I will simply tribute this token.
Yes.
To advance my place in summoning a Sirocco.
That is a good card.
And I do agree, that is quite a good card. So I'll just go battle phase and equalize the game state and attack over your Goyo Guard with my Gores.
There goes my Goyo Guardian.
And then attack with Sirocco over
And
Deep Sea.
That is 1,800 damage.
Yes.
So you're now in the lead.
I am.
That puts me at 6,200.
Via the life points in the lead. And I'll set one card.
Yes.
And that leaves me with no cards in hand. But, yeah, 2 big monsters to deal with, so I'll pass.
I will draw for turn.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I liked my play from last turn so much. I will simply do the same again and pay 800 life points to target your Gores Emissary of the Darkness and steal it.
That is a powerful play. And sadly, I'll have to let that go. So you get to steal my Gores.
Great. That puts me at 5,400 life points.
Absolutely.
And I will not attack your Sirocco because I believe you have quite the interesting card in your graveyard, do you not?
I do, but...
So perhaps the better play is to tribute your Gores for a Caius. And as we know, when Caius is tribute summoned, I can target one of your monsters and banish it. And then, additionally, because it is a dark monster, you take 1,000 damage.
I will have to let that happen, and that is quite painful for me in this exact scenario.
So you take 1,000 damage, which puts you at 6,800.
Yeah.
And now, I am not quite done, because I will activate Foolish Burial.
That is a good card here. Yes, absolutely. That is fine.
And I will foolishly bury something. Let me check.
There's a lot of cards in the zombie deck that have powerful graveyard effects.
That is true. But I believe I want to foolishly bury a Mizuki.
That is one of many limited cards in this format that are quite good.
And now I will use my Mizuki effect to summon Plague Spreader Zombie to my side of the field.
Absolutely. This will let you keep your Plague Spreader in rotation.
Exactly. So I may use it an additional time if I want to. However, right now, I might just want to attack you before I synchro summon because that is simply more damage than what I am thinking of synchroing into. Then again, your set cards makes me feel quite a certain way about just attacking.
There could be many cards that
It
the set
could
card
be
could
many
be.
cards.
It could be another Death Tornado, for all you know.
That is true, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that if I synchro summon into this little friend here, it might perform well against your set card.
If you will remind me what this card does again.
Exactly. So, if it destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, I gain life points equal to the attack of the monster, the base attack of the monster. However, if a spell trap is activated that targets exactly one psychic monster I control, which this is, then I can pay 1,000 life points to negate the activation and destroy that spell or trap card.
Absolutely. That is okay.
So I will attempt to go into the battle phase.
Absolutely.
And I will attack you for 2,700.
That is okay.
Great.
And that will leave me at, I believe, 4,100 life points.
I have the exact same number here. I will set one card and pass my turn back to you.
Okay. And I will see if this deck gives me a good top deck. And I'll see. I'd say this is an interesting top deck.
I'm very interested to see what you do.
I believe it's a good time to set a card and just pass.
Oh. That, my friend, I do not like. I will draw a card for turn.
Absolutely.
Now, if that is a Raikou you have face down, that can get really annoying for me because that is in fact not a spell or trap card effect. So I cannot negate it.
Absolutely.
However, I will just have to find out, so I will attack.
And to your dismay, it is indeed a Raikou. So I will target your Thought Ruler and destroy it and mill top 3 cards on my deck.
That resolves. And it's another value.
Another value.
And 2 spell trap cards.
So, sadly, not a Blackwing other than value yet, but we'll get there.
Bye-bye, Thought Ruler. I miss him already. I will place one monster face down and pass the turn to you.
Absolutely. I will go to my turn. I'll draw. Look at my top deck, and I see I don't have that many plays at the moment, so I'll have to set a nano monster and pass. Sadly.
I think you should stop setting Raikous, please. I will draw a card for my turn. All right. I think I have a plan. And my plan is to do absolutely nothing. I will set one card and pass the turn.
I mean, sometimes the best plans are the ones where you don't do much. So I will draw.
Yes.
I do say I think my top decks are interesting, to say the least. They don't help that much, but I'll set another card and just simply pass.
I will draw for my turn.
Absolutely.
Aha. Now that is interesting.
Okay.
Now I have to think whether I want to commit into potentially more Raikous, a face down card, whatever it may be, or if I just want to stay patient. Let me check my graveyard.
That's absolutely fine.
And I only have a Plague Spreader zombie in the graveyard that I can use.
Yes, because you've already used your one of Mizuki.
Indeed. I regret it now. I believe I want to activate... Oop, now I dropped the card. That's not good. Mystical Space Typhoon on your face down card.
That is a good card, and that will destroy my dimensional prison.
Aha! So my Thought Ruler was a good idea.
Yes, absolutely.
I will normal summon Goblin Zombie.
That is absolutely fine.
And I will flip summon Spirit Reaper.
Oh, that is...
And then I will attempt to out all your Raikous. I will start here.
To your dismay, this is actually a
It's the
super nimble
hamster.
hamster. So after you take 1500, I will use the flip effect of Nimble Hamster to set a Raikou from my deck.
I will have to allow it.
So I set this Raikou.
So I go to
3,900, I believe.
That is correct. But surely, my friend, there cannot be two super nimble mega hamsters.
You have
face
to
down,
find out.
right? I will attack this face down monster with my goblin zombie.
And this is a Raikou. So
Aha.
I'll Raikou target your set card.
Yes, that is indeed an option.
Is the effect okay?
Sadly, it is.
So I'll mill the top 3. Which I must say aren't the best mills.
Yes, and you hit my solemn judgment, which is very sad for me. But, oh well. I will pass the turn.
Sadly, we have to make
progress somehow.
Progress somehow,
Yes.
yes. I will top deck. I think my draw is interesting. You have no cards in your hand, I believe.
have no cards in my hand.
So I could go a little bit more aggressive, I feel. So I will flip summon Raikou and target your Spirit Reaper, which can't be destroyed by battle.
Yes, and if my Spirit Reaper is targeted, it triggers and gets destroyed.
Only on resolution, actually.
Yes.
So I'll mill the top 3,
And that looks good for you.
that is a good card. Having Sirocco in grave, another Vayu, which I have all 3 Vayu in my grave.
Well, they
And-
like to be there, apparently.
And I must say, I will use my Vayu, targeting my Sirocco right now, and banish these 2 to summon a Blackwing Sigil from my deck. That is from my extra deck. That's level 6. So I'll summon a negated Armed Wing.
That
which-
is a pretty big monster.
pretty big. And next, I'll tribute my Raikou for a Sirocco.
That is more pretty big monsters. And I'm starting to get worried for my life total here.
Absolutely. I will put my Nimble Beaver in attack position
Yes.
and attempt to go to battle phase.
Yes.
I will first attack with my Armed Wing over your Goblin Zombie,
Aha.
which I believe is 1,200 damage.
That is 1,200 damage. But also, if my goblin zombie gets sent to the graveyard, I have to add myself a zombie monster with 12,000 or less defense from my deck to my hand.
Absolutely.
So I will go to 27.
29, in fact.
That is 1,200 damage, no?
I was on 39. No?
No, I was on 39. you were
Oh,
at
my
41.
bad, my bad.
No worries. And I will add... I think, my friends, there is no zombie in my deck that will save me out of this one. But I will still add Zombie Master.
Also, a very strong limited card in the zombie
Indeed.
deck. So I'll attack with my Mega Hamster. And
I will get
finish
hamstered.
for 1,100 damage.
Yes.
And I'll finish you off with a Sirocco attack.
On the Mega Hamster damage.
Yes.
Because I took damage. No, I'm just kidding. You know my card.
I know.
All right, good game, my friend.
That was a good game. So I must say thank you for watching, everyone. This was Etienne and I. And I hope you have fun with the rest of the stream.
Thanks so much, Jack, world champion right there. But we're in top 4 of the WCQ Netherlands 2025. We've got another banger for you.
We got, yeah?
Yeah, we have 2 Germans in top 4. So the trend of not Dutch people winning the Dutch national championships might continue this time
But
around.
even more interesting, we don't have a German against German matchup. We have actually 2 German against Dutch matchups. And there we already see him, Marco, our Blue Eyes hero.
The hero of the people, attacking with a 10,900 attack point Nibiru token for a game. That was crazy. And he's playing versus someone who is not a stranger to top cuts. That's Sebastian, and he's famous for topping a YCS in Zoo format, in the Zodiac format, with Chain Burn. But this time around, he is playing the Malice themed deck. So we're going to go over right to the table because the players are ready. So let's get into our semi-finals. Alrighty then, we're going to see a firm handshake here interesting Blue Eyes version of Marco. Because he's playing Jet Dragon.
I mean, I don't think it's that. I mean, it's rarer than without, but it's not never seen before.
That is true. I've seen it on Master Duel quite a lot.
Oh, we need to start with the backup at Ignister. That's not the optimal start. Does Marco have a way to interrupt that?
I mean, there's loads of ways in hand to interrupt that. I think Marco is just contemplating which one to go for. I think there's Ash Blossom and Purge in hand. So
the impermanence? Is it maybe impermanence as well?
If I have Ash Blossom and Purge, I would 100% go Ash Blossom.
I think I would have Purged just to play around Talons.
But then your Ash Blossom is
yeah, I mean,
not live
yeah,
anymore.
probably you're right, yeah.
I mean, if you also have the impermanence, then maybe I can argue for impermanence. But Talons is also at 1.
Yeah, the only thing was, if my opponent starts with the backup, I was like, okay, maybe he doesn't have any play, because otherwise he would start differently. But yeah, probably you're right. Probably it's still correct to Ash. But now there's Lingerable. So in that case, the Purge is dead anyways.
Yeah.
But he has to pass. No more play of Sebastian. And that means it's Marco's turn, or does Marco have a play on the other hand?
Yeah, that's another good question, because I have peeked into his head, and there are 4 cards out of the first 5 that I've seen that do not really play. And there's maybe 1 card that does play, but we don't know yet.
But you know, 1 card might be enough, because I saw Sebastian's hand, and I saw 2 Molchami Fuvalos.
Yep, that's always... Oh, I thought he was passing, but that's just... you got me there almost. I think that was just the
Marco.
finger pointing.
And there is the Maiden, and that's definitely a play.
That's a card, yeah.
I don't know, is there any card that could possibly stop that? No, there is not, and there is True Light. That's the question, does Sebastian maybe have Ghost Arrogant Snow Rabbit, a very good card here?
Oh, that would definitely help him here. I doubt that it's going to be activated soon. What else do we have? I think this is a Chessy Cat in hand.
It's a March Hare, I think. I think it's a March Hare. Plus, I think one is Purula and one is Fuvalos. And of course, Dominus Impulse.
I told Basti before, I was like, I'm pretty sure that Sebastian is going to win this. And he said, nope, he's playing Malus, he's going to break.
I also told you Blue Eyes will win this.
Yeah. I mean, that's a main character moment right there. Marco, of course, trying to get that title back to the Netherlands.
Now checking for the Ash Blossom. Is there one of Sebastian?
Oh, we don't even have Molchamis in hand. We have the Hero as a discard. For the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. What a fantastic card. It reminds me just so much of Melody of the Awakening Dragon that was played back in the day.
Yeah, but Melody cannot add Effect Veiler. On the other hand, that is
true.
so good of the Wishes. And we add Sage plus Roar. And that is a very, very safe bet for us, because both these cards, they do something. And as we said already, Sebastian not having that many interruptions now.
Yep, I can see that you're searching Majesty here because it's Malice, and Malice is not known to play Veiler. Impermanence is not in the cards right here anymore. It plays into Impulse, which is a card that is played a lot. So, I mean, getting that Extender also makes sense.
And we normal summon the Sage, of course. That will... What will it even add us? The Veiler, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we used Maiden already, therefore we don't need it.
Yeah, and if Sebastian couldn't play with a backup at Ignister, with only the backup Ignister in the last turn, then surely a Veiler is going to stop whatever comes in next year. Spirit.
Yeah, his only hope can be that he might be able to use the Charmy after the battle phase or at the start of his own turn, and then hope that maybe the Spirit Dragon tags itself out and he gets a draw.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Marco will allow that.
But if we're going into a tag out situation here, then on his own turn, but then the Spirit Dragon would just be chained to the Molchami.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's why he can play around it.
Yeah.
But he misses on the Spirit Dragon then.
That's true, yeah.
So now we are sending the almighty Blue Eyes Red Dragon from the movie pack, I learned.
Yeah, it's a very, very good Blue Eyes. I mean, I'm still a fan of the classic anime artwork, to be honest.
I agree with you. I think it's the only correct artwork, but I talked to Marco's friends and they told me he really likes mixing those rarities.
Yeah, that's definitely not criminal. That's a solid thing that you can do.
So their Maiden comes back. Will he immediately summon Spirit Dragon? No, it looks like he will equip
if
his
we had
new Blue Eyes.
Purged the backup at Ignister, we could go for Tyrant play and just
exactly.
set it back.
But then the Ash would still be not usable.
Yep, and also we just have it in hand now.
Yeah, I mean, that's also not that bad to have the card in hand already.
That is true. Also, we're getting targeting protection for our monsters in the next turn. Marco now has to be really careful. You know that your opponent can't play a lot, and he's actually going into extend into a possible Nibiru.
The problem is he does not have any way to have the extra Primite engine, and that was always like a very good backup plan. There is a Blue as Jet Dragon, actually.
Yep, and that one is quite the tricky card to play against because it prevents from destruction and special summons itself out when it gets destroyed.
Yeah, exactly. It prevents other cards from being destroyed. Therefore, cards like, as an example, Raigeki getting less effective, and there is a blue Spirit Dragon. And it looks a bit like Marco might have a way to go for game already. The new blue should boost the blue eyes white dragon now.
That's true. There's Ancient Life Dragon probably in the extra deck as well. But Dominus Impulse is a card on the Spirit that would be very, very strong here, leaving actually Marco at 0
And we now trigger the blue eyes jet dragon because the Lingoreaver was destroyed.
Oh, that's also a lot of damage already. I don't even think you need to take out the Spirit Dragon here. You would have to impulse this.
Probably we need to, but it could be. Is it game?
Does it summon itself back into defense position? Because I know
and we already go for the next game because Sebastian sees the writings on the wall. Marco winning the first game in a very great fashion with his blue eyes deck second.
Marco just going in here, trying to get this title back to the Netherlands here.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that I've seen Sebastian. He was finished quickly. He beat, I think, Raul in top 8.
Correct.
And I was seeing him sit there next to the top card, just opening up Neuron and reading the Blue Eyes Jet Dragon.
I mean, as you already said, Blue Eyes Jet Dragon not that common, therefore I cannot blame him to not know the exact effect. Not everyone can be Seto Kaiba, you know.
That's true. I love that they're having a good chat here right about this game.
Yeah, Marco, I already interviewed him twice, and I gotta say, like, he's such a nice guy, and therefore I'm very sure he's just here to have some fun, some great time, and all of a sudden he's in top 4, which he didn't imagine, and now he has legit chances to go into the finals.
And I think he just wants to one-up his son, right? His son got second in Dragon Duel, and he was like, you know what? Slightly more competitors here in the main event, but you know what? I'm gonna try to get second as well, at least.
You know, I actually asked him who he thinks he will be better in the end, who has like the better standings, and he was like, my son got second. It might be tough to be better. And now he actually has a good chance
to be honest, if he gets into the final and loses, then this might as well just be like the coolest story ever, right? not even him winning. So his son is like, okay, my dad performed better than me at the Dutch Nationals. It's just like both of them getting to second place would be really cool.
I promise you, Marco will not lose on purpose, though.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't go for that one either. Blue Eyes winning in Nationals would make me really happy here. I think it already won one,
loved
right?
it. I don't know if it did. Oh yeah, it did I think in South America it won one.
Might have,
but
right?
I think that was pre-Alliance Insight even.
Yeah, but I mean, still
a great accomplishment.
Yeah.
And I would really wish for, not Eyes of Blue, but I really wish for Blue Eyes to win.
That is true. So you're wishing for Eyes of Blue in the hand.
I'm wishing for Eyes
of
Blue to win, yeah.
No Ash Blossom, no Purges. I mean, Purge is really hard to integrate into a Malice deck anyways.
I mean, yeah, but the deck has Impulse. Impulse, how good do you think is Impulse against Blue Eyes?
I mean, versus a Spirit Dragon, it's completely correct. If you don't get OTK'd after passing on nothing, then Impulse is insane against the deck.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And now players are shuffling. Sebastian already presenting his deck, also smiling here.
I mean, he's also here to have fun. He's been mostly judging in the last events, and now he's competing again. And he's showing off, basically. I mean, Sebastian has performed so well in many tournaments in the past. And he is, of course, striking out in top 4 again. And let's see if he can get this back after the game 1 loss. Let's go over to the table.
And there we have them, both already on the starting 5. Fist bump, always great to see. And now what is the hand of Sebastian? I can see multiple biscuits and a drawn Lockbird, but does he have a play?
Oh, I can see a March Hare as well.
But
that's Jessica. That's so much better. That is, if you can activate it. Oh, you can't activate this.
We can't activate, we link it off, and now that should tell Marco quite a bit. We go for Lingoreaver. Is there something Marco can do now against the Bishop?
Yeah.
It is Magnamode even.
Magnamode is also pretty good here. He's trying to summon back the Jessie Cat. First of all, banishing the Jessie Cat. And then, I mean, after that, it doesn't look like much, but you can just instantly go into a Red Ransom, and then the deck pops off.
Yeah, but does Marco maybe have more charming Meowls? That would be very huge here. But it doesn't look like it. Marco not having any Charmies, apparently.
Sebastian was like, oh, this hand is not really good, and now his opponent is not responding. So usually players also say that they are bricking when they have a full combo, basically, but they can't play around hand traps.
I don't know if that is the best option, because now the issue is, if you're going for that ransom immediately, you open yourself up against some cards like Drominus Purge or Infinite Impermanence, which the Lingereaver was playing against, but therefore this way around, you place a bit around Nibiru. MLB.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't really play around Impermanence, right?
You could have gone Splash Mage with these two. Summon back the Chassis Cat.
Then they just Impermanence the Splash Mage.
That's true, yeah.
So, then you can't go into the Red Ransom anymore, so...
Could have gone for Haggard Lizardos, I guess, because they were not locked.
That is true, yeah. Then again, the Impermanence is gonna... Yeah, maybe that could have been a...
I think that
route.
was a... If he plays the Haggard, so because
But then he still has to link away the Lingereaver.
No,
it
he
wasn't
can...
the extra ones as well.
The Haggard and... No, the
right,
Lingereaver
points
counts
down,
down.
yeah.
He points down.
True.
But this way around, we saw the Infinite Permanence. Sebastian, look at his extra deck. No, there is no Link 1 that can be summoned by linking off Red Ransom, because that would be great for him here. And now it looks like double Drone Lockbird and a Druid's Worm. Now the question is, can we even search something with the Magnamut?
Oh, yeah, we definitely can here. I think that most of the
we play the Baldric. Sebastian's thinking himself, I think.
I think that he's playing... Most of these Malices have played loads of Bestials. I have seen him resolve some against the Live Tour deck in top 16, actually.
Okay,
so
there is it. There is the Bestial Baldric.
And Bestials are not too tough for the Blue Eyes decks, but they definitely are annoying.
Can and the Drone Lockbird? How good do you think is that card against Blue Eyes?
It depends on the hand. It heavily depends on the hand. If you're starting with Lordy Load, hard activation at the Aether Barrel, then you have a tough time playing through field.
Yeah, and the good thing for Sebastian is it's very hard to out the Red Ransom without letting it get to the graveyard. Therefore, if Marco destroys it, he has the chance to bestial his own Red Ransom and get follow-up. But Aether Barrel is a great start, even though you already said it before, the Drill Beam not as effective against Malice as against some other decks.
Yeah, but this is better against Lockbird than just starting with a Lordy Load.
Definitely,
because you are getting drilled on getting the Drill Beam, which is already an interruption.
So, what will we be able to get now?
I think what you might want to do, just from the cards that I'm seeing here, like this Aether Barrel outs the field completely, because you just set up your Drill Beam, you do a Seals, and then you bounce the Red Ransom as soon as you have to.
That's a great play. Otherwise, another way he can do it was probably also, he could go Typhon if he plays it, if he wants to. But I agree with you. I think the Seals is a better play here, and I'm very sure Marco will see it. Question now is, what does he go for here? He goes for the Spirit. Cannot activate it though. But now there will be Lordly Load, I assume, being used. No, we actually do we tribute it. Can the card summon from hand?
It should be.
We summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from hand, and that might be the issue of Marco. If he only plays one Blue Eyes White Dragon, can't use a Lordly Load.
Oh, wow. The Blue Eyes White Dragon at 1 that's crazy talks, right?
Oh, and we attack over the Red Ransom, but I think that's horrible for Marco, because this Red Ransom will be banished by Bestial this turn.
Yep, I think just getting out a Seals would have been the perfect play there. If you're only playing one Blue Eyes, that's a hard punish in that situation. Because Seals... No, we're activating the second... We're activating the Lordy Load.
Oh, we are activating it then.
Could have just gone Seals, bounce, and set up a Drill Beam.
Yeah, that is weird. And also, Lordly Load can actually summon from hand, so that shouldn't have been a problem. But now that he just played into the Red Ransom, if there's a Bestial, Sebastian figured if he needs to Bestial already here, and he does so.
Yeah.
Now's the question, can Marco somehow prevent this Baldric? I don't think he can.
Nope, and that is so strong. You are on the Droll and Lockbird, but the Red Ransom can also just now... Oh, you can even set up an interruption with the Baldric.
We get the Baldric here now. I think this was a massive misplay from Marco. Yeah. To be fair, the Baldric could have hit the field either way before the Seals, but still, that's very heads up from Sebastian, and we again see how good these Bestials can be.
Now, interesting point, are we siding GWC going first? Because setting the MTB would be a little bit of a liability right here, because you can't activate it this turn.
Yeah, you're correct on that, and I don't know yet. We add the Malice Underground, of course, by Red Ransom, because it does trigger on special summon.
Oh, we're drawn Lockbird.
Oh, a drawn Lockbird?
Drawn Lockbird. So, okay, we got someone who is going over to the table now, and yeah. All right, draw Lockbird resolved. I don't think that we can get this.
It will be a quick fix.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. It should be fixed rather quickly. But this looks like a comeback for Sebastian, to be honest.
It looks like a great comeback, and I don't know if Marco can really fight back there, because we gotta be honest now, the Malice deck in grindier situations is so strong if you have the setup already.
Has a huge combo and has a huge grind game. That's really strong. But I think even if it wasn't the case that he put the Red Ransom into the graveyard, which definitely helped, if you just banish the Chassis Cat, get some bodies on the field as well with the line that I came up with, you just end on a Seals, which also doesn't help in that situation.
I don't know if you even end on the Seals, because if the Baldrick comes and you bring back the Red Ransom plus a Chassis Cat or so, or even if the Red Ransom stays on field, you can always tribute it for Baldrick if Seals has a field, because Seals only can be used in your opponent's.
Then you don't have anything to banish it with, even though you can use the Chassis Cat and the Baldrick to go into Haggard Lizardos in the next turn.
Or you can also use the you can also tribute your Red Ransom, and there's still like another Bestial in the hand of Sebastian, you know, and he goes Seals now, and I'm very sure this will be met by Bestial Baldrick, and it does. He tributes the Red Ransom, and there it is banished, and we know Sebastian has a second Bestial in his hand, therefore he will banish the Red Ransom in his turn, I'm pretty sure.
Does he?
He has a Drill Swim, I think, because that's the reason we search a Baldrick.
Ah, alright.
At least I think he does.
I think that Sebastian is maybe not even going for that. It's like, if he has a Bestial, that might be fair play. But I think that you even want to keep this as a resource in that matchup, so you can actually just go for Haggard Lizardos.
If you play it. If you play it.
And look at this. Both Blue Eyes are in the graveyard. I don't think that the set card might be a Drill Beam. Needs to have something in the graveyard for that, because if White Binder hits the field, you can banish both Blue Eyes and then it's game over.
Absolutely. Here we now see MTP searching for probably the Dormouse. Not banishing though here. Do we have the Ether Barrel in hand?
Yeah,
we do.
Reveal a monster. This might as well be Aether Barrel. It kind of has to be looking at the deck list. So, Sebastian, just this screams Haggard Lizardos for me, or something else. But yeah, the Lizardos looks good. Yeah. Banish Red Ransom is so many resources here. And if I've ever seen a Malice deck be able to play freely, I think it's this time around. Ooh,
well, we banished Red Ransom. The thing, what I always feel like is so good against for the Malice deck is that Red Ransom, when being banished, it just banishes from a deck, and there's no hand interaction that can really deal with that. It's not like with White Bind, where you can use Ash or Purge to negate them.
You basically need to use Impulse on and that's not possible in Blue Eyes. So that is an issue here for Marco. This looks like Sebastian is on his best way to tie this up to 1-1. What I also love about the Malice deck is going second Access Code Talker is like your biggest extender.
Yeah, and I don't know if how many cards Marco has left in hand, because Sebastian now knows one of them is Ether Barrel. The question is, what is the other card? We will banish both Blue Eyes, of course.
Marco is already helping Sebastian. We're like, hey, I'm pretty sure you want to banish both of those Blue Eyes. Just so that I can't play this game anymore. Red Ransom is being banished.
I mean, Raw can get them back. At least.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, we don't even have a setup to get the True Light right now. So
yeah, no, we don't.
Even though I also must say, I'm pretty sure that we're not going to see another turn in this one, because Malice is quite good at OTKing.
I mean, don't say that too early. Maybe there's Nibiru the Primal Being.
That's true, but when has Nibiru the Primal Being ever stopped Malice from OTKs?
I mean, did Marco play against Malice? Oh no, it was Chris from where he got nipped and still carried. Yeah, probably you're right, yeah.
Because I think that if you get Nibiru, most of the time you still have enough follow-up in hand.
Oh, there is Nibiru the Primal Being. Actually, now it's the question, what does Sebastian still have?
Does he have a Link Spiral? That's also very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I saw his action is very tight, because he already... I saw a Ryzel Detonator.
Oh yeah, for Metatronus.
Metatronus, yeah.
He has Malice in Underground, right? Because he summoned Red Ransom.
If he didn't forget to add, he has.
That would have been crucial.
Oh, is it a Link Spider?
I mean, it kind of must be, right?
It must be a Link Spider, yeah.
So if you have Malice in Underground now, you can banish the White Binder, draw another card, immediately go.
Oh, we use a Bishop Jerusalem, of course.
Yep, that also works. That's basically Malice in Underground right now.
Yeah, that way we can set back. The question now is, with all those cards we saw, does he even play the Allied Code Talker? Because I would guess no.
I don't even think you need to set it up here. I think you really want to go for the OTK this round. I mean, Druid's Worm plus Access Code Talker would just be 7,800 damage.
Yep, that is correct.
But, we have Dormouse, so maybe Dormouse resolved, right?
Yeah, but that does not boost
does not help
Druid's Worm, nor does it. But there is Access Code Talker. I think we have used both Malice names already, though, so no summoning back with that.
Yep, alright, we're targeting the White Binder. Never forget to do that. We have plenty of attributes to pop cards on the field. Nibiru goes down to the graveyard. And we have another few cards. I think you also want to get rid of the Primate Lordy.
Oh, and
with
there
that
we
normal
know
summon, that is the fist bump. And Sebastian takes game 2, clawing his way back into this game.
Yeah, and now both players are 1-1, 25 minutes left on the clock, and we already saw Marco playing Solemn Judgments in a side deck, and now the life point payment is not really like a big downside anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he won one game on stream with Lancea plus Solemn Judgment already, so if he has the combination of those cards plus a Aether Barrel again, then I'm pretty positive that game 3 might go his way.
We gotta be honest, also if he even gets only to his Primate Engine plus Lancea backup should also be very, very good. Even though Lancea is stopping the Drill Beam, we shouldn't forget that.
Oh, that is true. So, okay.
So we gotta use the Drill Beam very early and then use the Lancea.
Also probably not going to lose. Actually, depending on the starter of Sebastian, you can't really wait with the Drill Beam, right? Or use the Drill Beam earlier, because if it's in Dormo's normal summon...
I mean, Dormo's is semi-limited. Surely they won't have it, you know?
I mean, also, like, they have to special summon it back immediately. The effect has already been used. Is it that bad? It's like a better impermanence, actually.
I mean, it's definitely better in permanence, but not by a big mile, because I need to play a normal monster for it. But that is actually an advantage for the Blue-Eyes deck, so it's kind of whatever.
But also, like, you're getting rid of the first special summon effect of those 3 Malice cards, so that takes away somehow a resource already. I kind of like it if you have Lancea. I mean, it's a tough choice, actually.
Yeah, it is very, very hard. I still think you cite the Lancea, though.
Yeah, that is without a doubt the best card that you could cite versus the Malice strategy, and that's also been a reason why Malice has lost in popularity, even though it just won the Switzerland Nationals.
It did, actually, quite very, very new news, I gotta say. We got them before the rounds, but I gotta say, how good do you think is a card like Hieratic Seals against Malice? Taking away the normal summon?
It's huge.
Actually quite huge.
It's Domo's normal summon, and you're like, okay, bounce. That can sometimes just be the end of the game immediately, because your extenders, your at Ignister cards, you need something on the field for those, and sometimes Malice going into a field, it seems a little bit like Salamangreat when it came out back in the day.
Comparing Malice to Salamangreat is kind of criminal.
They're Cybers decks.
I mean, I guess they are both Cybers,
They're both Cybers decks that lose if you bounce the first normal summon with Seals, which was a card that was also relevant in that format.
Yeah, one of them loses to Nibiru the Primal Being, the other one doesn't. I will not tell you which one, because that might make you sad.
Yeah, hey, you can play around Nibiru the Primal Being with Salamangreat. It's just that your end field is just bad then. You have a counter trap, and that's enough.
You can also end on a Link Spider then.
That is about the same strength, to be honest. But I think that our players are soon ready, because we are cutting the decks right now.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited for this top 4 matchup. Of course, we want to see a Dutch national champion.
Yeah, on Blue-Eyes even.
Blue-Eyes would be absolute main character moment. It is a fan favorite. We have seen Blue-Eyes White Dragon so many times on the field now, and it is just one of the most iconic cards in the game. So let's see if Marco has what it takes, or if Sebastian is going to continue his dominance throughout the tournament. So let's go over to the table for Game 3.
And there we have both players. The fist bump already been done. I'm very sure Marco will go first. The question is, how good can his field be, and what can Sebastian do against that?
Oh, we have the Primate Lordy Lord. This card is sticking to Marco's hand today, right? He has it in every single scenario, even though some of his hands are not that great. This card just... the Primate Engine is incredibly good.
And we now at the Aether Barrel. Is there Droll and Lockbird from Sebastian? He looks at his hand, shuffling it, and I think there it is. It is the Droll and Lockbird on the Lordly Load. What can Marco do now?
Yeah, he can normal summon the Aether Barrel and hope for a Lancea in his hand, because Aether Barrel actually does not search for the card, it sets it.
Yeah, and then he can even summon the almighty Blue-Eyes White Dragon with his Lordly Load and go for the full Dragon Link combo, the Hieratic Seal of Heavenly Spheres.
Exactly, and you don't even have to reveal if you have more engine in your hand, if you have the Blue-Eyes part of the deck as well. I find it quite funny that if you summon out a Blue-Eyes White Dragon, the deck has no way to bridge into the other Blue-Eyes cards, like Sage or Maiden. Like it needs like another extra deck monster.
And we are using Raw. Do we maybe even have Maiden already?
Why would we use Roar immediately when we have Maiden? You know?
Yeah, that would be a good question, but looks like we don't. Marco looking at his hand.
Are we gonna summon out another Blue Eyes White Dragon?
It makes a lot of sense to summon another one. So we have a Blue Eyes immediately on our field when our opponents does, so we can Drill Beam immediately. Otherwise, we would need to use the Hieratic Seal first, and that's what we might be doing. And actually, I have been lied to. He is playing 2 movie pack Blue Eyes White Dragons. No mixing this time around.
I think one is Gold Secret Rare, the other one is Gold Rare.
Oh, don't ruin it for me. Sorry.
Oh, no. I'm not ruining anything. I think that's just what Marco likes to play with. Keeps the Blue Eyes on the field. You're exactly right. No follow-up in hand in terms of Primite cards, so you need to
we had 2 more cards.
Oh, that's
also
good.
only for summons, if I counted correctly. No Nibiru here. And now what can Sebastian do? He's smiling. He knows there won't be coming a lot more.
And this just kind of looks like Droll and Lockbird was just in neg 1 here at this point. You're just going -1 card because Marco didn't even intend to search anything.
Oh, is it again Abyssal Magnamut in his hand?
Yeah, that's a good card. I won't lie to you. Also, we have already used the Roar, and that is huge.
Yeah.
Because now you have no way to retrieve a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
We normal summon Chassis Cat, and I'm very sure that card should be bounced immediately by the Hieratic Seal.
Yep, that is what Marco would have to do in this situation, or some Judgment.
I mean, Judgment is way more risky. It's way riskier.
Yeah,
simply because the card can be banished immediately again by Abyssal. This way around, we go for the Hieratic Seal. As we talked, is there Cold by the Grave? Maybe that would be crucial.
I think we're considering to chain the Magnamut because it banishes the Hieratic Seals before it resolves, so it can't special summon anything from deck. Even though the resource that you get from special summoning from the deck, it's really minimal here at this point. If you are already in your Primite engine, because there is no dragon that you want to summon out except.
And we're going for the Magnamut. Is there maybe Solemn Strike as well? That would be.
I wouldn't even use it on this one. You have the resources as a.
I guess, yeah, and we get the Magnamut. Now, what do we want to bounce? I don't think we want to bounce the Magnamut again.
Oh no, that would be insane. that would be crazy.
The question now is, do we use Drill Beam on the Magnamut or do we allow it?
No, we allow this. So
I
far,
would allow it, yeah.
So far, especially if maybe you have a True Light set, that would also be cool, and you can activate the Lordy Load.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
I keep saying Lordy Load, but it's Lordly Load.
Yeah.
And then if your opponent tries to Bestial it, you can chain the True Light and summon it out. So that's a way of playing around.
Oh, and we use March here. Did we have that already? That's great for Sebastian. The problem now is, though, we can just Drill Beam the Chassis Cat again.
Oh yeah, that is true. Chassis Cat trying to summon itself back, but then you still get to play as Sebastian. So Marco, you still get to go into... Oh no, actually, do you still play here? Because you can't go into a Splash Mage with Magnamut.
You can't, yeah, that is correct. And now, do we Drill Beam this immediately or do we wait? That's now the question here that Marco gotta ask himself.
Marco is for sure not happy about the situation. I will say that I like the Drill Beam play here. But it seems like he just let it go through.
He can wait for the Chassis Cat with Drill Beam if he wants to. So that's what he should do. But maybe Sebastian goes into a Link to immediately.
If he has a Judgment, then I think keeping the Drill Beam is kind of fine.
Yeah, definitely. But do you want to allow a draw 2 now of the Chassis Cat or not? It looks like we just link it away for a Lingo Reborn. That plays around a card like Dominus Purge now.
That is correct.
The question is what can you do? And we have the backup at Ignista already. And
I think if you have another trap card, you will have to Drill Beam the backup at Ignista. But it's really important for Marco that he has more trap cards there that are doing something. He really needs a Solemn Judgment.
We got to Drill Beam this, I think, and that's 100%. What he will do. And now the question is there a Solemn Judgment for Marco in the back row that can make things easy now?
Or do we have something that's AI Meet You is going to be activated?
And can this add us the Wizard at Ignista? I think it can, right?
Sure, you just need a Cyber's Dark Monster with 2,300 attack in the extra deck, and then you take a Cyber's Dark Monster from your deck to your hand. So I think that we're searching Wizard here, and Wizard is going to be able to...
that's very nice for Sebastian. He will now be able to get more bodies in the field. And if we really didn't use Chassis Cat yet, he can still use it.
Yeah, but... oh, true, yeah, we didn't even activate, but he doesn't have another Malice card in the hand, I think.
I think maybe he has one, but I'm not sure. At least we don't know it yet. I feel like I saw a White Rabbit, but I'm not sure.
I think he would have attempted to activate that before, right?
Probably, yeah.
then perhaps bait out the drill beam.
Or he wanted to bait his opponent into drill beaming the backup, because that didn't get very much value here with Aya Meteor in hand.
That is true.
Aya Meteor also such an interesting card. That Malice has such thing. And there is Called by the Grave on Chassis Cat. And don't you think that's a bit early now?
Yeah, maybe.
Because we haven't used the Wizard yet.
Yep, that is... Oh, I mean, maybe... Oh, maybe the Wizard can't special summon itself then?
Yeah, no, but we can just link off the Marcher.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And we go into a link 3.
Solemn
Is there
Judgment has
Solemn Judgment? Marco, do you have it?
Oh, Marco is just contemplating right here. Sebastian, he is fearing that Solemn Judgment. That looks like a yes, a nod from Marco, who is just impermanencing.
Impermanence.
But what does the Wizard at Ignis to do here?
The Wizard can summon back 2, and then we can still go further now. I think we should have used that earlier, but I mean, then that could have been the Linguribo still, so then the Impermanence wouldn't have done anything anyways. And now let's see.
He has one card in hand. Do we know what that card is?
I don't think we do.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, that is an Nibiru.
Is it Nibiru the Primal Being?
That might actually be huge later on, because Malice usually is kind of resilient to that.
We shouldn't forget one thing though, Magnamut will search Abyssal in the end phase.
That is true, yeah.
Therefore, we will have some follow-up, and now we are in the end phase. Did we?
Wow.
Oh, did we maybe chain the Callbite to the Wizard already? And the Wizard
Yeah, that makes
sense.
sense. Yeah, that makes so much more sense.
That would make a lot more sense. Yeah. And now we will be going into Marco's turn. Does Marco have Blue Eyes Engine now? He knows Sebastian only having one Bestial in hand. And we don't forget Aether Barrel.
Yeah.
Very important.
Very, very important part indeed. However, you're most of the time not even playing to Seals. So at some point... Oh, is that Wishes? Did he really just top deck Wishes for Eyes of Blue?
We normal the Aether Barrel only... Oh, there's 2 cards in hand. Of course, the Wizard and the Bestial.
Yeah.
We set another Lordly Load because it's kind of for free now.
Yeah, I don't think he really revealed which card it is, but usually you should be...
I mean, he revealed it's a Lordly Load, no worries. We add back the Drill Beam. Such a crazy good card. Doesn't even banish itself when it sets itself back.
But that's what you're used to, right? But I think that we just go into the Spirit now, and this might actually be a Wishes in hand, and Wishes would go super hard here.
Yeah, that's a question now. Do we go first into the Link 1? We
yes,
still gotta
100%.
We gotta still fear the Drone Lockbird though.
That is true.
You shouldn't forget that.
Yeah.
And therefore we use Wishes first. We reveal we had Nibiru the Primal Being. And there is no Ash in Sebastian's hand, so we will be able to add the Sage, probably.
Yep. Then you're kind of vulnerable to an Effect Veiler on the Spirit, but I don't think that you're counting on your opponent playing Effect Veiler.
We know the cards. We know the cards in Sebastian's hand both.
Yeah, we have Wizard and the Baldrake, so you definitely go Sage.
We know both. Then the only thing that can stop Marco now is the Baldrake tributing Red Ransom to banish a monster from the X-Ray that summons itself. But is that really going to matter here?
I am not too sure about this.
So what are we adding? A trap that's probably the Majesty, and I assume the Sage.
Yeah. What you can do is normal summon Sage afterwards, after just...
The Aether Barrel linking into to get the Mausoleum.
Yeah, you need the Mausoleum, normal summon the Sage, then go for the Maiden. And before you do any extra deck plays, you actually get your True Light on the field. So if the Bestial Baldrake tries to banish a Blue Eyes White Dragon, you can just chain the True Light here. You already got your Trap as follow-up. This is looking sublime for Marco right now.
Yeah, now the question is, what can Sebastian still do? Does Marco see the line? He uses the Lordly Load.
Still fine. I would advise against using the second effect here.
I mean, he'll add himself probably another Aether Barrel to just have a free discard probably. Now he knows there's no Droll and Lockbird. I mean, he knew that before, so he should have started with that and discarded the Aether Barrel. For
exactly. So we keep the Nibiru in hand. That was maybe a little misstep, even though I'm not sure if it matters. We will see in the future. Wishes in the graveyard is also crazy good now because we have the Impermanence set. We can go Tyrant.
Yeah, you're right. We can go Tyrant. We go Baldrake first, though.
Yeah,
likely on the March Hare to get it back, I assume. Yeah, there is the Baldrake. March Hare will add itself back. The question is, does that even matter, though? Because the Blue Eyes, it will hit the field, the Spirit Dragon, and it will be able to search.
Yeah, I think Sebastian is at this point really hoping that the Bestial Baldrake gets to tribute.
Oh, are we going Battle Phase first? Are we scared? We can even run... I mean, we shouldn't run over Red Ransom because there's a March in hand now.
Yeah. You really have to attack over the Bastille Baldrake and call it a day, I think, at this point.
I mean, we can still combo more, but we cannot go for game now.
Yeah.
The thing is, first of all, we should go Wishes to get back the Infinite Impermanence, but I don't think
then
no.
Baldrake just tributes the Red Ransom. We're attacking
Aether
with
Barrel
an
is-
Aether Barrel. Oh, it's 21. No, it's
Yeah.
not.
No, it's not.
It's only one blue eyes in the graveyard.
Only one? Is it 18 then?
It's 19.
It's 19 only then.
Would have been 22 afterwards, but I think we're just taking a little bit of damage on the side of Marco, because Bloodly Load does not.
Oh, the Red Ransom switches attack and defense positions of the monsters. Therefore, the Primat Dragon Aether Barrel will be lower. At least the Baldrake is in defense position. Therefore, we only take damage. Red Ransom switching attack and defense if it points to monster.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That is something.
But the Blue Eyes White Dragon, it has 2/5.
Yeah, 2/8 actually.
2/8 even, yeah. The question is, do we run I hope we run over the Baldrake and not over the Red Ransom, remembering the March in hand.
Yeah.
The problem I said now is with the Tyrant Dragon is we don't have space in our spell and trap zone to set the impermanence because we want to get the True Light and the Majesty.
We're in battle phase anyways.
No, I mean in main 2.
Oh yeah, but Tyrant.
If we went before, if we did before.
Yeah, exactly. So Tyrant is not a play anymore here. You need to attack over a monster to set back the card.
Marco thinking about what he want to attack over.
You have to attack over the Baldrake. There is the March
He
Hare
should,
in hand.
and he does it. Okay, he runs over the Baldrake. Very important. And now the question is, what can Marco still do here?
Marco has everything. Like, the world is his playground at the moment. Exactly. Goes into the Aether Barrel, goes for a Spirit, is going to be able to add the Mausoleum, knows there's only a March Hare in hand. Can't count Malice out because there is Red Ransom in play. There is a March Hare.
And a Wizard, though.
Oh, and the Wizard, so there is going to be some plays here.
The problem is, I don't think there's any Malice card in the graveyard of Sebastian, so in case he can summon his monsters in defense position, there's no way to even crash the Red Ransom and then use the March Hare.
Yeah. And the backup at Ignister is also banished.
I mean, he can normal the March Hare and go for a Splash Mage or so, but that could be answered by the Majesty very easily.
Yeah.
So we gotta wait what Marco will be able to set up here and what Sebastian's plan is next turn. Only 8 minutes left on the clock. Marco put himself on lower life points now, which is quite unfortunate for him.
Yep, that did not work out the way he planned it
Do
to. But he could just end on a full field, right?
The question is, do we get damage for the AI Meet You with the Wizard?
Oh, Wizard wasn't summoned,
Because
right?
it wasn't summoned, or does it say attack?
Actually, let's check on that before we bother the judge one more time. So you're going to check that. Maiden.
Oh, if you didn't special summon it, you get damage. So I assume we would need to call that quickly. And now we see a Spirit Dragon. And there it is. The Spirit Dragon will be summoned.
Right. Sits there in defense position. You can extend over this. You have the True Light. You don't need the Majesty. You can just summon it back with either Primate Logic. At this point, it's, are we? Do we have another Seals?
Is there a second
Seals?
Seal?
Would be insane.
Is there the second
Oh
Seal?
my goodness, this is so good. This plays around everything we have discussed. That is Sebastian's worst nightmare in this situation right now. It's so unusual at the moment to play the Heavenly Seals.
Okay, the second Seals, we are now quickly talking with the judge, so maybe we should head over to us and just quickly, I mean, it's just a small thing, but you know, this bit of damage, it can make a big difference in the end.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, especially because we are like kind of low on time with 6 minutes left only, and therefore like Marco being now behind the life front after the unfortunate attack with Aether Barrel.
Yeah, but who could have thought that Red Ransom has this effect of switching?
I mean, Sebastian knew.
Yeah, he deliberately summoned it in this zone that Red Ransom pointed to. So he's a judge. He reads cards, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he knew that and summoned just in the zone, and then therefore like knowing like, okay, maybe his opponent does a small fault. The thing is, he probably should have summoned the Baldrake in attack position to profit off the 2,500 attack points. And so that the monster would have crashed into it.
So 2,000 bites. Okay, the situation is fixed. We're going over back to the table. So let's see how it continues. Apparently there was no damage taken.
Okay. But it's better to clarify it in top 4. So time, of course, is slightly off now.
All right, deck has been cut. And now the Seals immediately tributes itself, I think, just after the draw phase. And that is so smart.
Yeah, it looks a bit too cautious. but I like it still.
No, I think this is
Oh,
really, really good.
and that's
Yeah,
not good here.
That's not a card that plays the game at
No.
all. Sebastian with 3 hands that didn't start with
And
Dawn,
there's
so
a
I think-
Jet Dragon even.
Oh, that just actually adds one more layer to that field. Destruction protection. I think the Blue-Eyed Spirit Dragon, you don't really need it at all in this in this matchup, because you don't want to negate anything in the graveyard. There's nothing happening in the graveyard, so I think you're very free to tag it out in the draw or standby phase. With tag it out, I mean using the effect Tributed and special summon out another Synchro monster.
Yeah, so now we have to normal summon the March here.
That's not good.
And that's
That smells like
obviously
Typhon.
not good, but no, he goes to
Okay,
Lingeribu.
all right.
I think maybe Marco was a bit too quick, because that could answer the Majesty now. But of course, there's still the Drill Beam. Do we have a card? We have the Ether Barrel in hand to still show,
Yep.
but we only have Armor Rush.
And we also have the True Light on the field that special summons back a Blue Eyes White Dragon if we want that. So,
yeah.
Wizard at Ignister.
There is the Wizard. Will summon back the Marcher.
Almirage actually also plays around the Majesty, funnily enough.
I mean, but the other monster still gets destroyed, and therefore it will not help. We will summon the Wizard now.
Yep, Marcher should be summoned along with the Wizard. at
Oh,
Ignister.
and
this is the handshake. Marco actually advanced to the finals.
Yeah, we see Sebastian showing the Nibiru, and Marco, he cannot think about it. Winning the top 4 match, now being the finalist with his Blue Eyes strategy. Leo, what do you think about it? We can hear all the people cheering. It's great, right?
Of course, he is the home country hero. Marco can't even believe this. Also making it to the finals like his son, father and son. This is a beautiful story right here. Doing it with Blue Eyes White Dragon is even more iconic. Marco is a hero to the Dutch people in this venue.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's such a nice guy, I gotta say. Like, we talk a lot about him. He was like just, having some fun, hoping like to do a bit well. And all of a sudden he's in the
having
finals.
a lot of fun. He's having so much fun, more fun than anyone else. Maybe we can also see this in the finals. I'm trying to figure out who else is in the finals right now.
Yeah, it looks like. I don't know if they're still playing. And there we see it is Niklas!
It is Niklas Krebs, actually, the player who doesn't even know what Malice cards do, so he's very hyped to not play against that
I mean,
deck.
he won against another Malice, and now he doesn't even need to bother about learning the cards. And I gotta say, no Malice in finals.
Yep, that is again true. Almost your call. You said top 4.
I
That was
shouldn't have said top 4.
A bit too eager, but honestly, that's another German in the finals of a Dutch national
But against a
championships.
Dutch hero, so I know who the crowd will cheer for. And it won't be Niklas.
Yep. Niklas is going to be the villain of this Dutch national championship story, but he is also he's always very smiley. He's such a nice guy. Two very sympathetic players meeting in the finals of the nationals. I think that is something you couldn't really ask for more.
Yeah, no, I mean, also, like, seeing Blue Eyes in the finals, Marco told me, like, he thinks Blue Eyes is not really the best deck, and all of a sudden he has a chance to prove himself wrong, showing that Blue Eyes is the best deck.
Just keeps winning everything and winning and winning. Marco is just... It's absolutely beautiful that he is here doing so well. His son probably also very proud. People at home, family is watching. The entire country of the Netherlands is watching this very tournament right now, rooting for Marco, because there is Niklas who has played Mitsurugi like no one else. We have seen he came into the top 16 matchup saying that he doesn't really know how Malice plays, and then broke a full combo with Ext and Bell. What the heck?
Yeah, it was really, really great with the Ghost Spell. I don't know how good it's against Blue Eyes. I would say not too bad, at least.
Nah, that's cap.
It's not... What do you mean? Do you think it's crazy?
I think it's crazy. You can negate Spirit.
I mean, can you? Does it come from Graveyard as well, the Spirit Dragon?
Yeah, the
Blue Eyes Spirit
Link
Dragon.
1.
Oh, you mean Link 1. I thought you mean the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
You take away the Blue Eyes summon and you take away the Maiden. With that,
I mean, they'll have Raw. They'll have Raw. You know how it is. You know how it goes. They'll have it just.
There's, I mean, Bell definitely has application. The card does something.
It is not
against
useless.
the deck.
Yeah, it's not vanilla.
Yeah,
I can confirm, but Ghost Spell and Hot Mansion is not a vanilla monster.
I want to say that the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is insanely strong versus the Mitsurugi strategy, because negating something like Amenomura Kumo no Mitsurugi in the graveyard is very strong. However, the deck, it tends to chain block its cards, right?
It does, yeah. It can channel quite well. The question is how well can it, but I gotta tell you one card that's very crazy against Blue Eyes. It's called Ryzeal Detonator. Maybe you've heard of it before.
Yeah.
And yeah, there we gotta see if Niklas wins the die roll and can go first. I mean, then it gets very, very tough for Marco. But I mean, he got to have a plan against Detonator, right?
You should be, and otherwise he wouldn't be in the finals, I think. But let's be honest. I mean, when you're just looking at the decks, Niklas is actually, he is the favorite for this tournament right now because the matchup is really good for Rising Mitsurugi. On the other side, Marco is the favorite of everyone else in this venue.
Yeah, he got a like the hometown bonus. So maybe that will help him to win this whole thing. And I really gotta say, I'm team Marco on that. I gotta say it because the Blue Eyes White Dragon, I want to see him win.
I mean, I know Niklas for a few years now. He's
fair
a very pleasant guy to be around. So I wouldn't count him out. I'm also a big fan of his. The coolest deck that I've ever seen top 8 of YCS. Very big stretch this one is, but Shadow Dinosaurs, that is a deck that he played with that grasslet screener. It was a very, very iconic and cool deck. He's one of Soul Eating Oviraptor's biggest soldiers.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we gotta be honest now. I'm really hyped for the finals. I mean, I really want to like that it starts right now, honestly, kinda.
Yep, that's true. It's right in front of us.
Right
like
in front,
the players are done. So I think that we just take a little bit of a break, and then we will be right back with the finals.
welcome back to the Dutch National Championship. 319 players have played for the title today, but only 2 duelists remain after already played 12 rounds. Therefore, bring it up for our first finalist from Germany, Niklas! Niklas has already played a lot of rounds today, also been on the feature. Niklas, so how are you feeling before the finals?
Amazing. Crazy to be here.
So you didn't expect to be here, I guess?
Totally not.
But I hope you're still hyped. So I wish you best of luck, and I hope you will have a great duel now. Do you think you can win?
I hope so. I'm pretty sure.
Okay then, Niklas, go on. You can go to the feature match table already. And there we have Marco. Marco, come to me. Our duelist. I would say you're the slight favorite of the crowd in this final. Would you agree with me?
Sorry, what?
You're the slight favorite of the crowd, I think. Did you realize that already?
The screaming might have given it away. Yeah.
So you're the hometown hero, we could say. Do you think you can win this all for you and for your country?
Probably not, but we're just gonna have fun and we'll see where we end up.
That's a great attitude. I wish you best of luck for the finals. And now you can go to the feature match table and bring it up.
All right, thank you.
Best of luck, man. And these are our 2 finalists you have seen. And I think we can now quickly already go to the feature match table where the players will wait. And I'm gonna say, Sebastian and Leo, go ahead for the finals.
Gotta say, both of these duelists have enormous amounts of aura right there. You have seen Niklas absolutely rocking it here. And of course, Marco also, the crowd went wild for him when he entered there. And that's gonna be a banger.
What a Cinderella story he is riding here at the moment. His son, him and them, traveling together to the event. His son finishing 2nd place in the Dragon Duel. And 2nd place at the very least, it is of course now also going to be for Marco here as he is in the finals. But so far, of course, nothing happened in there. I love though how casual Marco was in his interview, right? He said, yeah, we're just going to have a good duel. I'm not going to be to have too many expectations. If it happens, it happens. But it is kind of a burden, of course, as well. He's playing it off. But he is playing for his country here for sure. You can tell with all the people here from the Netherlands rooting for him. This is not only Niklas versus Marco, but this is the Netherlands versus Germany here in the finals.
Yep, there's a pattern now that the Dutch people don't really win the own national championship in the last few years. So Marco definitely wants to take this.
If someone can do it though, it probably is Marco. With all that plot that he has been riding out throughout this weekend here, making it to top 16 and then going step by step. Now sitting here in the finals, the crowd behind him, everybody cheering for him. I'm sure at home a lot of people are also cheering for him and his Blue Eyes deck, of course, which is also, of course, incredibly cool because that is a fan favorite if I've ever seen one. And now it might also be the deck that is going to win the Dutch National Championship. So I would say, without any further words, let's bring it over to the table. Let's see some Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's see the finals of the Dutch National Championship 2025.
All right. Of course, Niklas is a titan of the game. He has been an absolute regional hero in the area where I'm from, so he was always at regionals a few years back, and it was definitely a player that you did not want to face in those. And we're seeing that Marco gets to start with a Maiden of White. We haven't seen that start in a while from him. Usually that's an Aether Barrel. Does he not have the Primate engine here?
Maybe, but I mean, it is a start. It's not a bad start whatsoever, so maybe this is good enough. enough. Also, we've seen Niklas in the featured match of top 8, and one of his decisions to play as hand interactions is the Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. And Leo, walk me through it. How well does that interact with the Blue Eyes deck? Is there a moment where you can really confidently use that?
So I think the problem with this card in that matchup is that there's like 20 ways of summoning the same monsters back from the graveyard. So yes, you will be able to use the Ghost Spell and do something with it. But it's
this is not a prime target for a Ghost Spell, but for the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Marco, not the hometown hero, struggling, setting 2 cards, no monsters, and Niklas' turn it is.
Yep, Niklas is just facing 2 back row there. There was a Fuwalos discarded by Marco already. Oh, that is so tough. And Niklas, he is playing basically the most consistent deck in the format. There's 20,000 starters for that deck. And if it's so hard to stop this deck. So many different card combinations. But if you have only non-engine, it's sometimes really tough.
Surely it's a level 4 monster. And it's a pretty good one with the Ice Ryziel being the normal summon of choice here.
Ice, baby, that's a start. Niklas is trying to special summon out another Ryziel level 4 monster from the deck, starting his combo off. And Infinite Impermanence, you have to here.
Yep.
You have to immediately use this. Now there is the big question, does Niklas have a good extender for this? Because that's not something... Oh, Habakiri is revealed. That is absolutely massive. You need to negate this. He can't negate this. And now something like an Impermanence doesn't help you anymore. Maybe a Purge. Purge could be the saving grace for Marco here. When Saji is activated, does not look like it.
It does really indeed not look like it. Interestingly enough, he could have also decided just to summon out the Saji and then tribute the Ice Ryziel, but we have decided to just summon out the Saji and then tribute it right away.
Then you're actually losing to Impermanence. Yeah. That's actually the lose con.
True, true. So Niklas did not even think about it for a second, and we are searching with the Saji, and we got the Mitsurugi Ritual, carefully activating it into a column where no Infinite Impermanence was activated in previously.
Yep, and to be fair, if he played it in the set card zone, then that wouldn't have hurt as well, because the ice is already negated, so you can't use another impermanence there.
That is true. So we're using Mitsurugi Ritual now in the way that we were using the materials from the deck and summon the Amino Habakiri from the deck, from the hand. I mean, that already activated its effect, so it's fine to just get it out of the hand now.
Kusanagi and Aramasa are being used, so we get to add another monster and the ritual from the hand back as well. And now Niklas, of course, can use the ritual again to tribute perhaps even the Habakiri from the field, exactly to summon out a Mitsurugi monster from the deck, to ritual summon the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi, and that one is getting crazier and crazier because there's only one card left in Marco's hand and one set card.
Like, I don't even know whether he has a card left in hand, to be honest.
He's
the way he's sitting there, he doesn't feel like
he's done that
he has.
before. He's done that before, and there was like a card lying on there. So he likes to put his cards down. We can just count, actually.
It is 5, I think. Yeah. Oh, there it was. We saw there is a card in hand.
Yeah, okay. All right, so this is a card that... Oh, that's the handshake already, because that's too much for the poor Blue Eyes deck here with that start. Ash Blossom, Joyous Spring completely ending the turn after the wishes for Eyes of Blue. And the people in the crowd, they are just praying at this point. They are also wishing for Eyes of Blue. And yeah, that's a huge Ash Blossom there for Niklas.
It is definitely. Niklas can't even really believe how he got into this situation here. But looks like they're both still having a good time. And I mean, you get that vibe from Marco, right? He's just here to have fun. And I mean, it's already a Cinderella story. But just imagine if Marco loses here, him being second place, and then also...
the Sun being second place.
Yes.
I've been saying this last round as well. That's maybe even cooler for family gathering purposes, to say it there, that they both were the runner-ups of the Dutch National Championships. You don't have to one-up your kid, right?
Yeah, that's true. It would only be the right call to just make it second place as well.
Exactly, and I think that might be what Marco is aiming for. Definitely not. He's going to try to claw this back. Unfortunate start in the last game. It's always a bad feeling when you know, okay, this hand loses to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. This is like branded players with not many extenders in hand.
Yep.
And you're like, wishes? And then it's the Ash Blossom. Like, oh, all right. Okay.
And you can't really do anything about it. And look at that confidence from Niklas on the other side, right?
Yeah.
He seems like a goofy guy that is just joking around, but he is really, really good at this game. He has shown this in top 8 as well in the featured match. And I mean, when it comes down to playing it out perfectly, he is up there and he knows it. And he has been doing it for years now. He has been a veteran. He has been playing so many YCSs already, and he has reached top cards in them before. And maybe this weekend it is time for his first big win.
Yeah, he would be definitely a player that deserves a national champion
Yes.
title. It's really cool to see him here as well. But of course, I mean, we are German, but kind of rooting for Marco as well, right? So I'm definitely torn apart because Niklas, I really love the guy, and Marco he just has this story, and of course he's from the Netherlands. He wants to keep the title in the country, or rather get it back, because in the last few years it was in Germany and then 2 times in France.
It was. So let's see whether Marco in the end can turn this around. It wouldn't be the first time this weekend, honestly, because we had many featured matches, but actually the first game went to one person, and then we always had the comeback story. And maybe Marco is going to write another one of those comeback stories here this weekend. He will need to do so if he still wants to get that title here. And I'm sure he will do everything together with his Blue Eyes Dragon deck to get that.
But I will be honest with you, years back we've seen so many rogue decks perform crazy at events. And I've played a bunch of Blue Eyes in the recent formats.
Yes.
I think Raziel Mitsurugi is such a crazy deck, and I think the power level is definitely higher than the ones of Blue Eyes. So Marco needs a little bit of extra help from the crowd to take over this match high, because Raziel Mitsurugi it's just so good. It's good at breaking fields. It's good at building fields. I think it's right now possibly the best deck that we have in the format.
It can do basically whatever it wants. The Raziel, or rather the Mitsurugi cards, stormed into the format last weekend after the release of Alliance Insight. And now all of a sudden they're everywhere, and they're also here in the finals of this very tournament. And Niklas, now already up a game, might be crowning himself the title winner and the new Dutch national championship champion. Do you think it's going to happen? Do you think he's going to do it?
I think going second, he's going to have a hard time if Marco has a better hand, and we're going to see if he decides to start in Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
There we go, Marco. Let's hope for a stronger start than he had in Game 1, because Game 1 he was stopped quite easily. A Lordly Load or an Ether Barrel. That's what we had all tournament long. Do we have it again here?
I think that's an Ether Barrel.
Yes.
It's in the perfect column, because he always summons it to the way left. I don't know why I realized this, but this is a pattern that he does.
I tend to do the same. Sometimes you just you are trying to play around certain things, just not summon it in the Anima column, of course, and then you just tend to go to the far left, because why not?
Yeah, same actually.
Yeah, there you go. It's just a pattern that sometimes develops. So we did resolve, set the Lordy Load. Niklas also allows the effect of Spirit now.
That would be a huge Droll and Lockbird, by the way, because the Lordy Load has not been activated. Could be.
Oh, Leo, did you jinx it? There is Droll and Lockbird indeed.
So maybe the Drill Beam is already in hand for Marco, and that's why he didn't activate it. But maybe he also preferred to get the Mausoleum. But if you get Droll and Lockbirded, normal summoning a Sage doesn't really do too much here.
That is true. Marco, what can you do after this? Maybe that loss in Game 1 kind of threw him off in general as well. Is he going to be able to still perform a decent enough combo here?
Oh, normal summon Sage, and that Droll and Lockbird hurt so bad. I think it would be better off to just activate the Lordy Load and accept the Droll and Lockbird with a Drill Beam in hand, but we also still don't know if there isn't maybe another one. Gonna use the Mausoleum to send the Blue Eyes White Dragon Burst Stream of Destruction into the graveyard. And this kind of looks like Spirit Pass, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, at least we get to that. I was about to say, at least that is something that we can get to. And okay, hold on though. We are going to do something completely different apparently, because we go into a second Spirit here, meaning we want another Dragon monster on the field to go into Hieratic Seal.
Yeah, alright. Oh, that makes sense actually. So we don't even need to use the effect. Everyone is watching the stream on there. There's a tablet actually on the table, so everyone is quite curious about what is happening right in front of them. Seals pass after the Droll and Lockbird, and I will be honest with you, Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres, phenomenal card versus Melis.
It has never been better, it has never been better.
But versus the Raziel Mitsurugi deck, I'm not too sure if I love the card that much.
Leo, you activate it quickly, hope for the best, and just pray that that Heretic Seal is in the end enough. And look, Marco almost, he looks like he is praying currently. And maybe he also has a Droll and Lockbird himself, possibly, which could help against the Rising Mitsurugi deck. For the moment, though, the field does not look incredibly impressive. So let's see how Niklas approaches this.
I'm calling that he summons X. Like, if he summons X now, he's meant to win the tournament.
He has been summoning X a lot, to be fair.
I mean, he's playing Ryziel, so...
Oh, that works too. Amino, Habakiri, no Mitsurugi. Niklas definitely has not had no Mitsurugi all tournament long. He has been drawing those Mitsurugi cards like crazy.
Oh, and Ash Blossom immediately on there. And I think that the better point to Ash Blossom is actually when the Saji is in the graveyard.
Seventh Tachyon. And that is going to reveal the Masquerade. And I think we are just going to search for Ice Ryziel or the X Ryziel here. Oh, Marco. I think. Oh, that moment. I think that's a huge giveaway. I think Marco there, by thinking about that, sorta gave up that he's having a Solemn Judgment set.
Oh,
I think purging, you're probably purging that every day.
Yeah,
but I think a Solemn Judgment there is almost definite. And I mean, 7th Tachyon, I think you do not even necessarily want to purge, or Judgment rather, because your opponent just has to put one card back afterwards.
The thing is, yeah, if X is summoned, you might want to Judgment that even, because after that the follow-up is just so incredible. But your Sealed is going to get negated afterwards. There's still a normal summon.
That's true. X Ryziel special summon. What are we going to put there? It gotta be the Aggregator, right?
Has to. Aggregator will be sent to...
Niklas.
Maybe he's not finding it because he's not picking up the entire stack of extra deck cards that he's having. It's, no,
it is
Aggregator.
the Mariologic Aggregator.
And Shane blocking, so no Solemn Strike. That seems like no Solemn Judgment as well. Of course, we're going to send this X back to hand. But the good thing about X is that was a special summon. You can just search for the Ryziel Sword and normal summon out the X. Kind of takes away the Ice normal summon that would follow inevitably, though.
There is a Sword Ryziel now. Okay. And I mean, now just going after the normal summon maybe with a Solemn Judgment, I do like it maybe.
But if you Judgment the X, then Sword just gets special summoned out and searches for an Ice Ryziel, discards the Habakiri from hand, special summons itself out, and then you have an issue. Then you have problems.
Honestly, at this point, probably just wait for the Exceed monster, just for the Duo Drive.
We've already been in our engine, so the Magna would also really, the search in the end phase doesn't really do too much. Maybe Marco is playing a Druid's Worm as well. So that is actually a card that is quite useful. This is the Mitsurugi strategy. What else does Niklas have in his hand to see? If you only have Sword, then you normal summon X tier. Like
He's thinking about, there's no Ryziel that he's considering to normal summon instead.
Oh, that's very interesting, because you can't special summon X out anymore. So.
Okay, normal summon Node. Marco thinking about it. That does get nodded off by Marco.
I think now that you know the X, you're just judgmenting the Sword if you have it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, good call. I like it.
I think that's... there's Habakiri in hand, there's X in hand, there's one card that you don't know of.
I'm totally with you, Leo.
Oh, that's...
Effect Veiler on Sword Ryziel, okay.
I can kinda see that. What are we doing with the X in hand, though, Niklas? Why have you decided to normal summon the Node?
Okay, we're going into our extra deck. That must mean a rank 4. Marco still hoping there. Look at him. He sees the progressions here.
How did we summon out the X now? Oh, we special summoned the Node, of course, because we had an Exceeds monster in the graveyard.
Oh, obviously. Yep. Now that all makes sense. So this is the normal summon now of X Ryziel. And I mean, now, whatever this is, and if there is Solemn Judgment, I mean, Marco had Solemn Judgment basically in all of his previous featured matches. Is there another Solemn Judgment? If you have it, Marco, you gotta use it on that Tornado Dragon. So no Tornado is going to happen here, and Marco may be actually in a situation where he gets back into this, really.
Yep, there is going to be the end phase surge. You have your blue Ice White Dragon in the graveyard, so Aether Barrel will be able to special summon itself back out. Habakiri was used already. What's the other card? Oh, Habakiri is sent to the graveyard for Node, of course. Sword is coming in. We know there's nothing on the field that stops this. We have used Node, though. So there is, if you go Duo Drive, I don't think you get a Detonator on the field. So I think that's a Detonator pass, which...
It is Detonator, Leo. You're so right about this.
Niklas will be happy to have acquired this field. And I think that Marco will be like, okay, it's possible. I kind of can handle this, even though chaining Detonator to the Lordy Lord is also going to be crucial.
Yep, okay, we are in the end phase, Leo. So Marco has gotten through this with 4,000 life points remaining. And now in the end phase, he can decide for any kind of dragon in his deck. Leo, if he plays Druid's Worm alone could deal with the Detonator, actually.
Yep, that is true. And that is a Druid's Worm added to the hand. So Marco is going to basically have play in this one. Aether Barrel in graveyard, but you've used 2 spirits. We know that you're playing 2 seals here, Marco. So I think you're going to be able to set something up. The thing is that I don't think that you're going to get off Lordy Load. I think you have to start with Druid's Worm and then just crash and just accept that the Detonator is going to pop. Oh, you could chain Detonator through that, right?
What are we doing right now?
Barrel add back.
Yeah, of course.
Activates. I think you could just go after the Lordy Load, and when Druid's Worm activates, you get rid of the Mausoleum, which is huge.
Okay, Marco into the main phase. Seems like Niklas does not even want to do that.
Oh, but this looks like he just wants to bait out the talents here. We detach the node, destroy the Lordy Load. Are we going to see talents? Are we going to see thrust?
I mean, Marco, I think, just had to accept that he's going to lose both the Lordy Load and the Mausoleum. There was no way around that. And then the Druid's Worm, worst case scenario, may also be able to be turned into a Typhon, which of course also is pretty great against that Detonator. Let me see. Yeah, we are playing that Typhon too.
But does it count as 2 extra deck summons because we have Judgmented the Tornado Dragon?
Ooh, wait, you're right. There were no 2 extra deck summons.
Yeah. So Druid's Worm is activating right now. Gonna banish. I think he's targeting the Habakiri. I can see that.
But you're right. I mean, we can worst case scenario just attack into the Detonator and then use the effect of Druid's Worm. That will work. Okay.
And you have
Habakiri
to
banished.
respond to this and destroy the Mausoleum.
Oh, I didn't though.
Yep.
Yo, what's going on there? Why is Niklas holding back on that Detonator activation, trying to destroy the Mausoleum of White? Look at that battle phase, as we were thinking. Attacks into the Druid's Worm effect. Okay, we do negate the Mausoleum of White. No, yeah, Niklas also clarifying. This card does not get destroyed. You just have to be it. You just have to negate it.
So I don't think that we're not gonna be able to, and that's a mistake of Marco, I think. Earlier at activating the Lordy Load, he could have outed this and get the set one destroyed, and then after that normal summon the Aether Barrel and activate the one that he's setting right now.
True. Activating the Lordy Load didn't accomplish a whole lot. I'll give you that.
What you can also do is, I suppose, just set a drill beam here and then... But wait, what are you doing then? Because you've used 2 spirits in the first turn. So you...
Just play free, my friend. And he does.
Really?
Yeah, he does play free spirits.
Okay, then that's, I think, a very, very solid choice here. I think you also set a Majesty, so you can not really activate the Mausoleum anymore.
This is so intense, Leo. Marco, the hometown favorite, the Dutchman that's trying to become the Dutch national champion. He is having a real chance in this, and his Blue Eyes deck is putting in the work, but Niklas not giving him an easy time. And there it comes in, Leo. Third Spirit activates its effect, bringing back the Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard now.
Yep, Blue Eyes are looking good there. Only 1 pop for the Majesty. Has the Lordy Load as setup. What can Niklas find here? Because if he finds Ice Ryziel from the top, that's massive. Only 1 in deck left.
It is.
Oh, he has 2 in deck left, right? He didn't even go through Ice.
Nope. 7th Tachyon once more, and Marco has to not revealing that Masquerade. Another one it is, and that can just get us to that valuable X'd Ryziel again.
Yep, X is being searched here, and I think that at this point you're just sending the twins to the graveyard, special summon out back the Detonator, and it's looking so good for Niklas right now, because now he has multiple cards already that help him advance his game state. Oh, wow!
Eclipse Twins 1, or rather X Ryziel 1, Eclipse Twins 2, and look at that, Detonator and Tornado Dragon are being targeted. This looks huge for Niklas.
Yep, Niklas is definitely having the time of his life right now because Marco, he has... I mean, at this point, you just need to wait with the Majesty for a King of the Feral Imps, right? But the King of the Feral Imps doesn't accomplish anything because you used Habakiri already.
Yeah, that's fair.
So what does the Ryziel engine do now? I mean, you go Duo Drive at some point, right?
Oh, Marco? Marco is thinking about just immediately going for that Majesty, I think.
Also, the good thing for him is that the Blue Eyes White Dragon has a lot of attack points. Now we get the twins back as well.
Sword Ryziel is the last card in hand for Niklas. And he's also going to search for another Ryziel straight from our deck.
I think what you do here is use Castel. If you're playing Castel, you try to target the Blue Eyes White Dragon so that Majesty has nothing to show anymore, and you force it out that way.
Yeah, I can see it for sure. Let me see. Is there even a Castel in the extra deck? There is no Castel in the extra deck. Nope.
Unfortunate.
But there is a rank 4, and instead we are going for Ryziel Duo Drive. That now seems like a spot where I would definitely be trying to activate that Majesty.
Yeah, you kind of have to there.
And there it is.
Is going to give a big Duo Drive effect, though, and we have the Ice follow-up, if I'm not mistaken. Don't even know if we have another target for Ice in deck, to be honest.
It's getting definitely very, very slim there in terms of Ryziel monsters left in the deck.
Right, we've used 2 X, 2 Sword.
Yeah.
Node.
I think you might be right, but there's a handshake.
There's the handshake, the detonator protection effect?
Yes, that must have been what happened there. We just protected with the detonator, and therefore Niklas Krebs is our new Dutch national champion here, 2025 from Germany with the Ryziel Mitsurugi strategy.
Niklas Krebs can't even believe it himself. He has come here to have a little bit of fun and accidentally took the title to Germany. The Dutch national champion title once again doesn't go to a Dutch player. It is Niklas who reigns supreme here.
But someone that is definitely enjoying the competition here at the Dutch National Championship, because in his interview he already said, yes, I was here last year, I'm here this year having a lot of fun, so I'm definitely going to be back next year as well. I mean, now even more so, right? When you're the reigning champion, the defending champion, you want to defend again. But for the moment, of course, it is his title that he got. And I'm happy for him, really, because I think he has a lot of accomplishments already throughout his Yu-Gi-Oh! Career. He was missing that title, though, and now he has that title. And he can share that with you, both of you being now Dutch national champions in the history books of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, me and Brian, we got to teach him the secret handshake that we have now, because that's, of course, something special that you earn when you become a national champion. That's every country has that.
Of course, of course.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know, but I believe you.
I think for our national season that we're going to play, we might actually have to ask him for some tips there, because Ryziel Mitsurugi just looks absolutely incredible there. When you don't get into your Mitsurugi engine, you just play with Ryziel, and that is sometimes even enough. I find this very, very interesting, even though I must say, I mean, right now, I'm playing Mitsurugi Pure, right?
Sure.
I like to have a huge Mitsurugi engine where you basically all the time just activate prayers, discard Habakiri, you play everything as a 3-off in the deck almost. I play double Saji, triple Aramasa. That is, what do you think? Do you like to play an extra engine, or do you just like the big consistency of the deck? And
I think we had someone on our feature match yesterday as well who was also playing Ryziel Mitsurugi, and they also explained, it is more a Mitsurugi deck than a Ryziel deck, and I upped the amount of Mitsurugi cards in this because they are actually the part of the deck that is getting you over the line. Yes, for Ryziel stuff, it is super consistent. It is doing the same thing over and over, and when you get it going, it is giving you such a consistent value of cards. Nowadays, even playing cards like Gusto Emerald, drawing extra cards and all of that, but it's really just being there to be consistent, and then the Mitsurugi part is explosive, can hardly be stopped. It's just, I think that is what is really giving you the edge most of the time. But overall, though, even though now Ryziel Mitsurugi won the event, I was a bit disappointed overall by the performance of Mitsurugi cards this weekend, because I expected them to go completely nuts, maybe be 50% of top cut, all kind of Mitsurugi decks. In the end, though, we had 2 Ryziel Mitsurugis, one of them going all the way, winning it all, and then that one Octoadic Fiendsmith Mitsurugi from Yoho-an. So that was only a total of 3, which almost looks small to the amount of Malice we had in top 16.
Yeah, but it was basically the switcheroo from the Austrian nationals, even though Mitsurugi actually still managed to take that title, because the cards are just so incredibly good. It is an absolute pleasure to watch those cards. And many Yu-Gi-Oh! Players that have been around for ages, they have loved the Necros format, because there was just so many options that you had. And apparently, that's the thing of ritual decks, that if you have a summoning mechanic that doesn't scream value, it actually sounds like it's very tough to summon your monsters, but if you are giving the cards good floating effects, that the cards are replacing themselves, if you tribute them, you get to a very interactive deck that plays through many interruptions, and I love it when decks are able to break fields just in engine. And also, I don't think if you're playing like pure Mitsurugi, the end field that you're putting up, it is not unfair. It is not a field that you definitely cannot break if your life depends on it. Like Mermaid fields in the last format with Bahamut Shark.
Yeah, that
basically,
was tough.
Sometimes you were just knowing, okay, well, this game is over. Looked into my hand, banished my Nibiru. This one is over. Nibiru doesn't even do anything against the deck because they summon Bahamut Shark.
Yeah, for sure. No, but I think also one thing that we have to get into is how to interact with the Mitsurugi cards. Because we saw there Ash Blossom and Joy Spring being used on Habakiri. And I don't know whether that's a way to go in the future, because that card then still stays in the hand, still can generate value later on, being ritual summoned out or being used for ritual material. Therefore, I think you just rather let that resolve and then, as you say, probably go after the Saji. That usually gets used for it.
Because then you at least get the Saji effect out of it. The Habakiri will still stay in hand, but the problem is that if you let the Habakiri and the Saji resolve, there is so much value in Prayer's Tribute Habakiri that the Ash Blossom is not going to do anything. It's just a big snowball of card value that you're getting out of those cards. So that's an absolute monster of a deck in that regard. But I'm absolutely in love with those cards.
They are such a great addition to the overall meta game that we have right now. I think a lot of people did not see that coming. I mean, the Alliance Inside cards, the Mitsurugi cards being TCG exclusives were quite new, so people couldn't really expect that they would influence the Nationals metagame landscape in such a significant way, and I think they really did the trick. Beforehand, it probably was looking like a lot of malice and the other decks being a little behind, but now with the Mitsurugi cards, it is almost equal, I would say.
What I really liked, and as a Mitsurugi player, I got scared, frankly, was when I saw how people just threw a bunch of Bestials at the Amino Murakumo effects in the graveyard, and I was like, oh, that's a very convenient way to stop the deck, especially if you're playing those variants that are Ryziel heavier and you're playing only one Murakumo, no Futsu, and 3 Habakiri. I'm like, what does half of your deck do if your Murakumo gets banished? You have no way of playing then.
It is really, really tough for sure, but usually you're trying to generate like massive value with the Bestials, and the thing about Bestialing the Murakumo is still that it will be able to search, right? So yes, you do get the Murakumo out of the rotation, but they still get another card from that deck still. And therefore, yes, I do think it is an approach to the deck, but clearly it's not an approach that completely stops the deck, because we have another Mitsurugi deck winning the tournament.
When it's tributed for cost, it doesn't even search anymore.
I explained you that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, see, but what I find interesting is that, especially versus Bestials, both of the versions, if they start with the other engine, have ways to prevent them. So it's either DDD Wave King Caesar if you're playing a heavy Fiendsmith variant, or you are playing the Ryziel variant and you're trying to set up Cross before that, because Effect Veiler and sometimes also the Infinite Impermanence have kind of dropped out of the meta for a little bit.
They have.
Impermanence not that much, Veiler pretty much. Not really the standard card that you see in decklists except for Blue Eyes anymore.
I think Niklas actually probably just replaced the Effect Veilers with the Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansions that he brought to the tournament, that he brought into the finals.
Good
and
card.
That obviously made him the Dutch national champion in the end. And I mean, we have talked enough now. We obviously got to give that man his trophy. So I would say, let's give it over to the interview area with Philip Niehues and our new Dutch national champion, Niklas Greves.
Thank you very much, guys. As you already said, I'm here with your new Dutch national champion, Niklas. Niklas, huge congratulations, first of all. Did you think at the start of the day that you can win the whole event?
To be honest, I didn't. I never do.
You did, but now I hope you're slowly beginning to realize that you're now the new Dutch national champion. So how are you feeling?
Amazing. Was amazing weekend. Yeah, can't describe it.
Yeah, that's great. Let us still quickly talk about the game. Game 1, you did a great field. You told me already you think you had that in the end. You would have won it anyways, even if you didn't scoop that at that point. So did you feel at any point in Game 1 in danger, or did you feel like that was a very controlled game for you?
I mean, in Game 1, let me remind back, I think I ashed the important search spell and he just passed on that, and like my hand was strong enough, so there was, I felt pretty safe there.
Okay, great to hear. Game 2, I think that was a very good showing of a back and forth finals. So take us through. You activated the Habakiri, which got negated, and then you played like kind of pure Ryziel. Were you kind of scared at that point that you don't get to a Mitsurugi engine and have to play Ryziel, or do you think the Ryziel engine is strong enough into Blue Eyes?
So the Ryziel engine obviously is insanely good against Blue Eyes, so that was a good part. The issue was, of course, like a lot of stuff got interrupted, and all of a sudden I was like on it on detonator, which I pressed been pretty safe. But once the Duel's room was searched, I was like, oh, maybe it's getting rough. But in the end, I was happy. I still had the Tachyon from last turn in hand, and I knew once he passed that, yeah, there will be nothing great he can do there. So special some detonator back end, yeah.
Yeah, so great to hear that from you. And of course, as a national champion, you deserve a prize, and therefore I want to hand you over your national champion trophy here. Take it over. Of course, that's not everything, but that we're going to give you off cam. So congratulations on your win again. Thank you very much. For you guys at home, thank you very much for watching. Of course, we have more nationals as well, which you will see now. They're going to be there very soon and very quickly. And also, of course, the German nationals, which will be streamed as well. So make sure to check out the content as well. And thank you guys very much for watching, and see you guys next time. Bye-bye.